know, man. For me personally, I gotta leave.
Yeah, it's unorthodox, but it's efficient. Again,
Let's
Remo
go in.
mentioned it's a known element, what it's capable of doing. For Falcons, they seem to be throwing a lot into many different directions.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure what the game plan is, even on a
Welcome
macro
to Mobile Legends.
level.
Well, let's see what we have here once again. The Philippine Arena is packed for this one. This matchup between these two teams, Aurora and Team Falcons, to kick it off this best of 3 and to round out our day 1 here for MPL Philippines Season 16. Looking at this, you know, what can we expect here from Team Falcons? Are they going to be playing to the tune of Aurora in the early game?
I mean, going up against the Selena and the High Loss together, they should be. However, one thing I will be saying for the Falcons lineup is that they are so good at the counter punish that if Aurora slip up one engagement and Few and Kyle are left unchecked, then it wouldn't be surprising to see Falcons take a 3 or 4 minute 1 to 2K gold lead that quickly.
And with a lineup that has 3 cores, the way Falcons has, that's dangerous to give them that kind of a lead early on.
Yeah, and even more, again, as expected, CC is having a grand old time up against Edward in the EXP lane, with the Lapu-Lapu only being able to do so much. So you sort of nerf a little bit of what Edward can bring to the table in terms of dueling in lane. However, the value of Edward on that Lapu-Lapu will be seen a little bit more come the objective fights. So if any of these two teams commit rotation to the EXP side to build the lead, and so far it looks like KTZ setting up for it, but Edward, I feel like he knows something is up. And with the river control of Aurora, yeah, that's info for Edward to play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, both sides waiting for that level 4 to be. Oh, nice little take there for Demon Kite.
Yeah.
Again, the level 4 is going to be crucial here, I feel like, for Team Falcons, and they just don't have it right now for Ogun or Few. So they might end up losing out on this first objective as it's pulled through light, but rest of Aurora isn't go for it just yet.
Yua here, putting Ogun down to a quarter of his health. Few throwing out that umbrella. Aurora making way here. Still has the Mount Shaka, there you go. All of the members of Falcons are exposed. Down goes Furs, Edward take him down. Down goes Demon Kite. The turtle goes over to the Falcons, and in comes Marco, SOD, wailing away, and they get another down. All goes to the Falcons.
Exactly what we were talking about around 3-minute mark. It was just the first turtle, and Kyle TZ was left unchecked. He was able to get the double kill. And yeah, it did not help that Super Marco was actually able to land the SOD and join in the fight.
Hey man, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, how often do you actually see a Moskov go and join the first fights? Now, we usually see a Spear Destruction thrown, but not the follow-through. So for Team Falcons, a good fight early on for them. So go ahead and continue on, but Aurora's not too far behind. They're still just going to go ahead and go back to the rotations. Again, they can go ahead and play with the fact that Team Falcons, they can respond that way, but also there's this window with this kind of lineup for them to work. If they avoid, you know, that the setup from Few and Kyle TZ later on, they should be able to survive some of those team fights and out-maneuver or at least out-damage them.
Yeah, and exactly. It's what we talked about earlier. The nature of having a Kagura and a Joy in your lineup is that if you mess up your initial start to that fight and you don't put enough pressure on the Joy or the Kagura, their punishment is way too damn good.
Yeah. A little spear thrown out, but just pretty much bringing it back to the pace here for both. Now, we talked a lot about Light leading into this matchup, and I don't think he's going to do too much with the high-lows here this time. Again, it's mostly just kind of covering your ground, dropping down the pathway when you can, and you know, keeping the team in fighting form with the Revitalize even. So it's up to how fast, I guess you could say, the scaling can go here for Demon Kite on the YSS. And once again, playing around these arrows. Edward will be crucial too. The fact that he got that kill earlier on gives him a little bit of a head start here on the Lapu-Lapu.
Aurora gets another chance to go again. Turtle spawns at the same spot, upper quarter. And they're now setting up for an orange take first. No, Demon Kite making a beeline, but Falcons already started up.
Wow, they're blitzing it.
Mount Shocker already. Edward is the bravest fighter. Falcons secure it quickly. They get the shields, they get the buffs, but Bird gets taken down one more time. Light here keeping down Kyle, and the ALG comes through. Down goes Few. Once more, Ogwin regrets popping his ult. That's 4 down for free. The Northern Lights go crazy.
This time, this goes much better for Aurora because they were able to check the targets that they needed to check. They checked Cal, they checked Few, and Edward this time was left unchecked by Falcons, meaning that the damage that he dished out just took down Falcons way too fast.
And the best part is the damage was in the right spot for Aurora. The main difference between Falcons, very magic-heavy lineup, at least in the early to mid-game, is they have great AoE. Rora doesn't. Rora needs to pick their targets well. In that fight, they pick their targets well.
Yeah, and that glorious pathway and the revitalize helped again, being crucial in that fight on this Hylos. There's a pull here, Supermarket should be fine. But that's the thing too, and I guess that's where one of the power plays of having a Selena comes into play is when you're on a disengage. Kyle, is he gonna get caught?
Yep.
And he gets the tail end of that shoulder. Light drops the glorious pathway. Kyle, no more dashes. In comes Owen, and the rest of Falcons respond. Few goes in, flickers through, takes down Demon Kite, slaying the MVP.
Gila, Evos Pew guys ya.
So far off of this lineup, all of the vision taken out of the equation.
Evos Pew.
The vengeance by Ferds. Rora now stopped in their tracks. 2K gold lead still intact.
Could have been way worse. I mean, I saw Rora saying, hey, let's just full charge into here. A jump from Ogwin, but still, they hold on to a nice lead.
Yeah, you see how well Aurora will be able to play around the Revitalize once they get to a difficult situation for them. It was a great entrance by Ogwin and follow-up by Few to help cover for Kyle. It just seems like it was difficult for Ferg to make an impact there, and they weren't able to make the most out of it. Again, with the sheer damage output that Lapu Lapu that's been left undisturbed so far in this game, Falcons really need to check Edward at some point. They need to bring him down low. He has a 2-level lead against Ferg CC.
Wow, so that's a turtle just gone. Secured very quickly. Little spear thrown, of course, but nice little push. Again, Team Falcons had to go ahead and grab something. They knew they wouldn't be able to go ahead and contest that turtle, so they traded out. And Super Marco still doing what we see a lot of the gold laners have to do right now. You just kind of go into this mode where I'll take what I can across the map and I'll farm up as quickly as possible. Kyle could be dealing with some pressure here, though, around his orange.
Yeah, the Falcons need to answer that. I think Kyle will be able to walk away with his orange relatively well, unless US somehow throws a miraculous arrow. Oh, nope, he was able to take it. A quick item to check 2 Genius Wands, one for the Joy, one for the Kagura. So still, Aurora need to watch out for the damage output burst that could come from the 2 magic damage dealers. Dominance Ice for the Gatot Gacha. Radiant Armor Rush there for Light, important.
Dominkite has been too quiet for the past 7.5 minutes. He's had a great time laning, and he's now on his 3rd item building. This is dangerous. We haven't even seen a flicker, I'm offended yet. Imagine what that would do to ruin Falcons.
That's crazy too. Look at the damage here. He's just under light as well. So it's like now his time is where we see this Ruby gold lane work.
Yeah. And if you're Falcons, and if there's really so much that you can do up against that Ruby in the laning phase, you don't want to draw attention to Super Marco's lane, so you leave it alone. Now here it's the threat of, wait, do we have enough tools to make sure that this Ruby has a hard time? I didn't see a lot of like glowing wands just yet, not a lot of like dominance ices or Z halberds. They do have one, but at this point we've seen it so many times in the past that the Ruby doesn't care this early on. It's really only in the late game where Ruby starts feeling, all right, yeah, I'm just another tank at this point. Yeah. But at this point, Ruby is a very efficient, damage-packed, sustain-packed tool in your toolkit.
Short to say, we've yet to see the worst of Dominkite. He's still going to tilt this even further towards Aurora. Given they have a 4,000 gold lead, Lord spawning up top, Falcons have to find quite a clutch to even contest.
Yeah, because when you want to go into this objective, I feel like that's where Aurora's lineup's going to shine. They have so many tools to go ahead and throw out crowd control, throw out a possibility to cut things off, an arrow.
Right to the face of Few here. Force the flicker back. There's the Mountain Shocker, ensuring all but the secure Lord. And now here comes the rest of Falcons. Down goes Yue. Glorious pathway by Light. Who are they targeting? It looks like Falcons have scrambled. Super Marco pushing down bottom. Tier 1. First bomb of the bench is not going to be enough. 1-for-1 so far. But Aurora happy with what they walked away with.
Incredibly unfortunate the Super Marco's SOD didn't land. Could have been a different story if it did happen. Ferds got off a great curtain call to the right members of Aurora. You saw the damage swing favoring Falcons, but the fact that they didn't have their gold laner with them, again with this missed SOD, no surprise that Aurora won that.
Yeah, so this Lord should be handled pretty quickly, but Aurora will still go ahead and put pressure where they can. Maybe the tier 2s. I don't know if they actually get to the base here because Team Falcons should be able to clear things out pretty well. As you can see, try to hold down the tier 2.
Look at that. That's just a Fury Hammer, War Axe, and a Queen's Wings.
Right,
and he already deals that much damage.
That's a little bit of a lot. Across those three,
Go
those
for
three
Marco.
items, that's a lot of damage spread out on a singular Lapu Lapu.
That's the bravest fighter for you, man, you know? Shields are going to pop here in the mid, up top as well, and bottom to follow. So Team Falcons, you know, 10 minutes in, 6,000 nearly, gold behind. They're going to have to hold on for a while, and this is what we've been seeing so far, especially when you're just kind of relying on, you know, that spike to happen here for the gold lane, but you do have like a combo that can work, and that's what we've been talking about ever since the draft between few.
They do catch first, an arrow and everything. The tail end of that, Mount Shocker 2, puts him at about a fifth of his health, forcing that vengeance. Ooh, it's so hard to be first in this matchup.
Yeah. 3 deaths on the board. He's level 11, Edward's level 13. There's been a 2-level gap for the past 6-7 minutes between the two EXP laners. And again, it's not like Ferg's messed up in the laning. It's really just that after that second turtle, it was a big swing because Aurora got bigger wins across the map after that, able to break down the tower in mid. It's a classic Aurora play. Second or third turtle, if you're not taking care of that mid lane minion wave, they'll push your tower in mid. And we've always talked about the Falcons when it comes to this. When their mid tower goes down first, they're a completely different team.
Yeah, it seems like even for Aurora, in a sense, it's like, you know, this addition of light here, it seems smoother, I would say, for them. Now, it might be too early to say as it's only their first game of the season that we've seen. But they have control against a team like Team Falcons here.
This is what I was alluding to, man. Plug and play. Light just fits well. Even on a hero that has definitely lost its luster in recent times. High loss. Look at this. Edward coming on to Ogwin. Mount Shocker by Demon Kite, revealing everyone, denying the purple away from Kyle.
I mean, think about it like this. You go from a coach that has taught you the fundamentals, now he's to a coach that will help you master the basics. Bro, come on. Like, and it's no surprise that Light is just playing really well. And if you look at his heat map is this center river, man.
Yeah.
And all of the vision that he's gotten for Falcons, for Aurora, and again, it was discussed in the Howl Keys to Victory brought by Wolf that Falcons need to find a way to stop Light from getting vision and getting info. They did not do that, hence why Aurora has just been so comfortable this whole game.
Yeah, you just get so much, I guess, vision and also
Demon Kite.
Because of what Light's able to do, what Edward's able to do on the Lapu Lapu, and it just lets Demon Kite kind of have this, I'm just going to chill and get this objective.
First here gets caught out, forcing another vengeance. Gonna get taken down here by UA. SOD, no one home. Few gets taken down, double kill for UA. Down goes Kyle, so does the Lord. Aurora take 3, and the Lord for free. Falcons left reeling. They're going to have to defend.
The Revitalize playing its part there, and now approaching the mid-base turret.
Add to that the killing spree. It helped Demon Kite get back to healthy, and now this looks bad for Falcons.
It's just a bare base. Minions marching through in mid. Lord has spawned down bottom. Falcons are doing their darndest. It's just a single siege minion. I think Falcons are going to be fine.
All right, they clear it out. Lord will make its way here, so Aurora might look to go ahead and get the last 2 base turrets of Team Falcons, but again, even with a lead this far ahead, almost 10,000, Team Falcons has good clear. They can go ahead, clear things out the best they can, unless it's a force situation, and Aurora might just go for that under the turret here.
Demon Kite threatening, I'm offended, getting that close, does not have a flicker. Down goes that tier 3 up top, the inhibitor down bottom as well, in jeopardy. Falcons no longer have any turrets, just their base standing. Ogwin here gets a face full of damage coming out of Aurora. Lord gets taken down. How does Falcons defend?
They're clearing right now. Kyle's going to be jumping to the front.
Ooh, I thought Kyle would want a full commit there, but he really just pushed them back so that they can clear the minion waves a little bit better. And yeah, this is going to be a tough climb back for Falcons. I don't know if the people were able to see it, but Demon Kite has War Axe, Oracle, Sea Halberd, Queen's Wings, and even an Azure Blade going into a Rose Gold Meteor.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of answers Falcons has for this Ruby. Now, again, as we've discussed with these kinds of lineups, it now falls into the hands of Super Marco on this Moskov to help turn things around. However, the good thing is they do have a Joy that could be their other Potential key to
ILDG.
victory, all pun intended now, for the remainder of this game.
Even Joy seems to be struggling with their farm. Kyle thinks he just built his third item here.
Yeah, I mean, despite that initial burst he dished out onto Yue when he was pushing them back, that was surprising to me. That was only a Holy Crystal and the Genius Wand. So the addition here of the Lantern should be good for Falcons, and that Aurora need to watch out for. Although their frontliners are not going to go down.
Momentum coming through. Kyle gets taken down. The flicker surprises him. Now Ogwin gets cornered. AOG dropping that glorious pathway. Ogwin pops to revitalize as well. In comes Demon Kite. Light kiting the rest of Falcons. Super Marco wailing away, throwing spear after spear after spear. And it's not going to be enough. Rora's so tanky.
Oh, this Ruby is stacked. There's way too much sustain there. Even though Falcons were able to drag that on longer and Super Marco was hitting for free, it felt it was nothing for Dominkite.
This is the problem, though. Like, you just saw it there. Even with taking out Kyle Teasy, having the numbers advantage, catching out some of the members of Team Falcons, they still could have ended there. There's been a couple instances where it's like you think they can, but because you have Super Marco clearing these waves so insanely fast and the rest of the team able to help clear that, they should be able to defend their base like that. But now can they contest this Lord? That's the next question. Super Marco did pick up a Malefic Gun. Here's a Conceal. Arrow, though.
That's the White Rush. Flushing Marco out. Very low. Does not survive. Kyle Teasy takes him down. And AOG. Kyle Teasy falls. But it's by by Light. Trying to space out. Super Marco. In comes the rest of Aurora. Birds takes down Demon Kite. 3 for 1 the trade for the first time in a while. The Falcons win.
What a turnaround by the Falcons! I thought it was looking so good, but we talked about it. The pickup on the item for Kyle Teasy. He started it, answered, and the rest of Falcons followed.
Light tries to buy time, but at the cost of his life. I don't think that was worth it. Just Edward left on the map.
It's just Edward. You have to send Few to heal, handle with the base push. But this is going to get them the Lord. I mean, Team Falcons, you got to remember, they were down 10,000 gold defending their base. And maybe this is where, again, you're looking like, man, I wish this wasn't a Ruby in the gold lane we had.
Cut that lead in half. Nay, cut it in half again. Aurora are now just up barely 3,000. And there's a Lord marching up top. Falcons, they may have found their power spike.
Yeah, they got it. Holy shit, what a turnaround. Now even the Divine Glaive there on the Kagura. You have the Blood Wings already for Kyle. He just built the Lantern before that, and then now he has an extra item to boot. Super Marco now has the Rose Gold Meteor full build. Aurora need to watch out because again, Naisu, as you mentioned, now they're going to be wondering, oh, I wish we had a different pick other than a Ruby at this portion in the game.
There was a good window for it to work.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Mid lane, it's going to be pressured down, but again, even with the gold lane Ruby, a lot of the instances that we see, especially when you're pushing in the base, you need that flicker available. And there was a time when they possibly could have ended the game, but the flicker wasn't there for Dominkai. It wasn't online, so they couldn't force the situation to end, and now they're facing down a potential push from Team Falcons. I'm not sure if it's going to be a push to victory just yet, but right now, Super Marco is locked and loaded. So this Lord will go ahead and march on in, and they're going to be knocking on the base here of Aurora.
You are throwing out prayers and arrows to try and stop Falcons from pushing in. The siege continues as waves crash through top, mid, and bottom. Kyle Teasy ushering waves through mid and bot. The AOG coming in from open, might have pulled the trigger too soon. Lord Pathway in. Dominkite still alive. In comes Kyle Teasy from the side lanes. Dominkite and Demon Kite wailing away. Super Marco. It's Light. He's got him, but there's not enough of a support. Not enough artillery. Down goes Light. Put to sleep. And that's all she wrote. Aurora just lose the roamer.
My goodness, what a cover by Few, and the fact that Super Marco was able to bring his Wind of Nature up just in time, get the Wind Chant off so that it reduces the damage that Edward was dishing out on him, and that extra bit of help from Few ensured that Light wouldn't be able to finish the job.
And they've done everything they could to get the game now in their favor, completely demolishing the 10,000 gold deficit that Team Falcons was facing. They've brought it down to basically anyone's game. The next time this Lord comes up, both teams are in good fighting form. The one advantage for Aurora is they've still got 2 base turrets. that is an advantage that they can play into. Now the hardest part is, how do we catch Super Marco? A couple arrows have landed here. You know, Dominkite, like I said, he's got to rely when that flicker is available. Maybe that's the answer, but even with Light charging towards Super Marco with a glorious pathway, Team Falcons is doing what we've seen them do every single time. They protect Super Marco so well.
It can't just be Light. I think Falcons, they understand that Rora had only one entry in that defense up top. Maybe if Rora can find an angle elsewhere, they can flank Marco, that could be their way in.
It's also difficult to do that. Aurora's getting divided and conquered with one umbrella. An umbrella toss by Few zones out Aurora so much.
And we're going back to a problem they had at the 2-3 minute mark. It's just AoE versus single target damage.
Yeah.
Rora just has to pick and choose. Falcons can just go, all right, we don't have to fight this, we'll move on.
Yep.
And then it's really only Marco who says, all right, let's kill this guy.
I'm just gonna say though, if Super Marco misses the SOD toss here, Falcons are gonna be forced to fight it out and hope that Marco can split push to win. But they might not even just take that risk. They might ask Marco to join in. Aurora's not rushing. They want to play for the slower dance.
Could be the 5 million peso SOD.
5 million.
I just pulled that number out of my
I was gonna say, where are we getting the 5 mil? 50,000 diamonds.
Can I get some of that? Can I get some of that?
If Marco hits it, yes.
Okay.
Oh no, he's just walking.
Yeah, he's just walking, yeah. See, they don't want to risk it.
He doesn't want to.
Because they knew if they missed that SOD and they're banking on that, yeah, Aurora's gonna win it.
Might as well join this because this is also a beefier Lord, so.
Dominkite, perfect spot for Dominkite.
Yeah, Dominkite.
I don't think Falcons has eyes on that spot. Oh, and they rotate.
Yeah.
They got it now.
Aman saja guys
Kyle
ya.
walks in, flushing Dominkite out of the brush, and the Lord dance continues.
It's gonna be a long one right here, especially now.
Waltz.
Yeah, the Waltz holding it together because again, you gotta kind of calculate this Lord take. It hurts. You know, you gotta have juggled around by multiple members, and you gotta watch out because you don't want to overstep this. So neither team really wants to commit to this. You got Super Marco back down on that bottom side. Well, maybe now is the call to be like, you know what? I will just join with the SOD.
I appreciate the slow dancing, but I would like to see some aggressive crumping now at this point, please. just make it sweaty.
Like step up.
Yeah. Oh, you know, I think Falcons has an opening to rush this with Edward in here in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Oh, Edward's
they
there.
See that.
But I don't know if they can blitz this Lord, man. I don't think they... Especially without Marco's like, I'm coming up, never mind, I'm going down.
He's playing super macro right now. And this might be the right call for Aurora, for Falcons. Considering that the sheer burst that Aurora has is still on the table, and I think Dominkite still can survive for a significant amount of time to help set up the damage eventually coming in from Demon Kite. If they can somehow catch Edward out of position, but it's Edward the one who's clearing the lane. Yeah, it's tough for Falcons. They don't want to take the 50-50, so they're trying to find an opening through macro and minion wave control, but it's Aurora. They're so good at that.
Yep. And Aurora know that they can't afford 2 lanes open because their lineup sucks at clearing waves.
Yeah.
So they would rather win the map first and then work for the fights.
Yeah, one thing to have to consider here for Super Marco, there's 2 blade armors. The 2 dudes who will be most likely chasing after you, the Lapu Lapu and the Hylos, both have blade armors on them.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to check Kyle though. Stop, couldn't be spotted out here, but again, it's both teams just kind of at the standoff. They don't know if they can full send and take on the Lord here.
All right, Rora a little scattered for the first time in a while. They actually paid attention to their side of the orange jungle. And now it's Falcons who has control of the majority of the Lord pit. Lord now at a third of its health, the lowest it's been for the past 2 to 3 minutes. And we get another reset.
Yeah, they don't even want to...
Aman aja bro.
The pressure from Rora, there's a conceal though.
Coming in from Ogwin, the Mountain Shocker. Lord here at a quarter of its health. Oh, damn, the guy gets taken down by Ogwin. Now it's on like Donkey Kong as Falcons call. Down goes you and down goes Dominkite. Super Marco finds him. They do pop few, but it's too late. Super Marco gets a double and they're wiped out. Aurora
Wah,
off the
gila
map.
sih guys.
Falcons take him down.
Wah, langsung end
No
sih.
one
Fix end ini.
blink. No one breathe. The Falcons are on their way to taking game 1.
And with the march into the base, Team Falcons will take game 1. It was a long one, much longer than we've seen
ya guys ya.
Hypothetically.
Even the Edith would struggle.
Yeah, but then the team fight is where I'm rattled a bit because there's
Ngeri
so
juga,
much
bro, ya.
burst on the other side. Yes, you shine against burst, but it
Game
might get to
kedua,
the
bro.
point where Uranus might just get melted if they're not careful.
And we saw that, you know, a month ago from MSC and everything
Yeah.
else. We're like, man, Uranus is so tanky, but then we saw him where he just got shredded through. So I don't know. We'll have to see if it ends up working out. We're jumping to Land of Dawn again. It's game number 2. Will we get another game 3 on our opening day here for Mpl Philippines Season 16? We'll find out. But right now, taking a look at things, the early rotations going on. This is one of the things, you know, we've seen so much Selena already in day 1. UA, we've heard, you know, how they like to go ahead and scream and everything else. It's got a pretty high win rate, but again, you're playing around this, but also for Demon Kite on the Fanny.
Aman aja, bro, ya.
Saw the success of it earlier today. Here's Edward taking a lot of damage, like we were mentioning.
Against the CC alone, sure, he'll hold the lane, but with Few coming in, that changes the equation. Few catches Yue, or Yue caught Few, mind you, and now it's drawn first blood onto the longest standing athlete in the league. And now Edward putting on a few ionic edges, forcing the vengeance from Birds. Aurora off to a great start.
Oh, yeah.
And in comes Demon Kite, can he finish the job?
Go!
Birds
Bullshit.
gets taken down 2-0 so far, all Aurora.
That's a perfect start. I mean, throw away all the questions and doubts around that Uranus pick. Aurora just started this off perfectly. Able to read the rotation of you, picking him off first. Ferds was taken down as well. They decided to go for an EXP lane focus because that CC is the big problem that Aurora had at the end of the draft. They answered it right away. Aurora can just continue this honestly, continue this momentum that they found for themselves.
Great start, as you mentioned, and they'll continue into this. Also, Edward having that level 4 right now against Ferds. Set things up for that first turtle pretty well for Aurora. So, again, we're going to have to see how Team Falcons adjust to this. Few doesn't have the level 4 yet. No Feathered Airstrike. Okay.
Buset.
Looks like we're going to take a little breather here for the teams. Heroes that isn't picked up as much now, and it's still definitely, like, even now, look, he just goes back and forth with Domenkite here. And once he starts joining these fights, you're going to see this Bruno be kind of a nuisance to deal with for Aurora if he's able to get that power spike early on.
So now Aurora
Aman saja, bro, ya.
advantage of that huge win in the EXP lane. Turtle taken off, he still got it! How did that happen? All went over to Aurora, especially with the start of the fight, but Falcons take everything. 3 kills and a turtle.
Yeah, the curtain call by Ferds was perfect. He got the right targets, even though was Kaltizi tsunami slammed?
Someone was tsunami slammed.
Or was he able to cleanse it off because of the Joy beats? He had the right amount.
No, you're only slow immune.
Yeah, slow immune, not control immune.
Exactly.
Right?
So how?
Slow, bro, ya.
Falcons suddenly almost 2,000 gold up.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it happened, or however it happened, the right things happened for Falcons.
The right things happened, and like you said, a big part of that was that current call. I gotta look at this. What does Super Marco have here? He doesn't even have. Is he going Haas class first? Is that what he's going?
Super
What is
Marco.
this? What is the first item for?
The corrosive sight.
Yeah, corrosive sight. I'm just surprised at how much he's able to go ahead and like duel 1v1 against Domenkite here, but he's trying to hold down his lane the best he can. Ogun joined him. Hold on to that revitalize, so it could pop it if he needs to, because Aurora's making their way. There's a revitalize. So Marco will charge on up.
Aman saja, bro.
Sidestep the arrows. So far, Falcons have secured themselves the map. Again, they're looking to go from just that win in the first turtle and taking control in the second. Few here drops the Feather Airstrike. Almost gets taken down by Demon Kite, but the SOD from downtown. Domenkite takes him down.
And SOD doesn't just take objectives, it takes lives as well.
Great toss there by Domenkite. Well, you saw Ogwin was trying to protect Few, but I don't think Ogwin and Few were able to calculate exactly the damage that still goes through the initial target of the Moskov.
The Pierce.
The Pierce, exactly.
Oh, now second turtle up. Falcons still have a huge advantage.
Kyle.
Just like that, Kyle Teasy, who celebrated his birthday just a few days ago, gets it. Down goes the light, turned it out for Few. And the dance continues. Again, Falcons couldn't catch a break, going more than 2,000 gold.
Oh, the CC and Gotcha combo has just been so good since MSC, or it was really brought to the world's attention in MSC, and now it's doing magic for Falcons. As we look at that instant replay, yeah, no, I think if you just wanted to recall, it would have hit him even if Ogwin didn't block. Ogwin just wanted to block for safety.
He stood still, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
What is the burst coming in from Birds? Still gets taken down. The Wild One scores.
Mahal banget.
What does he have?
Demon Kite and the thousands of fans all around the world didn't see that coming.
What? How did that still clip him?
I don't know. I mean, that was the turret shot, right? Like.
It looked like he had a truck. No, Demon Kite was under his own turret.
Wait, yeah, what got him?
What? All he has is a water Zeppelin. He doesn't have a...
Like a lethal ignition,
yeah.
No, it was literally just the skill. Apparently, there might have been an animation delay. We might have changed cameras.
Yeah, like, even though he got to fly away with a yo-yo.
He threw the yo-yo, dude. He was doing yo-yo tricks. Have you ever seen him before?
Competitive yo-yo.
Competitive yo-yo.
Yeah, like maybe since the animation of the yo-yo is already locked in, even though he's out of the range.
You ever heard of Walk the Dog?
Yep.
I don't know what that was though.
That is elementary.
What would you name that trick?
Around the world, that's elementary, man. That's the Wild One at work.
Oh my goodness, Ferds. Already racking up highlights, unintentional or not.
Saja, bro, ya.
All calculated.
I'm pretty sure it was calculated. All right, Turtle now up. Final one here of the game. Scored by Falcons. They propel up to 3,500 gold.
Yeah, 3 for 3 on the Turtles.
Yeah, it feels like what happened to Aurora in this game so far is just literally a series of unfortunate events. Yeah. They're not doing anything wrong. It's just that, again, the Ferds dished out a really good yo-yo blitz and curtain call in Turtle 2, leading up to Turtle 3. Ferds somehow getting that kill. Even though Aurora started this off really well, Dominkite is still taking conditions here. He's still getting farm. He's still opening up the map. It's just some things have not aligned for Aurora and it just aligned better for Falcons.
Look at this pressure here over the purple. Revitalize is going to be popping lights around the corner.
Aman saja, bro.
Dominkite is fighting for his life here. Tsunami Slam taking him down first. No, he did not go down. Instead, they got punished. Dominkite and Light full.
Oh man, all that pressure on the purple buff and then turns into 2 kills and a turret.
AOG by Ogwin, pushing back. Aurora will not be able to defend this tier 2 in mid. Gentlemen, throughout the recent sequences, right? Few and Marco haven't been popping their purifies.
They've just been able to hit. They are in a comfortable enough spot. The threat the CC brings to the table once you just toss out the curtain call. Even Few, of course, can dish stun out if he has someone marked with the Curse of Crow. Everything's just, again, aligning for Falcons. They're playing it so well. And now it's just up to Aurora to open up the map, get resources. But now you're really going to feel that this Uranus against the Bruno, who was able to farm up without a problem, he's just a sponge.
Yeah.
He just literally stands there now.
Just has to stand there, and you can see the pressure. Look at the damage already, too. They'll get the shield up top. Lord's still a little bit of ways here, and a nice push, at least in response for Dominkite. There might be a response as Ferds makes his way as well.
All right, Marco popping his Purify there, catches an arrow from Yue. This might be a pincer maneuver, the flicker, and the Tsunami Slam. Super Marco catches a trap, serving up a kill to Edward. Now one more, Dominkite off camera gets taken down here by Kyle. And a close call for Ogwin, gets the AOG out.
Yeah, a gold lane trade, but that was vintage Light. Remember how Light, in his heyday, just always found those weird angles you don't expect him. Few saw him concealed and running through, but Light just had his target locked already. On to Super Marco. It's just unfortunate that actually Aurora got traded out. Kaltizi was able to find Dominkite in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they traded it out, so basically brings it to, you know, let's wait for everyone to be up. We'll go grab the buffs that we need, and Lord is that next objective for both teams. Aurora, given the fact that they really haven't been able to contest much against the Turtles, they're in a good position to go ahead and do it here. It's just more so of approaching the fight in the right way because, again, you can't deny how much damage potential Team Falcon's lineup gives them. And we've seen it already a couple times. Demon Kite, even on his entry on a Fanny, he's got to be careful on how he approaches around the Lord even here. So getting a glimpse at the Infix hand cam, of course, for Demon Kite. And we'll see how they play this. They don't have to force anything here, even for Team Falcons.
Ooh. Yeah, because every time Demon Kite and Light go in, honestly, Falcons can just blast them. Even if, let's say, Light is able to get a target up in the air with a Tsunami Slam, you have more than enough damage to just take down Light. Once that animation ends, okay, you got someone up, but the roamer of Aurora is also down.
Okay, Lord started up. You got the rotation up here. See if they can get here in time.
Falcons looking to blitz. KyleTzy secures. Demon Kite trapped there behind enemy lines, able to swing and cable through. Demon Kite getting chased down here by Falcons. They're going to hunting. AOG, no one home. Demon Kite Cyclone Eye through. Wow. The purple of Aurora in jeopardy. Demon Kite still unable to taste it. All Falcons.
Great sidestep there by Demon Kite.
Masih puasa kah bang? Harusnya udah lebaran bang. Emang bangke itu ya. Kebanyakan aturan baru kocak. Gua mau lebaran jadi gak jadi. Anjay lah.
Stun him down, but then Demon Kite was already right behind him.
Yeah, good response
udah
there,
persiapan, tak jadilah kocak.
Team Falcons, they'll approach the base. They got some shields down earlier on, so Aurora has, again, they've got the
dendam gua sebenarnya bang sama petinggi-petinggi
maybe do what we saw Team Falcons do in the previous game, where they just go ahead and try to buy more time, but
tapi anehnya di kota udah ada yang tarawih bang, tarawih apa, sholat id tadi pagi malah di kantor pusat, kan aneh gitu. Kocak banget anjir sumpah. Satu kota tapi tak kompak gitu. Padahal mereka NU, aneh emang. Kocak.
And it's Edward this time he hit. AOG coming through. And that might have been the turret confirmed. Falcons appears through Aurora's base. Top lane, permanent damage dealt to Aurora's structures. And there still is the Holy Shield down bottom, but it only stands for about 10 seconds.
Thank you yang udah like guys ya. Tembusin 100 like bisa kali bro. Ini kenapa nih pada milih TLPH semua woi. Iron Siki gak main hari ini.
Could not find an angle to jump. Oh no, Birds here, down to half health. They're still pressuring this turret. Down it goes.
Demon Kite gak main di week pertama.
In comes a Demon Kite. Not enough cables, not enough energy to swing through all of them, and they take away his purple once again.
The bane of fannies, man. When your purple's just getting pressured and taken.
But in the last 10 to 15 seconds, the reason why the defense on the bottom was so thin was because Demon Kite was taking the purple away from Falcon. So he took the long way around.
Yeah. KyleTzy now also has the lantern on him. 4 items locked. Could be the same story as game number 1. Now Aurora's looking for an opening for Falcons to mess up. Oh, Kyle!
But the AOG forcing back Aurora. Edward and Light. Up next on the docket, KyleTzy gets a double. In comes Demon Kite looking to find retaliation. First pops his vengeance. The final turret in mid, falling. Falcons have exposed the bare base of Aurora. They're just right coming through. Demon Kite dashing back. Waves crashing from all lanes. Aurora know that it's crunch time.
Too much damage. You saw it there, just how fast Light and Edward lost their lives here. And again, it boils down to the fact that they last picked the Uranus. They took the early game condition of it, but then it slipped away so fast because Falcons were able to mirror. Too close! Way too close! Demon Kite, that was actually timed so well.
We've all seen it way too often. That was Spear Destruction, taking the Lord.
You even see Fuse smiling and laughing there. Oh, guys, I was too damn close.
Everyone has seen that lately.
Must have felt their stomachs.
Kalau gue hari ini pada gak ada yang puasa. Iya bang, gak apa-apa bang sebenarnya bang. Udah boleh sebenarnya mah. Cuma kalau hari ini sebenarnya udah gak puasa ya anggap aja kita nyicil yang mokel-mokel dulu lah. Anggap aja gitu bang.
Edward dash through. Demon Kite throwing out these spears. The Tsunami Slam comes through. Super Marco serving it up to Demon Kite, but the base is a crack here. Falcons sweep Aurora.
The Team Falcons will fly high in their first match of season. Bay.
Gila, Falcon ngeri juga ya bro. Ini TNC bro ya. TNC rosternya masih sama anjir, gelo sih. Percaya proses bro.
I don't know how often we're going to see games now get past, you know, that average game time that we had. I think in what MC was around, was it 16, 18 minutes or so? We'll see if that has changed or not, but it'll all tell here because we're about to jump into the Land of Dawn. A nice little preview look at the new setup that we've got here for the season. Once again, jumping into the Land of Dawn shortly before we get us situated here. Game number 1 of this best of 3, TNC and Smart Omega. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, but nonetheless, I think, you know, we shared a lot of our thoughts here. Here we go.
Let's go,
about
abangku.
the draft, about the execution, and that's where it comes down to. We'll
Yang tanya jadwal langsung aja cek video sebelumnya ya guys ya. Udah gue upload guys jadwalnya guys.
We're about to see for this season.
Yep, 3-man start around the purple buff just so that they could get Zyda farmed up much quicker. Let's see who's gonna be able to get mid priority first between these two, because the early to mid game success is determinant on that. So far, no clear win on that regard, so we're just gonna have to wait. I think we're in the feeling out process for the start of the season for the first game.
You know what's funny? Not just between them, but even with their own teammates. This is the first game debuting for these new lineups.
Yeah, this is where we see how much time, you know, they were able to go ahead and spend, of course, in the offseason to kind of iron out some of the kinks and get a game plan or and a synergy. Because every time we talk about the most successful teams, we always look at, man, look at the synergy between this duo or the team in general, right? That seems to be the case for a lot of the most successful teams. And now for teams that have had to go through this phase of maybe rebuilding in a way, some more than others, that's always something that you're going to have to pay attention to and see exactly how it plays out within the game.
Yeah, very safe start. Oh, good arrow by Lancey.
Lancey jumps onto Haji. Haji still holding on to the Purify, wings by wings out.
Yeah, this is the tough thing about playing against Selena on the other side. You're not so dependent on the roamer to make a mistake, because the Selena alone, the moment you get hit by an arrow, that already gives priority for the team with the Selena.
Yeah, especially early game. It's always something that I feel like is the threat with the Selena. You know, early game arrows, which are pretty much effective throughout the entirety of the game. It's almost reminiscent of like an iron hook, right, from Franco. You've always got to dodge and be on your toes to deal with that. And that's why for Haji, he's got the Purify. You know, he knows how to go ahead and play against them.
Aja, bro.
That's the same thing. You know, eventually Selena will fall off a little bit, but
oh my lord! Flicker, but final flash catches James off guard. Smart Omega are a man down. The Phoenix Army rolling through, taking the first hurdle.
You know what doesn't fall off? What? Good final slash.
Yeah, I like that. That was great. Huber Yoshi might get stuck here, though.
Nope. Yoshi dodges a bullet there.
He's able to jump out. But this is a good counter jungling by Ryzen. They already lost that turtle, and they knew that they have time to invade. Let's see if they'll be able to get the red buff just in time, get that orange. Is he going to be able to get away safely is the question. He's out of energy. He missed the cable.
Grand Theft Orange. He's about to get punished. Ryzen running through. Oh, does not get the dodge, and he dies. His former teammate Chaknu misses just by a millisecond with the AOG.
I can't believe he actually got away with that.
Yeah, I thought the AOG would be able to clip him there right at the end, but good management of energy by Ryzen, being able to get those cables that mattered.
Sneaky Dean.
Sneaky Dean.
Hey, again.
Yoshi catches one Tsunami Slam plus the feathered airstrike. 3 more never saw it coming.
I'm really appreciating the rotations by these two teams. They're very sure about what they want to do. They're not stopping. They're not hesitating. They just continue to go.
Lancey throwing out an arrow. Almost based out Ryzen. Here comes Zyda. That's the ult pulled in by James plus a flicker. He's not going anywhere.
I was going to say, you know, he got Lancey's flicker out, but James had to use his as well to survive that. But all this leads to basically an even ball game so far. You know, you're barely a couple shots from Super Yoshi. He's going to be fine. Gets on out of there. And again, you know, even with the small changes to the Granger, like, he is still a threat even this early in the game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big heat check for Omega. They're going to have an answer for Benny Cutie once the bigger team fights break off. Because right now we're just seeing fights break off all across the map, which makes sense considering that Omega wants to stop TNC from being able to take control of it. You're going to have to match the macro. But then once it gets to Turtle 3, once it gets to Lord 1, then who has the better farmed up gold laner and who's more comfortable. Right now, there's no clear answer. So one of these two teams, needs to pull the trigger on diving that carry or diving that Granger.
Long and short of it, you can't keep chasing multiple geese. You're going to end up missing all of them.
You got to choose one.
So someone's got to go all in.
Oh.
Can they get punished? 3-bar. Misses with the final slash, walks away. And there's the ult, catches him with the Feather Strike 2. In comes Chocno. AOG, point blank. Oh, no one home. James had the immunity there. Ryzen dashes through. Tsunami slam on Lancy. Might be too low. Ryzen takes it in. Ryzen walks away. That's Smart Omega getting one man down. TNC not going to take the second turtle.
Cool, surprisingly enough, I really thought that TNC could find a way to walk out of that with actually getting the win because of how Omega actually blew a lot of their abilities too early, but then Omega still is able to get the kill on Lancy, giving them a little bit more priority here.
Oh, Omega may have spent too much on their ult. In comes Super Yoshi. James a little too deep. Enough to get the damage reduction off of 3, off of 4. Another fair airstrike coming in from Haji. Maybe short of Salvo, who got the turtle inside. Still 100%. Turtle take rate for the Phoenix Army. They take Super Yoshi along the way.
Great job fighting back. You know, TNC, they might have lost that initial fight early on leading into Turtle, but they went ahead and recalibrated, got a couple more, plus the objective. So they keep it from slipping too out of the hands because Smart Omega was building up on a lead. Benny Cutie should be able to get this turret. I don't think Netsky gets there in time, so that's going to clear that out. So good trading across the map.
Gentlemen, is it just me, or is Smart Omega in Season 16 looking like the old Smart Omega, where they're a little too orthodox? They're always making sure that we get this right,
aja, bro,
but we don't try at all.
Yeah, for Omega though, hopefully they change that and just keep trying. At least you're doing something. There though, it's funny I say that because I feel like James went in just a little bit too early, just a little bit off timing. He gets taunted.
He seems to be the only one who's different.
Yeah.
Everyone else is playing on that side of caution, while James is just always looking for fights.
Yeah, and I think now I'd rather say to Omega that go with James. Whatever James did, follow him.
That's what he was doing, I feel like, last season too. You know, there was moments I remember where we were just like, man, go with James. And, you know, sometimes I was even on reminiscent on the Hilda when he would play that. And it was like, sometimes you have to just go follow James and turn it around.
Put it on a shirt.
Put it on a shirt.
Go with James.
Go with James.
Let me in, coach.
You don't need to put a hashtag on it. Just put it on a shirt. Benny Cutie, by the way, still has no stacks on the Sky Piercer he just built. He got his first kill before the Sky Piercer. So have to watch out for that now on the side of Omega. We were talking about that earlier, the conditions of the gold laner. Because so far, with all of the dive on TNC and how much damage they can dish out and space that they can provide for this Granger, yeah, someone needs to get Benny Cutie. And yeah, it's James, but someone else needs to go with him to pressure Benny Cutie.
Some progress, though, for the Bagong Barangay. There's a push by Netsky up top. And I remember us talking about taking control of the map. It's them who has the turret advantage.
Yeah, they'll play into that. Again, they are playing around the fact that TNC has some of the vision advantage with Aslina, but they'll fight for this turtle. I think Smart Omega is in a good position to go ahead and actually take this one for themselves if they can secure it here. We got a buff being secured by Ryzen.
This is the final turtle spawning in the lower quarter. James gets the pull. Arrow lands on Haji. Lancy spots him. James, he's spotted by a trap here. He can't jump in as quickly.
I was actually quite surprised at how you got hit there, but Lancy's landing these arrows.
Yoshi, less than half health, gets blasted by Benny Cutie. In comes Ryzen, threatening a trap there. Lancy drops it. Feather strike coming in from Haji. AOG from the Mamba hits 3, but he pays the price. Netsky takes him down. Lancy, though, goes down to the back line. Super Yoshi finds Benny Cutie. Down goes Yoshi. The punish by Zyda. Bodies dropping left and right, but it's a winning trade. 4-for-1. Ryzen secures the final turtle.
Miscalculated there by TNC. Zyda, the only one left alone. Don't give away another kill, man. He will.
Zyda hiding behind his orange here, hides in the bush. Ryzen still pretty solid on energy. Does not let Zyda go. Finds him, hits the cutthroat. No one home. Ryzen doesn't want to let it go. Underneath tier 2, Ryzen knows he can't force it.
Masih gatel aja guys.
By Chakno, the other members of TNC were clearly not ready for it to happen. And you also have to, again, commend Lancy. When Ryzen swept in, he wanted to deal some damage. He got hit by an abyssal arrow mid-air, which stopped him. And with being able to do what he wanted to do there, it forced Ryzen back, but then that gave the space actually for Omega because TNC, that back by Ryzen was what Chaknu decided to go for the jump for.
So it's a non-synergy.
Yeah.
You wanted everyone to go in, but you forced them to go back.
Yeah. Oh, 3mar again?
Here we go. 3mar misses another final slash.
3mar,
In comes
3mar.
James. They go with James. Down goes 3mar. Chaknu's gonna follow through. Ryzen finds another. 404. No errors found so far in Sneaky Dean's play.
Sneaky Dean once again, but man, 3mar's done that about 3 times, and they haven't worked.
Aman
Maybe
aja,
3
bro.
more times.
3 more.
Hopefully that's the last. I'm gonna ask it now. Hopefully that's the last time because I feel like for TNC Pro Team, clearly with Chaknu, 3mar really wanting to dive and enter, the rest of TNC Pro Team are lagging behind. They're not ready for the engagements that they are doing.
The Barangay may have found the perfect mix of proactivity and reaction because TNC, they're way too proactive.
Yeah, they are. And a lot of this, again, is on the whims of, hey, we've got an Arlot, throw him out there. Chaknu as well, jumping on in. You know, at some point, you got to be like, all right, we got to maybe hone it down a little bit because Ben and Cutie is just trying to farm up, get to his point where, you know, he is that threat on the Granger now, especially with the Lord up. I don't know if you're in a position to actually contest this, but knowing 3mar, he's got his final slash. He doesn't want to use the flicker, but they might jump for this one.
Joseph, he doesn't have a flicker. In comes James, force a response from 3mar. And Chaknu. Chaknu gets hit with a Tsunami Slam. Goes ahead, frees himself, goes out. Down goes Benny. Ryzen finds him. Down goes 3mar too. Ryzen is a man possessed. He finds another. Chaknu in the eyes of Sneaky Dean. Gets taken down. Triple kill for Ryzen. And the Lord goes to Omega.
They're not done yet. They're still moving forward. Omega, clean.
Wow.
All the punishes that they did, that's it.
Oh, they're in the base. Just one defender left. Zyda gets taken down. So does the base. Smart Omega takes game 1.
It's the new Barangay. A quick victory in game 1.
Game kedua ya bang ya.
Ready for match number 1 here in day 1 for Smart Omega, or will TNC be able to bring it to a game number 3? We're gonna jump into the land of Dawn once again to find out here. And yeah, if you look at this, the way that they're gonna start is crucial once again for, I would say, for even for TNC, for Ryzen. Oh, James.
Forcing a flicker out of James early on.
Wow. That was honestly a very good read by TNC Pro Team. I think they expected James wanted to check that part of the jungle. So Chaknu started his rotation alongside 3mar there. Great check and start by TNC.
That's an early rook surrendered over. Omega can't be as aggressive for the next 2 minutes now.
Yeah, he'll have to wait out. In terms of the emblems, nothing too fancy. Very tanky front lines, and you even see Lancey pick up a tenacity, so he's a little bit more survivability considering that he's up against so much burst damage that could come from so many angles.
Yeah, I feel like one of the difficult things here too is just making sure you don't lose control of your jungle, and that's why you see TNC helping secure this, keeping up. They knew Ryzen was at least a threat for now, so he gets forced back to his jungle, and we go back to a pretty much normal rotation for both teams.
Okay. Oh, quick fun fact about Chaknu. 4 years, 9 months, and 28 days ago was the last time Hitamax, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie played together. We did mention that earlier. It was the battle for third between Execration and Onic. I believe it was
Season 8.
That was Season 8? Yeah, that was my first season.
Whoa! That is TNC catching James deep behind enemy lines. First blood drawn by the Phoenix Army.
Good catch there.
Yeah, great rotations. I think what the NC are doing right now is they're checking James, how this Hilton wants to play the game. They're responding to that, which is a good start because a lot of the priority and pressure coming from Omega in the early game will come through that Hilda. It's a good thing TNC have been marking that well.
Okay, Turtle's up here. They should just have a pretty easy shot at this unless James is leaving the front with Super Yoshi, so
he doesn't care. He's just chasing after the Hayabusa.
He just runs on in.
Feathered airstrike coming in from Haji, spotted here by 3mar. Super Yoshi very low. Turtle down at the retribution threshold. Down it goes. Zyda is the one who takes it. He's taken out by Ryzen. SOD thrown out by Benny Cutie, but no one home. Lancey takes Super Yoshi. Big win here for TNC.
Honestly, that got quite hairy. Omega could have gotten in for the surprise and actually win that. But good thing Zyda was able to use the Shadow kill and Shadow out just in time so that he doesn't get killed by Zyda, who was locked in on him. He also had a bit of help there in the backline to make sure he survived. And again, TNC have acknowledged one core condition to focus on the Hilda.
Gentlemen, very greedy. Do you see Lancey's first item?
SP. Skypiercer rush. So considering that he did get the first kill, he doesn't have a stack on it yet, but I think they're acknowledging that, yeah, there's a chance they could actually get a lot of kills through this Kimmy very early on.
The Kimmy paired with the Hayabusa is actually a lot of pressure already, damage-wise, in a lot of these early fights that are breaking out. James should be fine. Backs on out, but yeah, the Lapu Lapu is going to have a great time here for 3MAR.
Fine is a very generous a term. I'd say he's surviving.
He's surviving.
Well, I mean, in the early game, that's exactly just what you want to do, right? You know, you just want to survive. You want to make sure you're not giving out some early kills. Here, though, pressure on a little bit. The Jungle of Ryzen, they're checking him, getting his info on him very well. They're not allowing him to really play a crazy game similar to the last one.
Lamar gets caught out here. Ryzen misses because of the wall. Now he gets trapped. Lancey gets a kill. One stack.
That was
First
smooth.
Piercer.
Smooth.
Very, very smooth by 3MAR. Able to get that Land Shaker stun off just in time. Through the bravest fighter, and you see it here. They're communicating, they're talking, man. A little bit more cohesive is what TNC Pro Team is trying to do.
Passion Pulse on Haji. Does not have a flicker, does get away with a failed airstrike. Close call for the KDA machine.
Yeah, that could have been, again, a lot of the interactions with the Hayabusa and the Kimmy are going to work great. So, no Traction Pulse just yet, but I think TNC still has good control of this turtle.
Haji starts off with a failed airstrike, putting Lancey at a quarter of his health. Chaknu holding on to the major objective. Here comes James, looking for a target to latch on. New Ryzen dashes through. Some cables out. Now the flicker in by 3MAR. No one home. Zaman Force dropped here by Netsky. Zyda takes the turtle. 3MAR takes down Ryzen, and James in the back line against 3. Nothing to his name. 2 down for Omega. TNC walking away with everything.
I like how TNC Pro Team was able to recover from game number 1. You see it, they're more cohesive, they're tight in their formations and their comms. Yoshi!
That is another ult coming in from Lancey. Gets caught by Haji though. Cuts his Skypiercer. Stacks in half. The KDA machine protects his tier 1.
Great shot from Haji to be able to find that and stop that from getting worse.
Yeah, great senses by Haji. It was actually Lancey in the shrub, but I believe he still had just enough time on the vision on him, considering that there was a member of Omega that was able to clip him for a bit of damage so that he knew exactly where to bring down that feathered airstrike. And of course, you can also even see the animation of the Kimmy basic attacks coming out of there also. So that alleviates a little bit of the pressure from the Skypiercer stacks that Skypiercer stack, that Lancey got.
Whoop, Yoshi finds the taunt on a Chaknu, backed up by the salvo from Haji. That's a free pick off. Omega just digging themselves out of this hole.
Oh, Benny Cutie should. Is he going to get out of this?
Oh, the AOG from Yoshi. Forcing a flicker from Benny Cutie. And comes Lancey, putting beads on the 4 members of Omega. Omega knows they can't fight back. Benny Cutie's nearby.
Yeah, they gotta. Again, I'm actually surprised at how much damage Smart Omega was actually able to do against someone like Chaknu, a hero that's supposed to be a little more tankier, even popped through a Vitalize, but they just kind of tore through that Moksha.
Well, yeah, Omega is so magic damage coded around the Farsa, Harith, and Gatakacha, and I think we've already realized that a lot of magic damage numbers actually need some tweaking, because even if you have magic defense items, it doesn't feel like it's actually doing much. So now, you can't even blame Chaknu for getting picked off there. That was just a great response and great rotation by Omega and a good read to make sure that they knew Chaknu would be passing through here and that they were ready to pick him off.
This last turtle, the game's going to be up. TNC has control of it. James will give the information, but you can see, I'm not sure if Smart Omega really wants to contest this. Maybe they're just going to jump in because Ryzen doesn't have his buffs. But they will get this turret pressure down on the bottom side. So it looks like it's just going to be a map trade for now for objectives.
Yeah, they know that this is the only thing they can get away with without putting much in jeopardy. 3MAR crossing the threshold here. Yoshi charging up a taunt. Does not want to engage.
Okay, orange buff also getting stolen by Zyda
Oh.
there. Lancy decides to go for the Blood Wings as his second item, so he's really just went for a little bit more utility route, but with the Sky Piercer also allows him to go for something more aggressive and clean up focus if he can land those kills. More items across the board. It's a Malefic Roar Rush actually by Zyda, considering with how tanky the Gacha is, and he will be dealing with a Hilda. He needed to get that Malefic Rush early on, and with all the shields, especially on the side of Omega, would have helped with that. Could spread one Dreadnought armor to Fury Hammers. Yeah. So far, the itemization is great by both teams.
Yeah, the map is bleeding for Omega. The early rush on these high damage items, economy-wise for TNC, is slowly going to lock Omega out of a comeback.
Yeah. One thing also now that Omega has to be careful of is that 3mar did just build up a Brute Force breastplate. Woo! He paired that up with a War Axe, and you usually go for that because you know you're in the lead. You know that you can be aggressive.
Oh, Feather Strike starting up. The answer. The traction pulse from Lancy, putting both teams at deadlock.
Oh, it didn't cancel the Feathered Airstrike. I thought it was just right at the tip of the traction pulse, so that Haji was still able to keep that Feathered Airstrike up.
So at this point, if you're smart Omega, you want to go ahead and start focusing on what you can do, and that might be putting some map pressure here and there. But if you go into a full force fight, I don't think you're really in that fighting position just yet. So it's almost like trying to just stop the bleeding. Oh, look at the pressure here in the jungle.
TNC knows that Ryzen is going for his purple. Does he get it? Yes, there's no Ryzen. Gets locked out of his purple.
3mar got it.
Yeah.
3mar got it. Oh my God, 3mar. The top of the leaderboards when it comes to damage. BOG coming through. Do they get the catch? Revitalize. Force dropped in. Down goes Benny. He gets a kill. That's another kill. Traded out for 2 for 1 is the trade. And TNC are calling all the shots. The Phoenix Army have no breaks.
They needed to commit a play. TNC Pro Team just answered so well. Benny tried to do the same trick again. Dash into the AOG, then flicker out, but he was not able to get the flicker off just in time. Ryzen is not going to get checked here by Chaknu, but TNC Pro Team will get this Lord without a problem. Fantastic entry by Zyda with a shadow kill into the backline of Omega, who were a bit too staggered in that attempt.
And let's take a look at the replay here once again for this fight brought to us by Infinix. You can see this, Benny will go down, gets pressured. AOG lands really good, but then Smart Omega is just in this position where Zyda goes in, finds that backside, 3mar 2 so tanky that just kind of cuts off the team from even trying to do anything off of that. So this is a Lord now secured for TNC. They're going to go ahead and march towards the base of Smart Omega, and we'll see. You're 4K behind. You don't have too much yet just to be able to kind of hold on unless you're really relying on Netsky's damage. Let's see what he's got. He's got a Feather and a Starlium Scythe. That's it for now. But some of that damage, again, that plus the Feathered Airstrike from Haji is something to be respected, I feel like. And now you have that Blade of Hepsies picked up by Ryzen.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Holy Crystal will be a legit power spike for Netsky. Like, will that be enough? Is he even going to be able to swipe and dash around?
Yeah, usually just the Holy Crystal, once it's locked in the third, should be more than enough because you're paired up with 2 other major magic damage dealers in the Gacha and the Farsa. So it should be okay, and that's where TNC needs to be a little bit more careful.
Whoop, they do catch Super Yoshi, forcing the pop on these Holy Shields. All 3 get taken down. Omega keep their inhibitors.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this now is going to be a very tough recovery for Omega. Yep. If ever Omega are going to recover, it's because TNC messed up in the siege. They dove tower in the base a little bit too quickly. They weren't focusing on the heroes or focusing on the turrets. That's like the main condition for a turnaround right now for Omega.
Yeah, I feel like you have to... It has to slip out of your hands really quickly.
Lo bahasa bro, udah lah, juakin bejir.
3mar threatening even the take on these small camps.
And you see, again, it's with TNC just fixing up some of their major problems from game number 1. They are on point, they're locked in already. There's not a lot of errors, honestly, committed by TNC Pro Team. And if ever there are any, it's covered by someone. Exactly the conditions we discussed after game number 1.
James forcing response here from Zyda. Gets a shadow kill out of him, but that's really all she wrote. Traction pulse by Lancy. TNC are taking it slow. That's how you do it. I think they're playing for the next Lord.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, too, it's like, Ryzen's going to be off on his own, pushing the offside of the map, but it's great because you've got a Moskov. So Benny can go ahead and just clear that up and join the fight later on. And you just keep putting pressure on this side of the jungle, the purple buff here of Ryzen.
Still
di kota ini ada yang udah sholat anjir, walau lu NU juga kocak. Sumpah tuh gak kompak banget anjing. Perbedaan gitu guys. Gila TNC bro.
It's like it's 2021 again. 3 more in your face.
He is so back, and look at the teamwork. Jackson was on the other side of the wall, popped his revitalize, and told 3 more, dude, stick next to the wall so that you can heal through. Lancey was also providing covering fire. That's the teamwork that we were looking for from TNC.
James diving into 5
thank you yang udah like bang. Jangan lupa like-nya bang.
Almost instant Ryzen. He's got a dream, but TNC blocks him out of it. Oh, feathered airstrike alongside Netsky takes down Chaknu. Here comes the rest of them. Netsky goes in, serving up a kill to Benny and Zaida. And they do find one more in Super Yoshi.
Gua NU tapi udah sholat, nah makanya itu.
Gentlemen, we're going to game 3.
Gak kompak banget Ji, anjir lah. Harusnya tadi malam udah tackling kita. Udah persiapan juga. Itu gara-gara menteri-menteri kocak itu, pusing gua. Bikin gak kompak aja, Cok. Aneh emang.
TNC takes us to game 3.
Sel gua guys.
We said they had to adjust.
Banjir, bikin gak kompak loh. Padahal yang lain-lain kompak guys. Emang kenapa sih harus gengsi gitu? Kenapa harus gengsi gitu bang? Samaan sama MU bang. Gue tadi malam udah Starling, nah makanya itu Ji. Sumpah di sini udah persiapan Ji, tinggal horek gitu. Sumpah bener-bener tinggal horek bro. Udah ready banget guys. Tapi tiba-tiba ada anomali yang namanya pemerintah menetapkan Sabtu lah kocak anjir. Dia malah kocak lagi nih MPL. Aduh. Nah lanjut. Kocak banget
of MPL Philippines season 16. We got some good protection going on here, though. You can already see this is where you play around TNC's lineup, and they'll go ahead and secure things up here for Zaida.
What I also appreciate about this glue pick, alongside it being paired up with the Badang, is that now it demands perfect entries by Super Yoshi. If he mistimes it, he's a little bit too early, he's going to be left in the dust. Because you have the glue and or the Badang actually stopping any response that they could dish out to help out this Kufra. And you see, with Chaknu being the Kufra guy, and with Badang just so good at being able to stop channels such as that, Super Yoshi, this might not be as clear-cut game for him as some people might expect.
Lu puasa kagak kan?
I feel like it's always the burden of roamers, man. You know, it's like something you always, if you're a roamer main, you guys know what we're talking about. And, you know, part of that, again, is you're in this situation where it's like you can go in for those setups, but if you kind of miscalculate it or you're not able to capitalize on it, then a Kufra alone is kind of just left to bounce on out of there. Essentially, TNC has a lot more options to catch people, to set things up.
Tapi temennya yang nggak puasa hari ini mokal gak sih guys? Atau enggak lah?
Just in general, they're solid parts individually, but if you can't get them to work together, again, they're a fighting lineup. If you can't line that up, then TNC takes over the map. That's still the story of this game.
Yeah, one last thing also about this glue is that it's actually very difficult for a Phovis to lane up against a glue because you feel so reactive instead of being proactive in the map. You're stuck in lane against that glue who's freezing you out, who's not letting you clear up minion waves, which means TNC Pro Team, as we saw there, is free to be able to poke around this center river.
Okay, first turtle up. They'll take control of it.
There it is.
Jump in.
Chaknu engages on a Yoshi, forcing a bouncing ball. A retreat. Lancey flickers on, taken down, popping Yoshi's balloon. And up top again, Streamer holding James hostage, threatening a mount here.
Kalau udah sholat mah kagak boleh puasa lah.
Got it down pat. Turtle over to the Phoenix Army.
Exactly what we were talking about. Gonna be such a tough game here for the school for
enakan gitu Ji.
don't fully understand why he was getting vision.
Tapi anggap
like
aja lah
that.
kalau hari ini memang udah gak puasa ya anggap aja kita ini Ji, apa nyaur utang.
I feel like that was a bit too forced by Super Yoshi and Omega.
Toro Joy ini nyaur utang poso anjay.
To take that decision to just go and punch in that kill for Lancey, that's going to be something that is going to work for him. Gets a little bit of lead onto this, but TNC starting
kali lama nggak mokel guys, zaman dulu guys, nggak mungkin dong.
Objective. Now they still can punish with this kind of rotation pressure that they have, and so it's funny because with Smart Omega lineup, they just need some more time to wait, I guess, to pick some of the fights that they're looking for. Now, again, when we get to that second turtle in just a bit, about a minute away,
tapi lu udah sholat Idul Fitri lu Bang Daud, Mabar.
For this lineup from Smart
Gila,
Omega,
siang-siang ngajak Mabar lu Ji, boleh.
Take place in these fights here too on that Phobius.
Kebetulan rank saya masih epic anjir. Aduh, Bang Dira udah mythic kocak.
Not good for Yoshi, so tough.
Holding down the front line. Super Yoshi, the answer from Haji. Better airstrike. Down goes Yoshi. Might be too little, too late. Traded out for the jungler of TNC. Down goes Lancey. Oh, it's go time. 3 more running away. He won't get away from this. Finally, the new barangay claps back. Massive trades. 3 for none here for Omega.
That darn bouncing ball, man. Super Yoshi, he literally tanked up so many skills, so many ultimates and everything else that the rest of the team for Smart Omega didn't have to worry about much once they actually reinitiated into that fight and fought back TNC.
It now feels like TNC Pro Team forced that issue. At first I was like, okay, it's just a jungle trade. Sure, it hurts, but you can recover. Wait, you lose more members? Now they have to reassess their priorities if they want to walk away with this turtle. It's only a 1k gold lead, still contestable.
Bang Mpl 17 kah? Bentar Bang. Bentar lagi Bang, mulai Bang. Mana Ji?
May have overcommitted. They're forced out of the turtle pit.
Mana Ji?
All 5
Katanya login
members
anjir.
of Smart Omega are here.
Kuat puasa
Back
buset.
TNC.
Kelas. Belum lah sholatnya Sabtu lagi pula di sini nggak ada yang sholatnya di hari
In comes
Sabtu.
Haji. Zaida down to but 0 health now. Rise and secure the turtle. Netski takes down Zaida. 3 more falls as well.
Sama Bang.
Double
Di
kill.
sana juga di sini juga hari Sabtu sholatnya.
3 for none once again.
Tapi hari ini masih puasa anjir.
Talking about with their fighting power around objectives. You saw it just right there, and it was a great start. I feel like we're going to be saying this again. Just follow James.
Go with James.
Go with James.
Go with James, and if you're Super Yoshi, okay,
It's
maybe
Super
sometimes
Yoshi.
the obvious target isn't the best target. He looked away from the team fight, acknowledged that Lancey was around the middle lane, will be passing through the shrubs, and then he was able to start that off with an advantage for Omega because the Selena was taken away so quick. Without the threat of the Abyssal Arrow and the damage the Selena can dish out, that meant Zaida was just a sitting duck. 3 Mar was forced to respond into what just was a losing fight already. Omega have played 2 things very well, similar to game number 1, off of TNC overextending and mistiming in their engagements.
Yeah, this is crazy too because just, in a matter of a couple minutes, you balloon yourself up 4,000 gold ahead. You can see, of course, some of the first items already locked in for both sides, but nearly to that second item now for Smart Omega with that kind of lead gives them that advantage. And, this is something that TNC has had to deal with now a couple times where it's like, all right, it's kind of slipping too far one way. Now your frontliners or your initiators, they have a difficult time actually trying to set something up. And then you're in that case where it's like, all right, let's just play around the Selena.
Udah ini Onic mah match terakhir Bang. Onic malam Onic. Takbiran mana ya Onic. Pas takbiran baru main dah.
Just isn't there yet. And you look at the difference between the gold laners. Netski is feeling pretty good here, sitting at 2-0 and a whole lot of gold.
Okay. So now TNC Pro Team, I think, just have to play around this Moskov, opening what you can in the map. And then when it comes to the team fights, it's so risky to take a full-on team fight here because Beniguri still barely has items. Your other main damage dealer needs to dive up against that lineup. They just have to give this up. Soft contest only.
That's it. That's the last turtle going over to Smart Omega. Not even a thought of a contest as they accept the fact that this lineup lives and dies on Beniguri's success. Again, there will come a time wherein Lancey's damage isn't as reliable, wherein he's literally just an arrow and trap machine.
Yeah.
This is a silver lining. This is one of their golden gooses here. Beniguri not dying just yet.
This is where that, what we've talked about many times, where it's like, when you have a Farsa that mid lane mage that just does so well at just laying down the artillery fire. It allows Netsky to be a little more, cautious in how he approaches the fight, where he drops his Diamond Force, because, and then you also have a Hayabusa there too. So it's like you soften up the TNC lineup already before even Netsky has to pop his Diamond Force and fight.
Oh, James stole the orange. Wow, deja vu from game 2.
Zyda even had to commit the Fraser's Wrath.
Yep.
Not able to get it. See here, Benny just opening up the map, and this is what you can expect really from TNC. The rest of the team sticking as 4. Then maybe have someone close enough relatively to Benny if ever there's not enough info to where maybe the Hayabusa is, or maybe where the Farsa is. They could take the Moskov out quickly.
Just to set expectations, this is not how you win. It's just how you not lose.
Yeah.
It's not like Omega's gonna take this line down. They're still gonna run through the map, take down objectives, steal away your camps. It's up to TNC to find that window of opportunity, that little pivot to take down members of Omega. It's literally just pick off now. You just have to pick one off. Like this. Maybe start with James?
Yeah. And again, you're also Moskov. One Spear of Destruction can take the Lord away and completely turn the game around a la Oheb and MSC. So there are still those possibilities. Those are your conditions for winning. So far, what we're seeing from Benny is just him getting farmed, which you need to.
Yeah, because it's a catch-up game right now for TNC, and that window of opportunity is so small right now for TNC. Like, the right things have to fall in place for them. The question is that the First Lord? Are they actually in a position to go ahead and contest it? It looks like they want to swing this way, but still, if they lose this fight, it puts them even further behind, because a 6,000 gold lead for Smart Omega, they're playing in this power spike for them really well. If Malefic Roar picked up by Ryzen, they can actually go toe-to-toe with some of these tankier members. Half health on the Lord right now. Benny's still up top side. They just give this one up. I think they should. Oh no, yeah. You don't want to contest it, because again, you're going to fall too far behind.
Sneaky setup by the Mamba though, taking that long bush down bottom.
Yeah.
He was hoping for something.
Yeah, because if ever there could have been a turnaround, if ever Benny decided to toss out the Spear of Destruction, it was a really good angle. They could have tried to force it. Would have been risky, but at least it would have been something. So funny how there's just so much tough boots around. There is so much crowd control to deal with.
From both sides?
From both sides. There's only one member without the tough boots, and it's Netsky on the Harith.
Because he has a Purify.
Yep. Just has the magic shoes on him. That's funny.
Aman aja, Bang.
It is passive.
He's built in resilience.
It just feels like like I said, Netsky, he has kind of free reign for a lot of this, because TNC is just in a position where it's like they're already whittled down.
Very similar story to game 1.
Yeah.
His carry then. Now it's his Harith. Lord marching up top. Holy Shield still standing in mid. Bottom up until the 12th minute if that tier 2 does not fall. And the Lord will go ahead and crash in.
Yoshi.
And the jump in from Yoshi. They started it all immediately. Zyda catches a good amount of hits.
Ryzen.
There's the mount by 3 more. Lancey in the back line. Ryzen
that's
helps take down Zyda 2. James
That's
gets the kill. There are 2 men down. Traded out 4. Oh, the SOB sidestep by James. And the base is under siege. Smart Omega take the first win in Season 16.
The new Baraka comes out for a victory in their first match here against TNC.
Joy provides.
Yeah, I was looking for maybe a chip, but then I realized, badang. Never mind.
Oh, wow. Jawhead. You mentioned greedy once that Moskov comes out. This is even extra greed. However, if Team Liquid can get the ball rolling real quickly, this could slip out of the hands of Onic very fast.
Yeah, this greed is good. 99999.
Oh, yeah.
As we heard from the Howl, from whoever said that, the first turtle is the most important hero for Onic. The most important.
At least for this matchup, right? Not all matchups. In this one, I feel like it has a special place, right?
And most importantly as well, we mentioned that they should not go for greedy cores, which in this case, they only have one, which is the Lancelot. Bruno as well as the Badang in the EXP lane, they can go fast.
Welcome
and that's what they need to do. So far, two checkboxes ticked. Yeah.
Let's see if they can accelerate this even further, as TLPH are going to be facing off against a Bruno on the bottom side of the map. Let's go with game number 1 and see what's up here.
Exactly what Wolf mentioned earlier about the leash. You actually see the Jawhead leashing for the Joy at the orange pit. So a little bit faster rotation. Hopefully we don't see a JP moment of accidentally stealing the buff. We will not.
Why do you have to bring that up again?
No, because it's a clear running joke.
It's
with
a
the community
documented.
now, yeah.
It's a documented phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Because it actually changed the tide of the game.
It's a paranormal activity.
Yeah, it was.
You know,
Oh, okay.
if only it happened once, right? But no.
Oh, Oheb getting
Look
the
at
first
that.
gold grab. That's super duper important here for Oheb.
Yep, especially going up against that Bruno. A stun on the jaw. JP takes a brunt of the damage from 3 sources, but still holds on. That reduction of damage under the turret helping him out.
Yeah.
A little bit of shielding as well coming in from the ejector will definitely be useful. But for now, it is going to be a bit of stalemate. We do see that Kelra is a little bit ahead, or at least going more forward here, maximizing that Bruno range.
This is interesting because I think that it should be Oheb that's leading when it comes to the gold. But Kelra leads the XP. And I'm only saying this because of that gold grab. That is actually a mini objective in this lane.
Mini objective ya bang ya.
For sure. And we're going to see, obviously, nice attempt on the top side. Just a little bit gut check to see if Sanford is on his toes.
Yeah.
Mr. Finals MVP himself.
So far, it seems like Onyx is going to get the first start here at the turtle. Cartesi already forced to use the electrifying beats. Slow and steady is Liquid, but Onyx are hell-bent on getting this first turtle without that much of a problem, and it goes to the hands of King Kong. JP gets stunned up, fist crack, everything thrown at the roamer. JP gets a flicker away. Sanji still fighting out because Sanford throws a curtain call. Brusco gets brought up, but Brusco gets away. And Team Liquid Philippines looks like they'll be able to find a trade through Kirk. First blood for JP.
All right, so we got a
JP.
bit of an advantage here. So you have one of the keys to victory already checked off, but they gave away a kill.
And what's important here is that Brusco seems to not have forgotten the matchup of the highlights at the joint, was able to outplay with the stun. However, Kirk unfortunately got dragged down twice, and that was actually Ejector as well as the Zushin lift. And that's a difficult scenario to be in, and we know for sure that Kirk didn't have the flicker during that moment. That was a first turtle fight that Onic kind of lost in a way because I guess the EXP as well as the gold from kills, especially on an XP lane, matters in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and after that, Team Liquid Philippines were also able to get a camp in the bottom part of the jungle for King Kong. They have some gold lead. So yeah, it's like a soft loss, though not too big of a win by Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely got a little bit of gold, but it's still Onic who are ahead, at least in the bush check category here. You don't want to face that if you're TLPH, at least not now.
Well, we know that Onyx strength lies in the early game, and it seems like there's a little bit of a double lane maneuver there coming out from Onyx, helping Kelra out, and then even Brusco guarding this retreat coming out from Kelra's JP.
JP's in front.
You know, he actually denied literally one minion because of that, and that matters. Like an inch of an advantage between these two gold laners matters so much.
And that's what you expect when you're seeing some of the best teams in the world fight it out here in the Philippines. It's a game of inches. That's why it's important to be Ocho Gahaba.
That's right. And that's like, is that inches or feet? At this point, it feels like it's feet for Ocho G. You know, we're gonna see. Sorry, that's not inhumanly impossible. So here's turtle number 2. How important is this one, though?
Yeah, this is as important as the first one in a way where it's more about the hero kills, and it's not like whoever gets the retribution of the turtle automatically gets the advantage or the tempo. It's whoever wins the post-turtle fight, the turn.
Yeah. Both these two teams, both very good at the turn right now as King Kong pulls his beetle away. JP already second skill out, should be coming back relatively quickly. Kelra in a good spot. Brusco already brings out the glorious pathway. That's going to be a stun, and everything thrown at Sanford. And the XP laner gets taken out, but Carl TZ is here. He doesn't secure. It's actually Brusco who gets the turtle, and Carl TZ, JP, and the rest of Liquid have to run.
That was so good. Did you see that Super Friends reposition?
Yeah.
Just refuses to give up that feathered airstrike.
Still fighting it out. JP takes a brunt of damage as Onic will be able to break down the mid lane turret of Liquid in 5 minutes. Liquid traded out up top, but it is a favorable trade for Onic in the middle.
It's a favorable trade because that's their MO in this particular game. They want to take the neutral objectives first because they have the Bruno. They want to siege as fast as possible, and getting a turtle and then a turret with a kill on top of it, that actually makes their tempo really good. However, because of what OHEB decided to do with this split push, Tail Mage still holds on to the lead.
Norris pathway, JP gets spotted out. Although he tosses Bruce, but right away the feathered airstrike by Super Friends, keeping the members of Team Liquid at bay. Sanji shows himself in front of them. Kirk takes the brunt of the crowd control and damage, but Liquid will not go for the heavy contest and chase onto Kirk.
Yep, Onic's game plan definitely got messed up a little bit there, but they seem to be holding steady. Again, if Keller, as long as Keller is still alive, looks like they are still going to keep that fight going. Bruce going, making sure that he doesn't go down, but again, they're going to get forced back. It's a 4-man for TL.
And seems like what TL Page is doing is to develop an allergy against minions, because that's what they're literally doing right now. They're fast clearing the minion wave. Then right after that, they are forcing the issue against Onic. You can see like JP just standing in front of Onic, like just being really aggressive.
Carl uses the electrifying beats to help clear the middle minion wave. Team Liquid cannot seem to find a big opening against Onic right now, who so far has been able to break Liquid apart slowly in these team fights by throwing everything they have at Sanford right away when they see him.
Yeah, I think at this point it feels like they kind of accept the fact that we're not going to win a team fight here. We might have to split. Sanji!
Oh, he's going to be able to get away. No feathered airstrike. Burn Carl TZ sees Keller. He's going to burn him down. Oh, the stun, the slide tackle. Stopping the flow of Carl TZ in that fight, and it looks like Onic are going to get all 3 turtles for this game number 1.
And the good thing about here for Onic is that they're not overreacting to the split push. They're okay by trailing behind by 1,000 gold, because what really happens is that King Kong is farming anyways, and Kelra as well. So this gold lead from TLPH is more about the other players of Onic. So Kelra and King Kong, they're okay. So this is, you know, it is 1,000 gold lead, but it doesn't really mean that much. Like, for looking at the gold right now, it's pretty even between like the Moscow and the Bruno, and obviously this Lancelot and the Joy. Only 400 gold ahead.
It's like an equilibrium has been reached here, and we might see a tipping point very, very soon, depending on who actually messes up. But no one is actually committing any major mistakes here.
Yeah, Sanford whittles King Kong down low as Carl TZ has actually stolen away the orange buff of King Kong. So again, the game of inches. They're building advantages slowly because they're not winning in the fights, but Liquid are trying to win it through map control. But good balance by Onic to send Keller up top.
Yeah, I think that was the big, you know, the breaking point, I would say, between the leads. I think now Carl TZ is leading versus King Kong.
They spot him out. Curtin Call already dropped down, but look at the discipline between the two. Kirk spots out Sanji, throws out the fist crack, and Super Friends with a feathered airstrike to back him up, but it's not going to be able to take him down. Sanford takes a lot of damage. He gets stunned down, locked down, and everything in between. Kelra takes down Sanford, and Liquid back off yet again. Focus on Sanford. It seems like it's a very clear game plan for Onic every time they spot him.
And what an exchange, what a rally between the two teams. One makes a move and another, you know, answers right back with it, even a spike or even just a short ball, even if it's still flicker. Dodges coming out from, ult dodges coming out from Sanji, but then Sanford getting taken out. The battle of the golden rivalry is just about like making the moves right after doing one.
Again, minimum mistakes being committed here. I would like to remind you that was kill number 3 at 9 minutes. So,
but
there were so many close calls.
So many close calls.
Plays that's happening.
It's like physically they're in Manila, mentally they're all still in Riyadh. Like still they're thinking it's like we're still in MSC, guys. We can't mess up. Guys, relax. It's only week 1 of PH. Wait, we're back home.
It feels like a $3 million USD game. I know,
that's right.
I know what you mean.
That's right. It's like you know. So I think the champion of MSC is like $1 million and then 500K for the second placer, right?
Yeah.
So that is what the gravity of this best of 3 series feels like.
Conceal of JP gets spotted out. Onic going ahead to rush that Lord. Carl TZ close by. Who's going to be able to win the Retribution battle? It's King Kong! SOD connects though. Here comes OHEB. He joins in. Bruce takes a lot of damage, but Kelra, the damage of this Bruno! He slide tackles forward. He finds JP. He finds Sanji. That's 2. Kurt with the wall.
Oh my
Kurt with the stun. Kelra with a kill. Triple kill for the Savage. He's going after OHEB, but Super Friends find Sanford.
And that was really the defining fight of this game. That Lord fight that Onic Philippines have won with Kelra. One a little bit of a fadeaway with a side tackle and then flicker in to get 3 kills. And obviously you did not see him from the fight, but Super Friends was able to outplay Sanford afterwards with the help of King Kong, and then Kirk, you know, landing that block.
Gets taken down. Kelra with another kill.
JP.
5 kills for the gold standard.
And they're not done. They're still going. I don't think they want to finish this right now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway, JP taking a bit of damage, 1,000 per hit, and Kirk with the combo!
Yeah.
The Tower Falls and Kraltizi can only try and deal damage as King Kong secures the kill out to Sanford. Onic are already looking to end it here. Only 3 members of Liquid, but the Lord's marching up top.
Ouch. That's all I can say. We still have Lord on top side. They need to deal with this.
That is the third item Malefic gun coming out from Keller. That's why he's able to attack from behind the wall.
Really good distance.
Really good.
He's maximizing the flickers, the slide tackles really well. And I think at this point, Team Liquid Philippines have not mentally adjusted to what you just brought up. The fact that there's already a Malefic gun on this Bruno.
Yeah, there's just so much that they need to answer. The shift is also so sudden.
Yep.
It feels like Kelra's untouchable here. How do they actually deal with this? They have to sacrifice so much to be able to reach this Bruno.
Well, for TLPH, I think the clear win condition for them that's left now is the split push, which it seems like Onic are, like I said earlier, they're not overreacting. They're allowing OHEB to go for the split push, go for the spear, even the SOD. Even if it connects, they don't overreact. They don't just jump onto the Moscow.
Oh, that's loud.
And now we're back in a little bit of a quiet moment, but Onic Philippines are already preparing for the second Lord.
Yeah, that second Lord is going to be so crucial now. Now, if the first Lord did this much damage, imagine how the next one will, especially with a complete lineup for Onic. So they need to kind of just make it strike the balance, they need to contest this. No way that TLPH doesn't contest this next one.
Yeah, right now.
Look at the little bit of freeze here coming out from Onic. They're not fast clearing the waves. They're actually using their feathered airstrike on the heroes of TLPH. But after that now, with 11 seconds left before the Lord respawning, they have prepared.
Looks like the prep's all done, and looks like they can actually just ride these minion waves to victory if they want to.
Almost fully built already for Kelra. Already has the blade, so on the way to the Rose Gold Meteor, gonna help him if ever Kraltizi does get to him. The sheer damage of this Bruno just might mean that JP actually uses the conceal. They're gonna close the gap. Brusco gets the brunt of the crowd control and all the damage. They're trying to take him down, but Sanford takes a lot. King Kong takes the Lord. Kelra takes down Sanford, while Kraltizi and JP Sanji trying to get away. Kelra flickers forward! Double kill for the gold standard! JP down, OHEB down, and that is a wipeout for Onic. That is game for Onic Philippines.
With conviction, Onic Philippines finishes off at 13 minutes. Very impressive game and a good start for the Sonics.
The first key to victory for Onic was to not draft farm heavy.
Aman aja Bang
The
Ko ya.
idea that as much as possible, just get farm for Kraltizi as fast as possible.
There you go. So let's load up into game number 2 here. And again, it's TLPH's backs against the wall, against an Onic Philippines that seems to be really hell-bent on revenge, or at least a little bit of a comeback for everything that happened in MSC. So let's see if that's going to materialize here, at least for game number 2.
What I really like about this draft is that both teams just try to outplay one another, and they look like they have both solid pickups for their compositions. It's a 5v5, and it's going to be down to the execution. There's no actual outdraft that happened between the two teams.
Sure.
You could see good conditions for both, clear conditions for both. It's just who's going to be able to do it a little bit better. Usually in these scenarios, you also look at how well the EXP lane is getting managed because of who can hit level 4 first, who's doing a little bit better for the first turtle. Sanji and Brusco spot each other out. First damage initially onto the high loss, but traded out. Super Friends dishes damage onto Sanji's Valentina.
Yeah, they kind of know that every bit of aggression, every bit of pressure you can put on Kraltizi will slow him down by a little bit of a percentage. And that's going to matter so much at the grand scale of things.
What was that play coming out from Sanford?
Did he end up under the tower? Yeah. He only ended up under the tower of Onic instead.
That's interesting because I think that he was afraid that there was a little bit of lane manipulation coming out from Kirk, that he might miss on one minion wave. That's why he kind of risked his life. But how about that? King Kong getting so much damage, but
Karena
Proteus is just
jago
even
karena
up.
Mas Sasta.
Yeah, forced out the flicker from him. Sanji does get to build the tough boots. So I think Sanford just needs to chill out a little bit with how he's handling it against Kirk. But yeah, clearly Kirk does have an advantage over him. So Kirk's been doing things right, which is why
for sure.
Sanford's been desperate to get minion waves.
Wild.
This is good for Onic. They can go invade into the jungle. Kirk can be able to find out JP stuns him. But Onic are just
Aman aja,
holding.
Geek, ya.
They're waiting for the turtle. They're not too greedy.
Go for
But
the
the
rush.
Philippines are looking at up top as Sanji and Sanford want to hit level 4, but it looks like King Kong is going to get this turtle with no problem. Carl TZ is going after the purple buff, and he is on his way out of there. He
got
steals it away.
Very happy to go for it and deal with it the way he knows how. Carl TZ getting some, a little bit, just a little bit of consolation prize as well.
I wouldn't say that's a consolation. Actually, when in an assassin versus assassin kind of battle, you kind of want to preserve your purple buff. And Carl TZ also leaves the small buff to kind of delay the respawn of the buff. So has added salt to the injury.
Yeah, for assassin carries in the early game, the purple is a turtle.
Yeah, I agree.
Purple is a turtle.
Yes.
There you go. Redmar 2025.
Yeah, and you know what TLPH also achieved from that is they mitigated that EXP lane disadvantage from Sanford, because it didn't matter that they did not have enough EXP on Sanford, because what they did was just trade. They did not contest the first turtle, so they're cutting their losses and in fact won some. Besides.
Leading to wet. Oheb under his own Zaman Force. Kellera gets a lot of damage out onto Oheb. Pops the regen. Carl TZ trying to move forward, not going to be able to get hits on the tower as much. He also gets the gold crab and he gets on out of there. Information though for Onic. Top side, Sanford and Kirk going at each other. Kellera still going after Oheb. And Oheb struggling in lane against his Claude.
There you go.
Oh, Sanford getting dived on. And Kirk. It's a different KK, but they get the FB. First blood for Onic. Brusco in the mid almost became the trade, but he gets away.
You know, I could have sworn that was a letter K that he drew there for King Kong. Signed his name up top. How much dashes was able to do. Even Rico's out because he knows that the turret shields will go out anyway. So that's maximizing your potential as the Lancelot.
Yeah, and you see the MVP of the grand finals of MSC. 2 games in a row now. He's been the main focus of Onic Philippines. They do not deny any longer just how much pressure and how much weight Sanford brings to the Team Liquid Philippines playstyle, that now he's become the focus. Hunter Strike already for Carl TZ, second turtle of the game. It's just going to be a heavy contest. Carl TZ close by. King Kong getting his purple buff. Oheb within the wings. Brusco, a stun onto Sanford.
What's Mpl mainnya
going after Sanford
jam 5
again.
pagi?
Oheb is here with the Zaman Force. Hasn't brought it down just yet. Now he does. And the damage from Team Liquid Philippines is too much for Onic Philippines to handle. But Kellera has taken down Sanford. While Oheb and JP.
Sini sama sana beda sejam doang loh bang. Di sini jam setengah 3 berarti sana setengah 4 bang.
For Oheb, he gets 3, he gets Kellera, and the Tariff is now unlocked.
That is huge stomps here. Obviously, it looked really bad for TLPH at first, but man, with that triple.
Missile arrow, Oheb gets hit, super French flicker forward!
Shut
it becomes
down.
a trade! King Kong on Sanji, Thornrose, puncture, Sanji survives!
Gila King Kong
That
ya.
was great, definitely to see. But then again, TLPH have definitively
Itu
won
5
that
PM
turtle
lah,
fight.
5
Not only
PM
did they
5
get
sore
the
kocak.
retribution steal against King Kong, but
Kalau
they also
ngejok
managed to get
jangan pas puasa gini bang, gue bantai juga loh bang.
So we know for sure that it's really difficult to kind of contest with the Yisun Chin against the Yisun Chin. I mean, we are going to see an Oheb just freely hitting from the back lines. There's no answer. The counter goes for the BMI back. Maybe not seeing Oheb as well as JP in there. If he had seen that Oheb was actually there dancing, he probably will not pop that BMI. But then he fell to the trap and he gets taken out instead.
Yeah, very smart of Onic as well to wait for the BMI to materialize and not push forward too much.
Okay, things have slowed down just a little bit after all that action for that objective. Both purple buffs getting focused on now. First by the 2 junglers.
Yeah. Actually, a little bit of lead. There's actually no lead at all at this point.
Yeah.
But now the important items come into play. And Selena with the glowing one, this is what you definitely need. And for anyone who's watching right now, please, 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 if you're a mid laner, don't go Enchanted Talisman first. get the glowing wand. It matters in the first few
Yeah,
fights.
who's been trying to tell them,
Come on, bro.
A lot.
I don't.
I don't believe you. No.
Everybody does. Come on.
Yeah, I do. I want to pull down.
No.
Of course. Even I do.
Oh, Glorious Pathway.
Here we go.
Glorious Pathways actually get brought out there, and the fight has got to split up. King Kong trying to join in, and Team Liquid Philippines have taken down Super Frizz, but Super Frizz has taken down Carl TZ. Trade favorable for Onic, but look at OHEB and his Salmon Force.
Counter doing work.
Counter doing work. He's focusing on the turret. King Kong is here. The turtle. It doesn't look like Team Liquid Philippines will be able to heavily contest this unless they tow us all the damage. And Kelra with a blazing duet to fight OHEB. A double kill for the gold standard.
Looks like he's not committing the same mistake twice in a row. And there you go. What?
Thorn Rose. King Kong puncture through the beetle. Sanford. Thorn Rose again. King Kong.
He saw that Sanford overplayed it. Sanford predicted the jump, but instead he waited for the third row, stayed in one place, touched so much.
It's like he can see the future, bro.
Oh my God!
PM
Oh
pagi,
my
man.
goodness.
This is the
Atur sepelenger
months of
mungkin lah,
training
Bang.
of chess from King Kong.
Unbelievable.
Knowing being 2 steps, 3 steps ahead.
You know, for a moment I thought my brain was broken with everything that happened.
Oh
there.
my God!
This is peak. It's like I'm watching 10 Magnus Carlsens.
Oh my God!
But an
King Kong.
MLBB. Okay, wait. Concealed gets stopped. Actually, spotted out by Kirk.
Jumping
and here
back
comes
in.
Bruce go. Kirk jumping on everyone under the Salmon Force of OHEB. Too much pressure for OHEB. He's going to get tossed up. Here comes the AOG. Look at Kirk zoning out the damage. Carl TZ takes down Kirk, though. Sanford gets Brusco. And the 2 members of Onic down. Team Liquid Philippines have turned it around.
Big turnaround here for TLPH. Man, oh man. That lead suddenly evaporated. TLPH are now on the front.
And Kirk overheating definitely that case. Being outplayed by Over that flicker as well. And now that actually allowed TLPH to breathe once again and get the important gold, important items. 2 items now for OHEB at 6K. And he actually overtook Kelra's Claude now when it comes to the farm.
Itu di jadwalnya jam 5 berarti mulainya jam 4, Bang.
Because the members of Onic were trying to help Kirk out. It's just they
Ini
were
baru
stopped.
setengah 3, Jir.
Brusco again. Let's see if they'll be better for Onic this time around. They collapse into everyone. Sanji gets taken out. Here comes Kelra and the rest of Onic Philippines and blazing duet. Yet again, Carl TZ. He's getting focused down. And he gets taken down by Kirk. Kirk underneath the tower, though, becomes the trade. Sanford in the back. Here comes the MVP of EWC. Brusco gets slapped down and gets taken out by 40. 2 for 2. Liquid and Onic are putting on a clinic. Super Friends finds OHEB, but OHEB found Super Friends at the wrong spot in the wrong time.
They're literally slapping each other at this point.
Oh, this is the matchup that we want. Everybody just dashing forward, outplaying each other, going in for the jump even when your goal there, your jungler is out. And you would think that Onic already had the lead during that moment. Sanford comes in, saves the day, and then OHEB finishes up a kill on Super Prince. All of a sudden, TLPH are now primed to take this Lord.
5 members against 5. Super Friends still on the way back. Team Liquid Philippines have started it off first. Brusco and Kirk have the info. One glorious pathway to cut through. No flickers for Kirk or Super Friends. Flickers on the board for Team Liquid. If Kirk and Friends fight, it's all in. And all in now. But this is the Philippines, and before we fight, we dance first. We tango until our legs are tired.
And let's see if their legs are going to get tired here. Kelra definitely timing those BMIs better here this time around.
Yeah, the advantage for Onic is Abyssal Traps and Abyssal Arrows. Brusco
already forcing out. Oh, the revitalizing fuse. The glorious pathway.
It's a feint.
It's a feint. He thought they wanted to fight King Kong. He should be careful here. And big spells out.
Quietly, there was a push from the bottom lane because of that slow push that was built by TLPH.
The minion wave of the bot might become the kicker here. JB gets stopped. Sanju with his own glorious pathway decides to fight Sanford, diving to the back. King Kong still gets the Lord. Brusco left behind. Sanford finds King, but King takes down Sanford. Kirk trying to hold on. The damage, will it be enough? Kelra has a blazing duet, but he's not going to commit it. JB gets caught out by Kelra and King, but Sanji finds the Phobius. Fight after fight. King Kong stands tall.
He's still going, and the King Kong is now getting chased up here. Super Friends is on the flank. Arrow Arrow slows down OHEB, but the chase is still on. Sanji and King Kong, what's it gonna look like? We got Lord on the backup, but will you actually help? It's the dodge, and the King Kong still going forward. He is still alive! How is this possible?
Oh! He gets away! OHEB gets hit by Super Frizz! OHEB still dashing! Frizz lives! And Frizz flickers out! OHEB, he sidesteps! He sidesteps the Abyssal Arrow!
What?
No moment to catch our breath as Team Liquid and Onic take every moment we can breathe away from us. But Liquid are still breathing. Onic are slowly choking the life out of them though, with outplay after outplay.
Oh my god, and they're not done.
King Kong is set for yet again.
Here we go again.
Thorn throws, King Kong dodged it. He is so locked in right now. Abyssal Arrow is not going to land. Carl Teasy gets his buff. It's King Kong versus Sanford. Too much damage coming out from this Lancelot. King Kong under tower. He doesn't care. He still sidesteps.
They're best friends in this game, man. There's like Sanford and King Kong. They're just going at each other.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing the best artists, scientists, the world of Mobile Legends. Everybody's just trying to outplay each other. 12 minutes in, 13-11, nobody's leading. And there's so many important dodges and, you know, so many important details that happened. And there was a time where KAIRI actually missed the Art of Thievery onto JP. And even when he was able to take out JP in the middle, it was taken out by one Synchro Fission coming out from OHEB. Details matter.
At this point, what we're seeing is Paranormal as Sanji brings down his own glorious pathway. JP takes a brunt of damage, but Onic is not going to fight into it. So is Team Liquid. They're trying to look for a turnaround. Abyssal Arrow is not going to land. Carl Teasy gets his own buff and camp. And little by little, it now slows down. Onic still has a significant advantage in the map. Yes, it's only one turret, but with how the minion waves are flowing,
Look at that.
with the fact that Liquid has not broken top and mid, it means that Onic has the control.
Yeah, the next pick-off definitely gonna mean the game, most likely. Especially with Lord coming up shortly, 13 seconds. And we have barely broken down everything that happened there, that last one.
Oh, we need this.
We need that. We need this.
We need this.
Thank you.
We're not saying that the casters called the pause.
We did it. We did
Not
it.
misread what we're saying here.
Well, man, we need the breather. Holy.
Currently on the stage, our marshals. 14 minutes.
Oh, JP's low.
But it feels like an hour of my life watching what has been a masterpiece.
KAIRI's
Oh
in
my
front.
god.
Oh my goodness.
Able to be in
That's a
my
mark.
just in time. JP!
It's a trap!
He gets taken out. It's a trap. They baited him out. And now there's no roamer. Super Prince moves forward. Onic Philippines. Better position for them. But the vision gets provided by the Mountain Shocker. Brusco gets spotted out. He's trying to hold on with the Revitalize. Counter with a Blazing Duet Winter Crown combination. He can BMI out. Carl Teasy, Sanji, OHEB. Kirk goes forward. Super Prince as well. Kirk trying to fight, but he might get taken down. Carl Teasy gets taken down by King Kong. Super Prince takes down OHEB. And that is only Sanford remaining.
Gila sih guys.
Oh, that is so bad for them. Sanford actually tried to chase down KAIRI after the BMI went in.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, that's a marquee move.
Yeah?
That's a marquee move.
I've seen that Season 12 versus RRQ. That against SKYLAR, he did that.
Straight into the big fight with a Blazing Duet.
Exactly, that is a marquee move.
Yeah. Make it look like you're down and out, but you BMI out.
Beat me out.
Not really.
Oh, we're seeing it. I want to see it in replay. I want to see it in 4K once again.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Break it
Look at
down.
that. Slow it down.
I think
Okay,
it was,
what was
oh
it?
no,
What
this is
was it?
I was
already
way
after
before.
this. Yeah, Winter Crown and Tree. OHEB already popped the Salmon Force, but then since he popped it to where the ultimate of the Cloud was, he couldn't maximize it any longer.
Yeah.
And King Kong, Kirk, and Frizz just had to play the patient game.
Yeah, Carl Teasy was spent at that moment as well. Couldn't really fight back.
Onic, will they sweep the EWC MSC champions here? They're
MSC
playing the slow game
champion, yeah.
first. Focus on the towers. Systematic. People were looking at this to be the potential grand finals of MSC. We didn't get it, but we're getting it now. And what could have been for the Sonics, because Onic is on the way to potentially sweeping Team Liquid.
Man, this could have actually been it.
Imagine playing the game at the knife's edge for 14 minutes and played safe during the siege. Oh my goodness. What a series.
Yeah, I cannot imagine how that would end up. But right now, it's OHEB using Zaman Force very early on. I can imagine what that's going to do, but it's going to be enough to clear the waves at least for now.
King Kong and Sanford has been having their little duels all throughout this game. And everything that has happened right now for Team Liquid Philippines has been they have the damage, but they just don't have the time. They're skill-based, lots of them are. Dependent on the Zaman Force, dependent on the bravest fighter of the Lapu-Lapu. That it's been Brusco who's been an absolute rock alongside Kirk for Onic. That King Kong, Kelra, and Super Friends have had a tremendous game and have brought so much value to the team because of how strong their front line is. Although Kelra gets spotted out, he gets BMI out. No major fight is gonna break.
Oh, they used up the bravest fighter though.
Yep. That does come back really quickly at this point in the game. 50 seconds before the Lord comes back.
Yeah, no big fights happening right now, no pickoffs at least. But man, you can really feel how much TLPH has been,
yang udah like abangku.
Reeling
GG
from those
kalian
past
semua,
few
bro.
fights. They are now on survival mode at this point.
Oh, can't blame them because of how the fights have been turning out. It's like the longer the game goes, the faster the cooldowns will be for Onic. And they have, like, even the Selena is going to be a problem later on. The BMI is going to be there. Your winter counts are going to run out of your TLPH, and that's your main win condition against Onic. So things like these, they will matter as the longer the game goes. And unfortunately, Yusenshin plus Harith is not going to fare well versus the Lancelot and the Claude in the late game.
Yeah, you're basically gonna have to face the full brunt of the Blazing Duet most of the time in the moments you least expect it. So we might see something like that happen, especially now they have to get up close and personal in this coming Lord fight.
Aman saja, bro.
Already brought down to close to 30,000 health. Here's the Lord, no clear advantages here, except for the fact that Onic do have minion waves threatening. Right now, though, it seems like Team Liquid Philippines minions are handling it well enough. Although the mid-lane minion wave needs to be handled. Super Friends, he's going to continue throwing out those arrows. Down to 30%, is 30,000. Is Onic actually going for it? Look at the damage onto JP. That got the Katja. Looks like paper with the late game damage Onic brings to the table.
Already
again, they find Carl Tite! Super Friends delivering the arrow that could mean the loss of Liquid in this series. Sanford, OHEB trying to hold on.
Oh my goodness, that was absolute cinema. Beautiful save here. Sanford slowing them down. But the rest of Onic are still chasing OHEB.
Getting chased down, and King Kong delivers the felling blow. San cannot hold. Onic wins the series.
And that is a 2-0 from the land of the sand. It is going to be Onic Philippines.
Brigida, do you think this is pretty good? Like, well, are you leaning towards TLPH?
This looks more like TLPH. Like, the lineup does feel more like TLPH. So I think I'm going to be very comfortable with that. TNC on the other hand, though, the Lancelot. I feel like that's one thing we definitely have to watch out for heading into this game, under or in the hands of Zyda.
Yeah, lane to lane, I think that's one of their strongest matchups. I like that they were proactive about it. TNC are confident that with Zyda getting his hands on the Lancelot, this is one solid way for us to claw back from any position that we find ourselves in game one.
We'll take one last look at the lineups here as we get ready to jump in this match. The final one for week one, our opening week here at MPL Philippines Season 16, and it's going to be a great one ahead of us. Both teams are looking to get that win heading out of the first week here. The drums are in the stadium, of course, our little stadium of MPL Philippines Arena. And let's see if they can go ahead and get a start in this best of three, either TNC or TLPH.
Yep. Lancy and Chapnu will be the first to clear it out. I would expect a faster wave clear come in from Sanji and JP too, but I feel like they're gonna play this a bit more conservative as well, considering that they have the Yisunshin in their jungle, so they'll have to ensure that he gets to farm up fast. Looking at the emblems, I guess it's pretty normal for majority of the heroes.
Yeah. Early on too, I mean, there's not too much I feel like you could do with both the lineups here. Like usually we see some pretty aggressive starts, you know, early rotations, but this one's a little difficult.
Yeah, Lancey's rocking Inspire. I like how he's very proactive about getting early on cooldown reduction. So he really wants the uptime on that Valentina. So far though, Liquid are winning the farming race, up by about 200, 300 gold.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Sanji is positioning himself in these kinds of areas nonetheless. I don't know if they have an idea that Chaknu's actually already down bottom, trying to help the EXP lane. So TNC might be really after those fast rotations and racking in those EXP fast, so they get an advantage in the upcoming or the first objective fight.
I wish we had like a little mini cam, you know, for the gold lane like the whole time that could just pop up and be there, because like you can kind of see it from the mini map alone. Chaknu's charging up here with the Unbreakable, doesn't catch anyone, and we'll have to pop the Revitalize, so that's going to be down for him. And Turtle's coming up, so that actually might be a good enough advantage for TLPH.
Yep, they know that one major resource for TNC are off the charts right now. Sanford initiating on the Zyda, and now they're underneath, down a 10th of a talent. The Turtle still standing, and Zyda secures. Carl DZ compromised. There's a better dash like the answer by Sanji. Chaknu here, down to about 10th of a talent, gets taken down. First blood drawn by the chef. He's cooking. Turn it out for Daddy JP, and down goes 3 more. Sanji got a double.
Even though the bravest fighter stuns and the zoning attempts didn't necessarily connect from Sanford, they were still able to find a way back, and they handed over 2 kills to Sanji. I feel that's gonna be very massive for Team Liquid Philippines, and they were also able to keep Carl TZ alive. So it wasn't completely a win by TNC just because they got the turtle.
Yeah, the early kills for Sanji. This is one of the things, you know, Farsa early on, Artillery Mage is going to be really tough to work against, just because of the fact that now when the Feathered Airstrike is dropping down early on and he gets his first item earlier than everybody else, it's going to be tough. But also, that team fight was a little weird. I mean, it just seemed like everything was kind of either mistimed or they just kind of juked each other out, that nothing was really landing until eventually a fight just broke out. You know, even the Spear Destruction went through.
Pushed Liquid out of Retribution range, but TLPH played for the post-take. They played for the turn, which is very good given that Chaknu had the Revitalize off of cooldown. It was better this way. Now 1-1 now versus Tremor. In comes Zyda. I wonder how Zyda takes this. Sanji with a better airstrike up top. Benny Cutie force a sidestep 4v2. I think Liquid wanted more from that rotation.
Sanford I mean, he seems fine. So both across the map, a play was trying to be made for both sides, but neither makes it happen. You can see this in early glowing wand over here for Sanji for the first item that go ahead and help with some of this sustainability from TNC. Now this is another objective fight for both teams, and we'll see them reset for this. Both gold laners should be able to join this too, but you just have Oheb making his way down bot. There's going to be a switch up here coming forward, and they'll just delay this turtle for now, and Lancey will hold on to the glorious pathway. So TLPH has this like very minor upper hand. We'll see if they play it through.
Oh, Sanford goes in with a bravest fighter.
Oheb.
All right, he's got 2 held hostage. 3 members of Liquid alongside 3 members of TNC here, and there's the glorious pathway. The Mount Shocker. Where's he gonna throw it? SOD lands. It's a precarious position. AOG coming through. Chaknu hits him, but Carl still gets the turtle. Down goes the Mamba as Carl DZ takes him down. Following through is Tremor. Daddy JP says, go to sleep.
Even though they weren't completely the ones to set up first, the mere fact that Sanford was able to poke down the members of TNC before that fight, particularly Chaknu and Benny Cutie, even though Naisu, you mentioned that the gold laner should be able to join this, that already helped Team Liquid Philippines so much. Oh, I thought Sanji was going to fight that, but going back, that was able to set things up for Team Liquid. And even despite that messy fight, Carl TZ getting that objective, this is going to help them a lot. They already are on a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, mid lane here, just kind of figuring things out. That bottom turret did go down, so...
Wow.
And the top one. TLPH is just converting a whole lot, you know, in the past minute or so.
This is TLPH's kit working double time. They have macro. They have even micro, given that Carl DZ dodged all of that with a traceless into the retribution. And it's because of that now TLPH is up to 3,000 gold. It's very hard to play as TNC now because you ask yourself, should we fight them? Should we attack them on a lane-per-lane basis? Or do we just let this happen?
Yeah, and it's also after those wins that they get to convert. It's not entirely on the back of OHEB to just go for the opposite lanes and to push the waves. It's actually OHEB joining the fights a lot more on this Moskov. It's great to see that it's also the SODs being able to land, but in mid.
Carl walks to a brush with Chakno in it, but wait, there's a fight breaking out. Lord's family dropped in, Lancey down to a 10th of his health. TLPH are taking this by force. They want to push mid.
Yeah, they're not going to get the mid, but this next turtle's coming up, last one in the game. They've got the control they want. They can still control this side of the map too. So Zyda's trying to put some work, and Sanford popping the Brazen's fighter. But again, TNC is in fighting position. Conceal was used too, so Lancey holds on to this glorious pathway. This might help them secure this last turtle if they can. OHEB still top side, but Chakno will take a couple shots. Here's the turtle.
Mount Shocker blocking glorious pathway. Zyda still gets the retribution though, and that's a lot of damage rained down on the front line of Liquid. Sanji falls, and now Sanford and JP retreating. OHEB still pushing off of the camera. Sanford gets taken down. It's just JP. Few turret hits, saves Zyda with the Thorn Rose. And Liquid get run over for the price of a tier 2 turret.
You feel that there was a bit of hesitation. They already had the information. They knew where TNC were going to come from or where they were actually positioned at. But they weren't able to completely set things up. JP wasn't able to, and it was TNC who went in first. And you could not afford to let TNC do that all at once, because when you sync up that IMU glorious pathway together with the punctures and even the dives coming in from 3mar, you could expect the damage to just keep coming in. And not to mention, they also handed over a kill to Benny Cutie on the Sky Piercer. So this is slowly becoming TNC, or this is slowly TNC becoming a lot more comfortable.
Yeah.
TNC forced out ults from Liquid off time. And Liquid used their ults to try and secure the turtle, but again, if you're deep into a pit like that,
aman saja bro ya.
The iframes on the Lancelot will just get you there.
Not only that too, but they, TLPH playing for objectives here. They're going to go for the mid turret down the tier 1 down, so they might have lost some of the lead, but TNC's doing a great job holding on.
The answer coming in from Lancey, his own glorious pathway. Here comes the rest of the Phoenix Army. Sanford, look at the back line, trying to go for it.
Going for Benny.
Very low. AOG to secure the kill on Daddy JP. Well, Sanford finds none. SOD by OHEB, finds 3mar, and Chakno. Not the best targets for Moscow at this point in the game. Liquid just lose one.
That was such a good attempt from Sanford to zone out Benicudi, but then TNC is in enough position now to actually just go toe-to-toe with TLPH. They've done a great job at just keeping themselves in this game by not letting that 3,000 gold lead that TLPH had earlier on balloon up. So this gives them a great position and potentially a chance to just take this Lord and turn this game over even further if they can secure it.
Yeah, honestly, earlier it felt like Sanford actually wanted to go in for the kill even, because they already lost JP. He had Benny Cutie all to himself, but he wasn't able to land the skills, and he did not have enough damage just yet because there's just so much mobility in the hands of Benny Cutie on this Ranger too. But Team Liquid Philippines, they seem to be looking to get this first Lord.
Oh, there's a conceal by the Mamba, gets spotted by the Mount Shocker. That's a false engage. They're going to continue the dance here. Sanji pops off the feathered airstrike. I don't think it's a good start for Liquid.
Ooh.
And there's the glorious pathway of their own.
OHEB pushing.
That's OHEB pushing, yep. And mighty to get it tier 2 secured.
Oof. They gotta make sure they keep track of where OHEB is. This is the power, I would say, of a Moscow for a while. Like, a lot of teams love to just go ahead and draft them up because it allows you to just push across the map and then join the fight once you land that Spirit of Destruction. And, I feel like you land those more than you miss them, especially in these crucial fights around the Lord. So TLPH will continue to put pressure there, and it's up to TNC and how they respond to this.
They're using that long lane and the threat of the dance to get that split push.
They manage the wave so well, so they have to send up someone up top.
There's the Mount Shocker, catches the Mamba off guard while Sanford went against 3, forcing them back. 40's the line, glorious pathway, set up in an X right here as 3mar gets skewered. Serving up a kill to Daddy JP, 2 men down for TNC, while Liquid are still holding their ground. In comes Zyda looking for kills on Carl and Oheb. Baby Cakes back out.
TNC is still fighting back against the odds of the push across the map. They still delay TLPH from taking the Lord.
Oh my goodness, Sanji. Oh, I thought he was gonna try to go for something. It's the San duo here and the Baby Cakes duo over there. But literally, Team Liquid Philippines, it just feels like they're going in and out. They're not fully committing to the Lord. They're trying to get the advantage first, the clear advantage first, and that's when they're gonna be willing to take this objective, to take this Lord. Interestingly enough, even if you look at the lane matchups, EXP lane up ahead by almost 2K, the gold lane 2 ahead by a decent amount of gold. It's just in the jungle, so I feel like that's why they're really being wary of Zyda and his ability to just contest when it comes to the objective.
Man, I feel like Benny is like, Oheb, I've seen this before. I've done this before. The pressure across the map, he's not going to let him go and just, you know, push the game for a win. They're going to have to control it, though. That's the biggest part for TNC, is controlling that long lane. And this Lord has been delayed for a while, so I'd say TNC's doing the work. They're doing the job that they want to. Zyda's still a threat, and Sanford has been putting in the work to just go ahead and play on this side of the map to keep them from having that angle. Conceal's going to be used. TLPH, Mount Shocker there.
The Cavalry are going to hunting. They spot 3mar. They push back Zyda. Gets hit by the Mount Shocker. Killed by the GOAT himself. And now 3mar dives onto 3 with the Infernal Pursuit, and he gets taken down. Carl gets a double. And just like that, TNC are half-cocked. AOG from the Mamba goes in, finds JP. Oheb answered back, revitalized by Chatty JP with the help of 40. That's 4 down. Carl finds another. Benny the only one left.
Oh my goodness,
they're still going.
Oheb looking for blood, does get the push on tier 2 down bottom, and then Liquid goes for the Lord.
Such great use of information from Team Liquid. They had very minimal info, but once they used that Mountain Shocker, got to find out that Zyda was a bit isolated from the rest of TNC. That's when they decided to go for it. And Carl says the way he just reserved that Mountain Shocker up until the very last minute to ensure that there will be no iframes. They were able to take down Zyda, and that's what mattered the most, because the rest of TLP were able to do whatever they wanted to. Sanford kept zoning everyone, and now they have the Lord in their hands and that 6K gold lead.
They did the work. TLPH made it happen together with that conceal play too. And they've done that push now on some of the shields up here on these base turrets. So they'll play into this. Zyda forced out. A Glorious Path already dropped down.
Daddy JP. Whoa. They mean business. The Mamba catches one salvo. AOG on out defensively. And they continue to assault the base. Top lane and bottom lane penetrated. TNC are bleeding.
Oh, they're gonna have to push that mid lane in. The waves making their way. They have one turret in the base here for TNC. Chaktil already using that conceal. They're gonna try to defend.
Lancy's Glorious Pathway stolen. OA used to slow down TLPH's forward.
Aman aja bang ya.
And TNC are holding on. They're not down just yet. Not out.
Not yet. They're still able to find a way back. Actually, it was great that Chaktil was really able to still use that AOG to get out of that, because I feel like Team Liquid Philippines would have really pushed forward if they were already able to take one member down from TNC. But that's gonna be the struggle now, because Sanji seems too free on this Farsa, even despite us pointing out that there's a Lancelot, there's a Garot Kacha, and there are just multiple ways for TNC to reach him. Now that we see Sanji again on the Farsa, it really does look like he still has it.
So good at relocating himself. 3mar here. Almost goes down. Gets hit by the tail end of that Mountain Shocker. Barely survives.
Like, look at the threat that Carl is on the YSS alone. That's just how devastating it is when you have this kind of lead too for TLPH. So for TNC, as they get ready to go ahead and face down either the decision of, do we contest the Lord, knowing that our base has 2 turrets down and they hold on to that mid turret, and they know that OHEB is probably going to put pressure again on that long lane. So TNC has a difficult choice to make, and they're almost forced to also stay together to an extent here. Look at Carl. Yeah. Again, so go ahead and spawn out Chaknu.
Oh, gets hit by the tail end of the ult and some salvos. Chaknu's burning. Chaknu, AOG out. He's safe.
Carl TZ used that Mountain Shocker again at such great timing. So even though it felt like TNC seemingly wanted to attempt to go for something in the long lane, they had it figured out.
Sorry, welcome bang. Gak jadi lebaran bang kita.
But there's a conceal from TNC too.
All right. The attempt by TNC Pro Team. Another Mount Shocker online. JP goes in with the Glorious Pathway. There's no way for 3 to survive this. Down he goes. Feather airstrike by Sanji from the east. Down goes Zaida. Carl TZ finds one. And another triple for the GOAT. OHEB gets one too. And it's just Benny Cutie. Immortality pop. It's all but over. Carl TZ's a maniac. Game 1 goes to Team Liquid.
And at the end there, TLPH comes in with the stampede that we've seen so many times before.
Kind of Sanford we're seeing.
If it is indeed Sanford's, they can still flip it over. They can give it to Daddy JP.
They could. Let's see what we got here. Again, both lineups, honestly, both lineups looking good. I think for TLPH, they've got the idea on how to deal with TNC again, and there it is, yeah. So it is going to be Sanford on the Ruby, JP still on the ILO, so interesting for game number 2. You guys can let us know TNC, that camaraderie we saw earlier on, they have that classic poison in them to bring a game under their belt against TLPH here. Or will this be that victory that TLPH has been looking for after yesterday's match against Onic? We will find out, as it's going to be match point here for TLPH.
Yep. It's been a while since we saw the Lu Yi again, but they might have to play this a bit more carefully, especially with the adjustment that was made. Definitely it's gonna keep the opponent on their toes, but you get to know when the diversions are gonna happen. So that's the biggest adjustment that we're gonna be seeing, especially from the Lu Yi or from Lancy heading into this game. Looking at the emblems so far, I'm looking at the Ruby. So it's still the agility and the overall sustain.
Last Benny Cutie here, put him in half, forcing the regen.
They're up here too, even Carl TZ. So knowing that information that Benny Cutie doesn't have the flicker, look for them to capitalize off that, even though JP's taking a couple shots here too. So some trading happening here, and I think even OHEB himself will play into this advantage if he can.
It's really interesting to see how the dynamic is going to be between like the Ruby and the Hylos, because if earlier the play was JP could bait out some skills, he could get poked down. Oh, but wait, Zaida.
40.
All right. So if that's gonna be the play, and JP is gonna get poked down, Sanford can go in at a later time and then just isolate some of the members. I don't think that is something a Ruby can do. It's not entirely playing all by himself that we could expect from a Ruby. It's more on being much more coordinated with your teammates, so you could set up and allow them to burst down particular heroes.
Ooh, like that.
Coming in with a flicker, I'm offended. Compromising the position of Zaida. There's the Mount Shocker and the committal from 3mar. TZ, JP holding on, gets drawn first blood. 3mar finds him. Now 3mar in the sights of Sanford. That's a man down for TLPH. Zaida still on his way back. OHEB dropping the Zaman Force, finds the Mamba, slashing through. Down goes the Mamba, serving up a kill to the chef. He's cooking. In comes Benny Cutie, running for the hills. Our Team Liquid. And there's another I'm offended. Down goes 40. TNC are able to reposition. The Retribution still online here for Zaida. Look at 3mar pushing him back. Zaida secures the turtle for the Phoenix Army. Carl DZ goes down, traded up for 3mar. Sanji out. It's a full-on fight here in the lower part of the map. Down goes Lancy. JP the only one left standing.
Lancy tried to get out of the diversion, but man, talk about an extended team fight for that turtle.
Everyone just wants to be part of the fight. That was such an eager setup we saw from Sanford to start things off, but even both gold laners, they were already part of the first fight.
Oh, fight forever. They throw out that last part of the Mount Shocker on to Chaknu. JP protecting Carl TZ. Sanji holding on. Off camera, what happened? 3MAR finds 40.
Oh, that was I mean, that would have been a great thing to see because 3MAR just
Orang kemana dia?
took it
Sore
to
lek doang
Sanford
itu.
1v1.
Orangnya kemana itu?
I
Woy?
mean,
What happened?
1 or 2 cameras might not be enough even because even the gold laners both had to recall just now because they were poked down so low. So the laning phase has been so action-packed for both of these teams.
Ooh, Sanford, he could be feeling it on this Ruby, you know, right now, the pressure as well. Carl Teezy's there though too, so he's got that Dreadnought. Sanford needs a little bit more time to get, you know, built on this Ruby though.
He tasted that tail end of that bravest fighter thrown out by 3MAR. Carl Teezy securing his purple, prepping up for the turtle.
Aman aja abangku ya.
I guess that's going to be one of the biggest differences for Team Liquid here. It's more of a front to back approach that we might be seeing from them, so it might be a bit more predictable if you're TNC, and you're the team who can come in from the more unexpected angles if you're TNC, especially if you're 3MAR. Because through this Lapu-Lapu, and we've seen it in as early as Turtle 1, he's been able to isolate, he's been able to deal so much pressure onto the members of Team Liquid Philippines. So they have to take that into account.
I'm offended. Comboed with all of it, plus the Mount Shocker, plus the Feathered Airstrike. Down goes Lancy. What does Liquid do with this advantage?
Oh, and Benny's low too again. This is what I was saying earlier. The gold laners, these two will go at it 1v1. The fight for this turtle is going to break out though. We'll see it, TLPH, if they can get control of it. Diversion's going to be used to bring to the fight faster.
Saida going to secure this turtle, finds Sanji at the back of that pit, sends him away with the wings by wings. Look at this, Carl Teezy stealing away the purple. Liquid playing the long game. Now Sanford caught between 4. How does he survive? The answer is he doesn't. 3MAR gets another kill.
Sanji will still use the Feathered Airstrike, but will not stay any longer. So they don't even get to trade the turret up top.
Salmon Force dropped in by Oheb. Going 1v1 against Benny Cutie. Benny wins.
Oh man, every single lane has these battles going on. I think we do need some more cameras here. Mid lane to be the focus.
Slow push here by TNC, converting those wins from lane to lane, even compromising Carl Teezy's purple. The arena goes wild.
Yeah, all Carl Teezy is able to do is just trade for now because they don't feel as confident enough to get into a fight. And once Team Liquid Philippines does their usual routine of surprising TNC, surprising a single member with a setup through a flicker I'm offended combo by Sanford, there's nothing else holding TNC back from setting up a fight themselves because they know that the flicker's gone for Sanford. They know the I'm offended's not there anymore. They know the ultimates are already down.
Long and short of it, the cavalry is ult dependent. If TNC sees or knows that the green dots are off, then they can pick fights, they can force things. Liquid getting some breathing room, gets a push up top, but that's it. That's all the cavalry have to their name, that tier 1 in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think a big part of this for TLPH to make it work is once Sanford gets a little bit more durable, I guess. I mean, he's had a really rough start, so that's definitely delayed them, and so he's leaning towards what you just mentioned, like this.
I'm offended, finds one, and it's Lancy once again. Look at Oheb trying to space out 3MAR. This is not a good place to be for the Filipino sniper, and the rest of the cavalry respond. Oheb flickers away. The voice pathway dropped in by Daddy JP. Chaknu finds no one with the AOG, and they get away with murder. Liquid looking to reposition. Finds Chaknu once more. Benny pushing away. Mid lane goes down for the cavalry. Who's going to secure the turtle?
Even when they take out Lancy, TLPH knows they still can't win a team fight because they got to catch up on this, but they want to fight for this turtle.
That's 5 members of Liquid underneath the turtle, but little do they know, Benedict Gonzalez has taken the tier 2 down bottom. Zaida still secures. Feathered Airstrike not going to save Daddy JP. 3MAR total menace, sending back 4 members of Liquid.
He isn't on a Moskov, but he's doing the exact same thing. You could still feel the pressure coming in from Benny Cutie, and just now he even took away the purple buff from Carl Teezy. They have such good map control in their hands right now. But fortunately for Team Liquid, Oheb's not too far behind.
Man, Benny even got that shield up top. Made a great push, or at bottom lane, got a good push there.
Oh yeah.
And, you know, he did work, so yeah, like, the fact that Benny Cutie's able to do that. Now, Oheb has maintained, you know, the goal difference between them. But it's just Benny Cutie playing the part, you know, doing what he needs to do on this carry. And it's funny because he hasn't been there for the majority of these fights, but like when he is, you're gonna feel that damage. You're gonna feel that shred coming through this carry now. So Smart jumping on in. Feathered airstrike gonna be dropped down, but it's just TLPH keeping them at bay. They've got about less than a minute to go ahead and decide how to approach this Lord fight up ahead of them.
Yeah, the entire front-to-back idea for Team Liquid Philippines is becoming such a problem too, because of the diversions that can follow up afterwards.
Chaknu with a conceal. What are they looking for? Finds the taunt onto JP. JP drops the Glorious Pathway. Sanford holding his ground. 3mar checks the bush, flushes him out.
Okay. So they're gonna keep themselves safe for now. It's a 3K gold lead in the hands of TNC, but OM gets caught!
Ida finds OM. OM dropping the Diamond Force. 3mar here for the support. Chaknu as well holding this brush. AOG coming in, taking down the Filipino sniper. Big take and kill for the Phoenix Army.
Especially right as the Lord is going to come up here. TNC knowing they have a numbers advantage. OHEB still 15 seconds away. They might just try to blitz this, and TLPH might try to stop them actually as JP moves forward.
Oh, JP, another Glorious Pathway used defensively. Liquid should just let this Lord go. No contest for the cavalry.
Yeah, little did they know, Benny Cutie was also waiting in the right mid-bush, so it would have been very dangerous if they decided to engage. Even though Lancey didn't have the diversion at that time, so they couldn't really go around Team Liquid Philippines even if they tried to run away. It's still going to be very risky, so they might want to play the defense for now.
Aja, bro, ya.
Sanji seems to be doing okay, slightly ahead of Lancey in terms of gold as well. Already has the Blood Wings, so he could also keep himself safe a bit more. But where is this going? Ah, okay. It's just down.
Yeah, just sending Zyda down. Just gonna get that Lith Wander. They got the Lord pushing in that bottom lane, and like I said, the shield was taken care of by Benny. Benny's push earlier on. So TLPH will go ahead and try to deal with this. I mean, they can still clear things out relatively quickly with the lineup that they have here. Sanji will get spotted out by Zyda. So they're gonna try to hold it together and not lose this turret, but TNC wants to put some pressure here.
All right, forcing the Diamond Force early on, and there's an offended, taking down Zyda. Great response from Liquid here, clearing the Lord.
I don't know if he was baited to get in that position. Oh, Kaltizi though.
The conceal by JP from behind the Mount Shocker, thrown at the back line of TNC. AOG from the Mamba, still underneath the Revitalize. Liquid pushing forth. The Cavalry looking for some ground to cover. Kaltizi throwing out them arrows, them basic attacks. Salmon Force from OM. One more time against Benny Cutie. He can't take it.
Sorry, lambat
daman aja, Bang. Another high value target for TNC. Take it out.
Lancey wanted to get a kill. He's been pulled by Sanford all game. You know, go ahead and get OHEB. OHEB having a hard time to make this Harith work here.
He could have survived, but the lethal ignition, that was what took him down. And we saw that missed opportunity, that missed flicker, I'm offended too, from Sanford. It could have been different if only that landed.
You know what? That boy don't have enough shields yet. So he needs maybe one more item. He has the, I like to call it the expensive trinity.
Yeah.
He's got the feather, the Starlim Sight, and the Holy Crystal, but maybe one more. He was short one more. That's where we felt really the difference between Benny and OHEB's farm right now.
Yeah, Benny's, like I said, Benny's been doing the work. You can see the amount of, that's actually surprising too. I mean, the amount of damage that 3mar is doing, and he's also building kind of this hybrid, and he's only got that War Axe, but just Lapu is able to do so much damage when he jumps on in, pops the Bravest Fighter, and is durable too. So that seems to be a big problem for TLPH. So that was just something, that was a great thing to take when it came to the draft to give over 3mar.
I don't know if OHEB, all right, no. It's a very dangerous spot to be in.
Oh my goodness. Even though JP was there, but they use the Magic Sentry, they only get to find where Chaknu is. But another major problem I feel is Lancey, if not taken down first, is just able to capitalize on all those passive, on all those dispersion rotations, and TLPH grouping up is not helping them either, but they have no choice but to stick together and group up.
Okay, the fight for this Lord is going to be a big one because I think even for TLPH, they know that they could still potentially take this. It's mostly just being able to withstand what TNC can throw at them. Charge up from
saja, bro, ya.
Chaknu. Baby Cake sent back. Another feathered airstrike denied because Sanji can't find ground. That's already called easy off the map, as well as OHEB. Baby Cake's down, forcing a defensive flicker from Sanford. JP falls too, and it's just San left to cobble together a defense.
It was so unfortunate that no one was able to watch out for that rush. That was a very deadly bush. But KarlTzy stood there, and as much as he was beside someone, that wasn't enough to save it. Unfortunately, he was beside OHEB. That was Baby Cakes.
There was a rattlesnake in that brush, and it was so perfect for TNC. Just barely unable to take down that mid lane at tier 3, but it's over already. Zyda got what he wanted.
Yeah, they got a whole lot. I mean, those turrets, the two of them in the mid and bottom stand just with 1 HP. At TLPH, you know, I thought that they would even be in a position to contest that Lord, but great play from Chaknu, great play even from Lancia. I feel like, you know, we forget about this Lu Yi pick, and then every single time that it pops up, it's like, yeah, she's still, you know, she's still competitive in a way, not just with the diversions, but even the damage, you know, that she's able to pump out, especially with the the reactions that she gets from her passive and everything else. So if we look at it, 6,000 behind for TLPH, trying to defend into the base here. They're clearly going to lose the base turrets, but do they have the potential to stay in this game? I think OHEB has had the most difficult time coming online here, you know, this time around. And so there's only so much that you can do. This might be one of those instances where they just have to pull off a miracle defense to make this work.
Yep. OHEB does have the Holy Crystal already though, and they might want to respect that a bit. So they're waiting for the other waves to come up and just focus on the base turrets for now. But Chaknu,
looking for a taunt. Just enough space to buy to be able to push that mid lane tier 3. And Liquid are holding on to their final one. OHEB flickering out of the AOG.
Oh no.
Airstrike, the answer by Sanji. Mount Shocker looking for them to lock someone down. Chaknu here, gonna get his immortality pop. And there's so much damage coming from Lancy. And now Zyda down through. Puncture. Looking for one more. KarlTzy looking to finish the job. Thorn Rose saves him. No one falls, not yet.
So close. Zyda even himself buying so much time with the Thorn Rose, the punctures, and everything else, staying in it. But you can just see how much damage is being done to TLPH. But ultimately, they stay in the game. They lost all the base turrets, but they bought themselves some more time. And I would say that's what they need. That's what OHEB needs to get back online, and even Sanford to get a little more sturdy here for this. Because right now, TNC is just on fire. And they're able to kind of take what they want.
Yeah, that's all they need, and that's what they really have to do. They have to prolong the fight a bit more so that OHEB gets to complete his items, gets to dish out the right amount of damage, and just the same for KarlTzy, because again, earlier we saw the ability of a Yi Sun-shin in the late game. Once you get to make use of the information through the Mountain Shocker right, once you get to base whatever moves you do next on the information you get from that, especially if it's a fast-paced decision that we're talking about. And this is Team Liquid Philippines. Once they get online, once they're able to activate that Liquid Stampede, which they've been waiting for, that is what TNC needs to watch out for. But for now, at the very least, it's still pretty much TNC under control and Team Liquid who has to find an opening.
Okay, Lord is for the taking. It's at half health. JP is going to give the information, and they know it. TNC will pull off the Lord for now. And will TLPH actually go ahead and push this? The mid lane being held together. That lane at the bottom is going to be pushing in, so they'll have to clear that. OHEB will deal with it. This is the opening here.
Shocker with a conceal, finds 2. Mountain Shocker, Sanji flickering away. JP pops to revitalize. An AOG defensively used by Chaknu here. 3 Martizi, the only one in the front line. In comes Zyda and Lancy too, dropping the damage. A 10th of the health left on the Lord. Where is Zyda? In retribution range, KarlTzy secures! Down goes Sanji, taken out by Benny Cutie. OHEB versus Benny, round 2, and Benny still wins! Taken down by KarlTzy. Thou shalt not take my baby cakes!
A 2-for-1 in favor of TNC, but Team Liquid Philippines gets to secure the Lord. And without Benny, they might be a bit more encouraged to look for another fight because they have the Lord in their hands, but they have to wait a bit longer for their other members to come back.
Oh man, that was such a good team fight for the Lord here. They delayed it so much. This is after the Lord was taken. And even this, Oheb going with Benny Cutie and then Sanford's like, hey, I'll come and clean it up. But now, oh, they're gonna go again.
One more time, here's the answer. I'm offended. Carl Easy gets caught out. Immortality jungle. In he goes. AOG. Carl Easy barely alive.
Oh!
1 HP. Sanji pops an immortality there. Another rotation coming in from Lancey. The damage in comes Oheb. Still holding on to the Zaman Force. And look at the discipline in this young man. A very close call. The arena doesn't know what's going on.
The Winter Crown and everything else that was switched on forward. Bottom enough time. They still have the Lord to deal with, man, but TNC is fighting to stay in this one now.
The super fans are on the edge of their seats.
Even I can't believe what happened just now. Zaida still being alive after all that. Oh, Chapman gets caught though.
All right, 2v2. JP holding that small brush. Chapman gonna get his immortality pump. No, they're revitalized, able to keep him bound. Sanji with a feather airstrike. Zaida dashing out through. Puncture 1, puncture 2. AOG by the bomba. Knocks him up. Oheb and Sanji working on it. Benny Cutie coming through. Down goes Sanford. This is a losing fight for TLPH. But look at that push down bottom. Streamer here, gonna get caught up. Zaman Force, down he goes. The chef cooks him a lethal dish.
Woo, what a trade. Both XP laners going down. But I would say, you know, TNC did what they had to do to stop that Lord push coming further for TLPH.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is a dangerous brush. Sanji found him in. Zaida's circling around like a shark. Sanji goes and finds Benny Cutie. Benny flickers forward, taking down the team captain.
I can't believe he went for that. He was surrounded by 3. Didn't even know that Zaida was a bit ahead. So he could have also provided some support if needed, but oh, what a call from Sanji. The flicker from Benny Cutie. Didn't even have tough boots or anything. So was that just a well-timed reaction?
This might have been a stroke of genius. I don't know if it's going to pay off just yet. Maybe Sanji baited out the flicker from Benny.
Yeah. Before this Lord.
Thank you yang udah like guys. Genepin 200 like bisa kali.
But look, the instincts on
Gila si
Benny
Benny Cutie gitu. Halo.
Hey man, we're gonna find out. The Lord is up. It started. Benny Cutie knows he doesn't have that for a minute. So could they delay it or are they gonna go for it? Chaknu's charging on up.
Looking for a target. Mountain Shocker coming in. Oheb. Cocked and loaded. That's his Zaman Force off of cooldown. JB. Oh, the jump in. The AOG. Chaknu very low. Zaida secures the Lord, but Chaknu falls. Streamer as well. Gonna get taken down here. There's immortality. And there's Benny. Look at Benny is inside the base. Somebody stop him. In comes Sanji. Looking to clear the way. And he gets taken down by the immortality. Benny goes down. And the minions are gonna fall here. Not so fast. And they are wiped out. TNC Pro Team nowhere to be found.
What a play! Benny went for it. They've seen it time and time again, but not this time, says TLPH.
They're still complete. They have all 5 members, and they're gonna make quick work of this Lord in an attempt to go for that one-way push. They have
bentar lagi mulai, sabar ya.
Them, and the earliest to return is gonna be
Kita nobar santuy seperti biasa. Yang baru datang memang agak shock.
Vintage of Benny Cutie. His former teammates have seen it many a times before, but they won't let it through. Liquid Philippines sweep the series.
Wow.
In a nail-biting game 2. And just when Benny thought he had it, TLPH said no.
You could hear the cavalry. Sounds exactly like how that was not Coach Bon would answer a post-match interview later on in the media room. We'll see if that's what he has to say. If ever it does end up as a win, especially for Twisted Minds, because they have to go up against a titan of MLBB with some bit of adjustment in terms of the XP lane, but you see the prowess. Yesterday it was almost exactly the same.
That's right. Let's see if we're going to have a repeat of yesterday, or will Twisted Minds actually give us something to, you know, headline our newses with. Newses? That's not the word. Newses. Or news with. Here we go for game number 1, and I can feel it in the crowd. They are ready to see some intense MLEV action. It's Falcons versus Twisted.
Aggressive trading early on, and let's see how few and Ogun will be able to handle the, understandably, going to be more aggressive Kaloy and Sion or Sean in the center of the map for Twisted Minds. Something too crazy with our emblem sets. Although you do have to watch out, there is a PYT on the Kalea, the usual emblem talent pickup. And Twisted Minds, I like how aggressive they are.
Yeah.
This is what you get when you have a Kimmy at the center of the map, paired up with a Kalea.
Aman aja bro ya.
Not be afraid to consistently dish out basic attack damage.
Yeah, fortunately, Ogun does have the Revitalize though, but they're literally still going at it. Kaloy dodges that with the flicker. Close call, but still, they're all in the game. It's just really aggressive trades here and there in the mid lane.
Yeah, using the flicker or forcing your opponent to use the flicker very early on just means that Twisted Minds might actually have to take this next few minutes a bit slower than usual.
Yeah. So far, it's another instance of all flickers for Twisted Minds too, by the way. Like, I guess the side steps again?
Want to go fast. Want to go hard.
Whoa,
Aman aja,
that's
bro.
fast. Now that's fast.
Yeah, that was as basic as you could get. You're a Lancelot, you have angles to dash through with the puncture. Go ahead, take that. Great
Kayak
move
suara
there
my
by
bini
Epi the
betul,
King.
bejir.
Needs to be a
Gue
little bit
udah
more
lag
careful
dan
and maybe
susah
ask for a
tuh.
little bit more help from Ogwen with holding the center and try to read the rotations of MP the King on
Sabar
this
dulu,
Lancelot so
Bang,
that
sabar
doesn't
dulu.
happen again.
Yeah.
Real quick fun fact about a few members of the Twisted Minds, Lansu, Sion, and Kaloy were all part of the all-star team for MDL Philippines in Season 5.
So you just know that everyone had their eyes on these 3 players. Now they're controlling or trying to control the Lord as much as they can. MP the King dashing in, steals away the turtle from Team Falcons. And will they try to disengage? They will, but Kaloy might just be the trade here. AOG committed just to get the kill. And they'll be okay with that for now.
It seems to be a very good trade for the Falcons, at least getting that
Lagi
kill
ya, Bang, ya.
as well as flexing their aggression all over the map. We haven't actually seen the Furds and Lansu just duke it out in the team fights just yet. Very excited to see how they're going to perform here. MP the King, you know what? It's been a while since I've seen another team adjust to MP the King and vice versa.
Belum yang
It's
yo,
always that question of
kan
how
nunggu
well
bang,
they're
nunggu
doing.
lagi bang,
And so
bang.
far, it
Itu
looks
nickname
so
lu kayak
good.
sama KAIRI
MP
tuh.
looking like he's able to do whatever he wants on the map.
Yeah, and I think that might be one of the key things that Twisted Minds can do for him. Allow him to end up with a hero that doesn't require so much teamwork to shine, whereas an MP the King is like, all right, we'll do our jobs, we'll clear the mid-minion wave, we'll get vision for you, show up when you want to show up, or show up when you're ready, you can do your own thing.
Yeah, it's like MP the King just still gets to do whatever he wants to.
Yeah.
Exactly as mentioned here by Renmar, and it's not too far from the idea of the other members of Twisted Minds and the kind of rotations that they want to go for. It's still a lot of pressure that's being applied onto the members
Aman
of
aja,
Team
bro, ya.
Falcons, and the way they're just able to isolate members every now and then works so well for them. It's not even entirely on the back of a setup by Kaloy just yet.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen that, and I don't expect we'll see a lot of that since few, as in Super Marco as well, are rocking those Purifies. It'll be a bit of a harder engage. They might have to force a bit more CC. For now, bottom lane looks really bad for Lansu.
Lansu spread, but gets stunned by the Mountain Shocker. Still survives though.
Yeah.
So that's the ultimate down for Kyle TZ, and Twisted Minds are aware of that.
Yeah, let's see Falcons how heavily they'll be able to contest this turtle, as Twisted Minds have a little bit more utility, more members here. It looks like Glue is also going to be joining as well. It's going to be 5v5, but it seems like Falcons are going to be able to push out the members of Twisted and they'll be able to get this turtle for Kyle.
Yeah. Kaloy,
Parah apanya bang, apa yang parah anjir?
Trying to uses the tsunami slam on him, but there's the counter AOG, and Kyle TZ still secures the objective. There goes the Infernal Pursuits coming in from Furds as well, and now Lansu all alone up against 3, gets to grab someone, but Furds on the back lines gets eliminated. Still a trade, a 1-for-1 trade, but it seems like MP the King wants to go for more.
MP the King, yeah.
Phantom Execution, but it's dodged by Kyle TZ.
You know, not bad. Furds held off a double core at the back of that fight, at least for long enough for the rest of Falcons to actually get rid of the frontliners. So far it feels like an even fight still.
Coba hero apa lagi besok? Yang penting jangan mata Ji, kata gue mah.
Was pointed out a lot during MSC, wherein you really get to see the quality of teams that are at the 5th to 9th minute mark or 6th to 10th, because that's when the power spike starts coming in. First items already locked in for the 2 junglers, first items locked in for the main course.
There's the Tsunami Slam and the counter AOG, but it feels like Few with the Crimson Beacon just gets to survive that. Lantern Flare lands, so finds himself under the turret, but still they get to find the kill on Few. It's a 1-for-1 trade. In exchange of Lansu.
Natanya bagus loh, bagus sih.
There by Twisted Minds. Lansu said, you know what, I can still get the mount on him, Sion, be ready to be able to damage him. And they get to finish it off. It becomes a trade, but again, you're nerfing the scaling
Kalau timnya jelek sama aja gak sih, Ji? Gak ada yang bisa gendong lagi.
Twisted Minds has against the lineup of Team Falcons. So, as we were pointing it out earlier, this is where you really get to see the quality of the team with how they manage the map and trade around the center. And so far, Twisted Minds is showing off their quality. The fact that they're able to tangle with Falcons and actually give them a lot of difficulty.
Oh shit,
my
man.
goodness.
The
the amount of focus on Few is unreal.
How many times, right? Has people been diving into Few's face and forcing
him
back,
basically
denying him a few minion waves here and there.
Especially from MP the King. I would have understood it earlier because without the level 4, without the Crimson Beacon, Few could dodge away. He only has the Purify and MP the King could just catch up to him. But it's different now. He has the Crimson Beacon, he has the Purify, but they're still paying so much attention to the mid lane. And there you go again. They force out the Crimson Beacon away from Few, but Kaloy doesn't commit the Tsunami Slam onto him. Now is forced to flicker away. Lansu flickers in instead though. And now Kaloy gets punished, but the free hits are here because Nosha also decides to join in the fight. Nosha trying to work on him, but MP the King has other things in mind. Nosha finally taking down Owen and another flicker just to finish off the kill onto Few once more. 2 members are down.
Makan gua aja barusan sampai makan spot sambil main anjing, sedap tuh.
Sidestep by Sean. Nosha gets the double. He gets 3 in the game so far. And Kyle Teasy can only do so much. Too much forward pressure by Twisted Minds, pushing back Kyle Teasy's Yeeson Shin.
And they're definitely forcing Falcons to fight in very weird angles. They don't look comfortable to fight at all.
Kalau udah banget gede, nggak ada jeda, langsung ganti pertandingan.
I wanted to see who got that.
Gak gitu bang, ini konsepnya. Aduh.
We'll be having an instant replay from now. The team fight was split up.
Sabar dulu bang.
It was split up favorably for Twisted Minds.
Habis ini bang mulai ya.
Especially since Fritz can only control so much of where he's moving, right? In the direction. Look at that. Was that a solo kill we just saw?
Got him.
It most probably was. Mega kill for Nosha. Owen jumping in, but now he's all alone. Also has the full stacks, but it'll just be a double kill for Nosha.
Balik ke Falcon anjing.
Going down, but they were able to make it work already. MP the King still looking for another.
Pelan-pelan Ji.
Execution and picks up the kill on Super Marco.
All right.
MP the King. 4-0 and 5, styling and profiling of the members of Twisted Minds. The calculated aggression by the Lancelot, and the fact that he knows he can just trust his team that they're gonna be there, and MP the King is free to do what he wants.
We were looking for the benchmark. We were looking for where we were gonna place Twisted Minds in terms of their power levels. Man, they are showing us here non-stop the domination. MP the King, looking for the teammates he's most comfortable with, I think, might have actually found one.
I can't believe he's this comfortable, actually. For him to go for such risky plays together with this lineup who knows how long have been playing together. But this is MP the King on a roll, activated, so just confident with this lineup of former Onic 9 Lives members.
Also proves to show how busted Lancelot is.
Oh, that's true. I guess so.
There's more evidence.
That's true.
And yeah, we're also being reminded how strong Kimmy actually is in the meta. One of the first decent Kimmy games I've seen in a while.
Oh, did go for the flicker. Tidal strike, but they still find the target, and that's gonna be first. They get to mount on him once again, and Burst takes out AOG from Open. Might just make things happen for Team Falcons, however, because they get to take down Kaloy and Nosha. 1 damage dealer out, and no one from Team Falcons gets traded.
That's as good as it gets here for Falcons. At the very least, now they have a little bit of footing, right? They have a little bit of footing to get Super Marco into the mix.
Aman aja, brother, ya.
Right now, but it does feel like they have some firepower to at least maybe contest this next Lord.
Yeah. With all the things that Twisted Minds has done right, you cannot win everything all the time in MLBB. There's always a trade, and the trade is Super Marco got the farm relatively well. His damage is high. Few eventually got to recover.
Lord is already below half.
Kyle's here. This is bad for Twisted.
Oh, man. Will
Aman aja, bro.
actually get it? No! Kyle TZ will secure the Lord for his team. Phantom Execution, they're just trying to chase after first. Dark Wave lands, but it's a double kill for Nausea. And that's all they can get for now. Oh my goodness.
That's a pretty good turn.
They risked it.
Yeah, that looked like veteran wiles there by Falcons. They saw the position. Twisted Minds were slightly off from detecting the entry of KTZ through the mid, and he was able to just go in, reposition alongside Falcons, and take that Lord away. Now, Twisted Minds are just going to do what they can to open up the map before the Lord comes out for Falcons, and I think the Lord actually will not be able to get far from the base of Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as much as that was a good play from Falcons, they're severely undergunned right now.
Oh, Owen goes in, but the Thorn Rose gets to save MP the King, and it might just be a counterplay right now for Twisted Minds. Owen gets punished. Nausea just dealing the free hits. MP the King looking for a dash. Phantom Execution through first, and he also finds Pew. He's currently unstoppable on this Lancelot, and they turn things around.
MP's a real genius when it comes to this Lancelot. It is showing so far how strong it can be, and up on front they could maybe go for the finish here. But MP the King will be missing out on a few targets. Thorn Rose for the dodge. Oh my god!
MP the King!
Still surviving a 1v1 up against the Eastern Shin. Kaloy jumping in, trying to go for Super Marco. Oh my goodness, that play even worked for Super Marco. It could have been an end angle, but Twisted Minds are still going for it. Nausea picks up the kill on Ogwin.
Twisted Minds, they are dissecting Team Falcons right now. Not just MP the King. The entire team know their role. It started all of that because Ogun with a questionable AOG.
Super Marco,
trying to create space for a Lord that was already going to go down anyway. Trying to force something out of Twisted Minds. They have so many dashes, so many utilities to get away from the AOG. And it was just an easy response by Twisted Minds to do that. MP, basic, go in, CC immune, traceless, but at the end it's still MP. Because of that traceless entry there, which allowed MP to get a better range for the Thorn Rose and his own basic attack.
That was 100-0.
Unbelievable.
On Kyle TZ.
Aman aja, bro, ya.
Kyle TZ had full HP before that 1v1. MP the King had probably 20 or 30% HP left. But the iframes, the timings of the Thorn Rose, the punctures, and even that Phantom Execution, I think even the basic attacks really mattered at that point. Probably also the Queen's Wings, which he has already picked up, but even despite what happened earlier, Twisted Minds, they still feel like they're definitely in the lead.
They are in the lead, definitely. Obviously, Nausea is maxed out on stacks right now.
Yeah,
for sure.
11-1-2.
Yeah, so that's definitely maxed out. So we're gonna see how well Falcons actually
dodge
out of Nausea's hits on that Granger as well. As we go into the next Lord here, this is gonna be Lord number 2. Not gonna be as spicy yet, but definitely will be a big impact since Falcon's base is already open.
Yeah, it's an enhanced Lord. They're gonna fight for.
Twisted Minds is really handling the mid waves well. There's a top lane mid wave that Falcons has to think about eventually. If this drags out a little bit longer, they're gonna have to send someone to clear, meaning that Twisted Minds might use that knowledge to go push a little bit deeper into the formation of Falcons to push them out and make this Lord take easier for them. They still have to respect the presence of the YSS and Ogwen suddenly just coming in with an AOG, but it looks like Twisted Minds should be able to get this. It's not going to be easy, but so far it's favoring them.
Yeah. It does feel like they're just deciding to group together. Yeah. The Mountain Shocker is going to get used anyway.
Yeah, the top lane minion wave is getting fat.
And Twisted knows it. They know it very well. They're playing, they're forcing Falcons to look at us, look at us, look at us. You're going to have to send someone up there. If you want to answer that, you're going to have to give up that Lord.
There you go. They find that Super Marco had to deal with the waves, and now MP the King has his eyes set on View, but View is actually somehow able to survive. Sean doing a great job just dealing the damage. Then to find the kill on Kyle TZ first. Not the best pick up if you're Team Falcons. And now Super Marco just trying to look for the trades. But now it's going to be a 1v1 in the Lord who will get to secure it, however. It's going to be Super Marco, while Ogwen just does his best to zone Nosha and Kaloy in the bottom lane. But it seems like this is going to be it. Skypiercer stacks in, and Nosha is definitely picking up the kill, but MP!
Yep, no Lord, no problem. Here comes MP the King. He's cutting off Super Marco. You cannot clear this minion wave, or at least you will try, but you really hurt like that. And now we're going. It's a full mana twist. And that's gonna be going down. And that is gonna be game number 1.
Gigi bang ya.
Oh my goodness, just how composed can Twisted Minds be?
Controls hit. Man, Yusichin's gonna have a field day.
He has a Uranus, he has a Selena, he has all those guys setting things up for him. He has the Arlot too.
Yeah, I think the Arlot is actually going to be one of the main things I'm going to be looking out for here for the lineup of Twisted Minds. Looks a little bit better overall for Falcons because of their survival potential that they have. However, across the board with a potential rating of early to mid-game higher for Twisted Minds, does mean that because you're playing up with a Selena with you, there's a chance they could run away with this by minute 7.
Super flicker lineup for everyone though, so they're going to have a lot of fun. If those crowd control hits, they're going to stick. And we are going to see if anything changes here in game number 2. I really do think that the crowd control hits are going to be so crucial, so I'm going to watch out for that.
Yep.
As for Falcons though, you have to go crazy here, man. You got to go crazy here.
Yeah. They're going to speed things up with Sean providing assistance to MP the King. And I feel like whatever they did in game number 1 in terms of the early aggression is very much feasible with this lineup that they have. It's an Arlot Selena that we're talking about.
Furge actually going for a Rupture alongside Few as well. Acknowledging the tanky nature of that Uranus front line that they're going to be seeing a lot of. And even the Arlot is probably going to be rushing the Thunderbolt for the first item. So good choice that they decided to go for the Ruptures there.
Yeah.
Too crazy on the emblem sets, except for that.
Oh, now this is crazy.
That's crazy.
A first blood on the high loss, one of the tankiest heroes in Team Falcon's lineup yet. The first to fall in the hands of Twisted Minds.
I have to say it now, Kaloy and Sion so far have been playing the mid-lane trade against Ogwen and Few better. They're just better than Ogwen and Few right now.
And they're also capitalizing on the fact that Kagura can't really do anything at this point except throw that umbrella around.
Yeah, and cleanse and stun and do a bit of that every now and then.
Getting ragdolled.
If that Spear of Misery was like 0.5 seconds early, imagine the connection. You'd push a Lancelot into the Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's some next level coordination we're seeing from Twisted Minds if that were to be the case. But Team Falcons, at least they're still deciding to group together. I mean, I think this is going to be the main strength of their lineup, their ability to just focus on the team fights and their capabilities in terms of that, because Twisted Minds will, in one way or another, still take some time, especially considering the Yizunchen jungle, but they're not slowing down. SOD doesn't land, but it could have been a kill for Super Marco there.
Yeah, they're speeding it up on the contrary.
Okay, never mind, it's still gonna be a kill!
Wow! Okay, Vengeance locked in! Really understanding the limits of that hero. He knew that Super Marco would be committing the flicker and the dash over the wall, but then he just pressed that second skill quickly with no hesitation. He dashed over it, got away safely.
He didn't even have Final Slash back then.
No,
he was level 3.
Twisted Minds are good. Twisted Minds are really good, folks. This is what they're doing to Falcons. Again, I'll echo what I said earlier. Kaloy and Sion have been playing this better so far.
What is happening?
Oh, it was a miscalculation! And now Few is the first to fall. MP the King gets traded out. However, a beautiful Bravest Fighter coming in from first, giving him over a double kill. But if he weren't there, it could have been totally different.
Yeah, but now Ferg showing up. All right. I had a really great showing yesterday. I can't allow game number 1 to overshadow that. And coming in with the double kill is the Lapu Lapu.
All right, so we're seeing. I really thought that was going to be it for Falcons. I mean, Few overcommitted as well on that Kagura. I think most of them got danced around, but the follow-up here from Falcons, apparently, when KTZ came in, he came in clutch.
Yep.
As good as you can get here.
Oh. So, Team Falcons seem to be trying to get a lot more information now than they were in the previous minute, in the past game even. I think they do not want to be as passive anymore because it's clear that Twisted Minds are the ones setting the tempo, especially in the mid lane. So it's nice to see the Team Falcons are trying to switch things up a bit, but will they be able to translate that even in this upcoming objective?
Yeah, they're trying to speed things up, but so far it's still gonna be Falcons right ahead. Bottom though, they pick off Super Marco. That's huge.
Yeah, teamwork with Sion and the Moskov.
Oh, Lansu all alone, but he doesn't care. No one's able to burst him down just yet. SOD lands though, but now there's the Yin Yang overturn and the final slash coming in from Kalon, but it's just the two of them. MP the King, Mountain Shocker will not land, but they lose Kaloy in the process in exchange of Super Marco, even though it was a bit delayed.
Yeah, earlier the target was clear, it was few. Now is Twisted Minds willing to give up objectives so that Super Marco now has 2 early deaths. Earlier it was Kaloy, now it's Sion.
Yeah,
so he was basically denied 1 minion wave as well as giving full outer turret energy shields as well as the tower over to the Moskov. That's crazy. Nosha's ahead.
Yeah, can't believe I'm seeing the bulletproof with an early 0-2.
Yeah.
Because of Twisted Minds and this rotation that they've been doing.
Ooh, yeah.
Great pressure by Twisted, great pressure by the center of the map. And all still locked in for the objectives. Falcons still have secured the first 2 turtles of the game. Double War Axis, one of the Lapu, one of the Lancelot. Only up to Corrosion Scythe is the carry. And a Genius Wand for the Kagura. Corrosion Scythe as well for the Moskov, and a Hunter Strike only so far for MP the King, waiting on that endless battle.
Again, we're talking about like ways that Falcons can kind of just reel this back in. KTZ could be one of those things. Currently ahead in the leaderboards here for experience.
Yeah. That's what was mentioned in the hall, but so far Twisted Minds, not just the CC deny, it's literally twisting Team Falcons and their entire idea of how things should be working for them and their lineup. Now it seems like they are a bit split up. They're trying to work a bit more on the macro, but it's still overall really great map control for Twisted Minds prior to this upcoming objective. I can't believe we're just 6 minutes into this game.
Yeah, lots of things are actually hitting here.
Yeah, with that Abyssal Arrow, that means that Twisted Minds will get into position a little bit quicker compared to Falcons. They'll have to fast clear the mid. They do give up the position though. The Falcons has a little bit of priority, but Lansu and Kaloy are here to get the info.
Kyle TZ, he
good zone,
is able to secure this for his team, but Nosha will not allow Twisted Minds to not get anything out of that. He's working on the top lane, and I guess fortunately for Team Falcons, they were able to force out the flicker from Sean as well before that engage.
Yeah, and look, because of the presence of Lansu alone, they cannot dive into the tower at the bottom. They can't push it. Initially, that was the plan for Falcons. Send the Kagura, High Loss, and the carry together to finally bring that tower down bot. Lansu just showed up, and Falcons went, no, it's way too risky, because we can't even take this Uranus down just yet. That means Twisted Minds will have time to respond and help him out because of the Dominance Ice Rush by Lansu.
Yeah.
They were planning for the trade. The trade did not happen.
Arrow.
Oh, that landed though. Glorious Pathway slowing down the members of Twisted Minds, but it's just gonna be Lansu in the front lines. Sean down to half HP because of that Thorned Rose, but they're not able to convert it fully into a kill. They're still able to defend their turrets and even their lives.
Aman saja, bro.
So far, they're getting pushed back. So Falcons, they're not completely good getting away from this game yet. Nosha, though, is building bank. Like, he has been banking all game long. I wonder how much of a lead he already has. But so far, Falcons has been keeping the global gold in check at the very least, because they're also able to dance around with certain objectives that basically Twisted is giving up.
Wow, what's the plan here? Are they trying to go commit on Lansu? They're gonna try to pick up the Uranus. That's 4 members of Team Falcons trying to take him down, but it's only gonna be a flicker that saves him.
Oh, wait, that look easy, Lansu.
And of course, KTZ is gonna be a bit angry because of that. But Sion almost to death.
Okay. I cannot believe my eyes. That was 4 members of Team Falcons, champions, chasing after Lansu. He just escaped with a flicker and a bit of...
Aman saja, bro.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was doomed when I saw, okay, that's the attack angle of Ogwen, but wait, Marco and Few are also attacking through the same angle. That's not going to work out. Then when I saw Ferds was the only one coming from the angle that he approached, I was like, yeah, Lansu's going to get away from this. Yeah. And he did without a problem.
Oh, and Lansu right now is just standing right beside Kyle TZ, who's now less than half HP, gets caught by the final slash, but still gets the Lord. And look at how Ferds is just making things fun. Like Super Marco finds a target onto Kaloy, might just be able to take him down, and he will. It's a double kill for Super Marco.
Yeah, I love that they tried to go for it. They tried to go near and counter Super Marco, but then again, nope. Yep. It hurts. He hurts. He hits like a tank.
Yeah, he was delayed. He was beaten down in lane, but he now has a 2-level gap over Nauseous Moskov. Kyle TZ got the Lord. And now Falcons showing their veteran prowess and why they're living legends of the game.
That's a big turnaround here being done by the Falcons. That Lord is going to get so much in their favor. All the standing gold on the map is available for them now.
The lead's already in their hands, and they're going to even out the map through this Lord that they've secured for themselves. It's still full HP, so Twisted Minds will really have to make things work just to be able to take this down. But Falcons still respecting Twisted Minds. Won't look for anything else other than the outer turrets.
So let's see how Falcons are going to continue this lead that they have. They should be able to. Ferds. Oh, he gets stunned. They stopped him. But yeah, they get zoned out. The members of Twisted Minds, so they get the tower in the mid lane. Map opening up now for Falcons. A stun on Lansu.
Oh, Lansu's getting shredded down. But that's a 2-man final slash. Thorn Rose, though, that has to be avoided here by Twisted Minds. But Super Marco still trying to go for it. The Abyssal arrow lands once again, but there's a yin-yang overturn blocking their path.
All right, then go for the full yin-yang overturn. That's Few playing it very safe, just providing a lot of zoning for his teammates. And now it's still going to be resulting in the Falcons' 3.5k gold lead after all that happened.
Yeah, both carries right now.
Super Marco
carry of Falcons have more progress in multiple avenues. For the carry, it's levels over Moscow. For the Lancelot, it's gold over Yi Sun-shin. So despite the lead that Twisted Minds were able to build themselves through pushes, through kills, Falcons, at the end of the day, got more objectives. They've gotten all the turtles. They've gotten the single Lord of the game so far, and the towers are even leaning towards their side. So Twisted Minds were getting highlights after highlights, but they were not getting objectives.
Absolutely. This was a very low kill score game as well. Almost 12 minutes and it's only 5-4. So they're not getting gold from any other sources except for the ones that are on the map. And don't forget, the mid lane is still available for Falcons. It's still standing.
Oh, nice Abyssal Arrow, denying that potential attempt from Team Falcons to go after Kaloy, but they're not letting go of the upper part of the map.
Yeah, if there's a way that Twisted is going to win this, it's going to be through split by that Moskov. I don't see them winning out in the 5-on-5 fights right away. It feels so hard for them to actually do it. Super Marco is a beast right now on a carry.
Yeah, they got to use the Magic Sentry, so Team Falcons have already transitioned down to the Lord Pit.
Lord time.
But cannot
Lansunya.
So arrow doesn't land, and now they're just trying to burst down the Lord Glorious path. They already committed. SOD doesn't land as well, and Kyle TZ once again secures the Lord. Now they slowly transition to the other members, but Sean finds the kill on Few, and this might be the time for MP the King to pick up a couple of kills for himself as well. Super Marco, though, also takes down Sean, but that's a 1-4-2.
Relatively easy Lord take there for Falcons, but they lost it in the kills. Sean's presence at the backline going after Few, and Super Marco met the gold laner. The carry for Falcons was not available to help join them in the fight, meaning Few and Ogwen got taken down, and Ferds and Ogwen, despite the zone out that they did, still lost members, and the Lord that they decided to push out for would just get taken down by Twisted quickly at the center of the map.
Them being able to isolate a single member already did so much for Twisted Minds. MP the King and the other members were just able to group up around these damage dealers. Damage dealers, and that was already enough.
Yeah, it seems to be. Now the question is, how much will they need to break through this base of Twisted? Because I think they can't be too complacent yet. I think Nosha is still in a very good position here for Falcons to actually do, be repelled here. Especially if Super Marco is a little bit behind on the rotations. If there's anything that Moskov can do, it's go across the map faster. So I wonder if they can do that here, while of course being on the defensive. Twisted Minds will need a lot. They'll need a big catch for it to turn around.
I feel like Noshia's choosing not to go too far away too.
Kyle?
Oh, that was a phantom execution right into the bush, but it was the right call. Kaloy gets bursted down.
Damage on this Lancelot, already too much to handle here for Twisted.
That's one combo.
Didn't even have a Hunter Strike at that time. Just had a Fury Hammer.
It was Kaloy who got taken out. That was a roamer. That was the Arlot.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have lost. Again, this is one of the sicknesses of a lineup that is revolving around what a Uranus can bring to the table. At this point, look at Kyle!
Oh my goodness.
That is a warning shot to Twisted that just when you thought you could win this, their carries are online.
Yeah, overturned. Noshia gets to dodge it though first. Going in for the commit.
No minions.
Abysmal Arrow doesn't land, so they will back away for now. But there's a conceal from Kaloy. It won't be able to catch up though to the members of Team Falcons.
Team Falcons, yeah.
Goodness, this game. Okay.
Kaloy's looking for it, man. He's looking for an opening here. It was not given away by Falcons. Just when you thought that Falcons could maybe one-shot anybody, Twisted are back on the field. They're looking. They're hunting. And that nice try is a really good sticker emote for that moment.
That was perfect.
That was perfect.
Okay.
All right, so Falcons, obviously, Kaltizi is very scary.
Yep.
We're not contesting that, but it feels like it also is true on the other side, where someone like Super Marco, like Few, can get erased in a moment's notice.
I feel like Team Falcons, they're more able to move individually. Like Twisted Minds, they just have to work together to make sure that they get the win, but Falcons can have multiple other angles to work through from. They get to reveal where Team Falcons are going to come from though, with the Mountain Shocker, and that's the conceal already denied. But that's the Mountain Shocker too already coming in. Wait, they actually get to burst down open! Now Bird's going in with the Bravest Fighter will Kaltizi also finds some targets. Nosha might get bursted down! And Birds will find the kill, but MP the King is still alive, however. Super Marco trying to go after Sean, and MP the King or... What? What?
Action left and right. The fight got split. Super Marco got the double kill. It's 5-2 and 0. Kaltizi got taken down because he tried to go after MP the King, who was able to use the Traceless away, committing the flicker from the Uranus to secure the kill there. Now it's Marco versus the Uranus. Marco versus the world to try and secure this Lord.
Okay, Furs is here to provide some assistance. He's literally shredding Lansu down, but MP the King will be able to join as well. Doesn't use the Mountain Shocker just yet though, so Falcons will be a bit more careful with this decision. They still have MP the King, they still have a Retribution holder.
They're trying to hold the Lord as well. They're trying to hold it, keep it at half. So I don't know what Twisted is thinking here. Obviously, it's going to have to be a crucial SOD for Nosha. Will he be able to come in? I don't think so. Kaltiz is back on the field. It's 5-5 again.
Yeah, first gets the info. Good arrow there onto Ogwen. SOD!
Oh, but Kaltizi freely takes the objective. Ogwen, though, might just be the trade now. And Twisted Minds are trying to chase after them. Super Marco will fall. First is isolated. They get access to Kaltizi. Few will also pick up a kill, but that's going to be about it. But Kaltizi! He's still fighting up against 3. Final Slash doesn't land, and he dashes away from everyone. Might just go for an outplay, but no!
Kyle wasn't able to survive. He eventually gets taken down, but the Lord is still on the side of Falcons.
We were not ready for that to happen. We were ready for Kaltiz to take it and go home, but he did not. He chose to fight. He chose to buy more time, and Twisted are now going to mount the classic defense. That Lord is going to matter so much.
That's another Bravest Fighter coming in from Birds. He gets stunned right after, though.
He wants to get the charge off. He wants to allow the Lord to charge, but Twisted Minds hold it in front of the turret, and they will stop it from charging into it.
Yeah, overturn doesn't land.
Oh, wait a
SOD will. Nosha doesn't go in. Nosha doesn't go in.
What a game!
Okay.
All right, take a quick look at the items. Dominus Eye still on the way here for the Arlot. Oracle and the Blade Armor both
for the Lapu-Lapu and the high loss. Blade Armor of the Uranus has also some of the damage eventually coming back to the carry. Every time he's trying to help whittle Lansu down, it's the reflect from that. There's a Divine Glaive on the Selena as well, which is why every time we see an Abyssal Arrow land, Sion is able to make a lot of damage worth it, especially onto Ferds and Ogwen, who do have magic defense items, but Sion just hurts that much.
Yeah, he just hits like a truck as well.
Yep. This is gonna be such a tough challenge for Twisted Mind. They're up against veterans. Late game decision making is gonna be put to test, but Kyle TZ doesn't land the crucial skill, but Mew! He's the one who gets to land the crucial skills. A pickoff onto Nausea, the perfect pickoff for Twisted Minds.
What the heck? Speaking of veteran experience, just casually remove the enemy gold laner at 19 minutes.
That's a 7-year-old umbrella. And it still got bite.
It's got bite, man. I barely saw it, so I like the skin. So maybe that's why.
That's the goat's goat for ya.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. That's tower down.
Yep, another Bravest Spider from Ferds as well. Yin Yang Overturn will be used onto Kaloy, but he gets to vengeance his way out. Kyle TZ received the Abyssal Trap. And now there's the Mountain Shocker. Could they actually go for it?
Flicker!
Lots of flickers in. Thorn Rose, no deals enough damage. There's another attempt from Mew.
Aman aja, bro.
Nausea will try to go for it. Super Mark goes down, and he's not going for Mew.
No way!
Nausea is not innocent. He's guilty of a turnaround.
They
Gila,
find the Abyssal Trap, and it's a shutdown for Sean. This is looking to be it for Twisted Minds, but they have to wait for the minions. But it's only Kyle TZ. Can he make it happen?
He's gonna try. He's gonna cut all the way in, but looks like that's not gonna be the case here. We've got a minion in the field, and the game in the hands of Twisted Minds is 2-0.
They start off their Season 16 campaign with a sweep of Team Falcons PH.
One or two main sources have a potential third damage source, and they even have more, depending on how well Edward does in the early game, and if they can snowball through him.
You can say that again. Aurora's damage profile is a thing of beauty. There's so much going on for them. It's just a matter of how they can get it to hit, to land its mark. Looking at the lineups once more in just a wee bit, this is what Liquid and Aurora have ended up with. We were expecting some spicy picks, but no. Liquid drafted relatively close to the chest, even bringing back an old favorite in the Claude. Despite the Granger and the Moskov still being on the board. This is what they chose. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. What a pleasure it is to see these timeless champions, true icons of MLBB Esports in action here to open up game number 1.
We're going to be looking closely at how they're going to start things off, especially the trade around the Phoveus and the Lapu-Lapu, and who's going to be fighting better by Turtle 1, or if there is going to fight, then Team Liquid Philippines decide to slow things down and just trade it out. So mid Prior right now looks leaning a little bit more towards Rora. They take a fair brunt of damage, but with Light in the front, it's easy clear in the mid for Yue. He's in Demon Kite both starting purple. But yeah, early on it's against the Kagura. If you get hit by the umbrella, it's a good chunk of damage against that Kimmy.
Yeah, there's also the Rupture there that Sanji could rely a bit more on in terms of providing some early sources of damage. So I'm liking it so far, even though we're expecting how it will turn out with a Kimmy in the mid lane. They're really fighting back. They're not letting Aurora just completely overpower them in the mid lane.
Sanji's got knives in that umbrella. He's about to send Yue home. That's a technical knockout. Aurora have to time this recall very well, lest Yue miss out on very important golden XP.
Yeah. They're freezing it.
Yeah, we're really seeing here why Kagura has risen up the ranks. He's just a menace in terms of handling the trading in the center of the map. Oheb takes a brunt of damage from Demon Kite, but he's able to get away. That does apply pressure on him, though. As Demon Kite, we did mention he needed to have a pick that wins in the matchup or can just afford to be aggressive and doesn't call for a lot of help to be needed.
Yeah. So we're seeing that, at least, being done by Aurora for now. Dominkite seems to be getting the hang of at least dominating the lane.
Yeah, great wave management. OHEB struggling to get close to the final siege minion, but he'll be able to get it.
Whoop, that's a duel pending in the turtle though. Liquid's already started. Turtle at half health.
Okay, Sanford goes in, Infernal Pursuits. Oh, gets stunned by the Mountain Shocker. Flickers out though. Carl TZ really secures the turtle at the expense of Sanji's life. Edward still trying to fight. Traction Pulse also lands onto Sanford. They give over a double kill to Edward.
That is expensive. Aurora make Liquid pay 2 lives for the turtle.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. We should really look closely at what happens in the first turtle, and Edward walks away with a double kill. That's one of their multiple early game conditions checked. Alongside the fact that Dominic is dominating OHEB in lane as of this moment, Aurora is controlling the early game very well, despite the difficulty in trading around the center of the map for Yue going up against that Kagura, who now has 1 death under his belt after that loss in the first turtle fight.
Yeah, at least Carl TZ is almost 2 levels ahead of Demon Kite.
Yeah.
That's that, and they got the turtle, but that's about it. Because Aurora, they are the ones leading right now in terms of gold, and they got 2 kills who went into the hands of the EXP laner.
But a majority of this gold is elsewhere. If you're looking at Liquid, their cores are doing good.
Yeah.
OHEB and Carl TZ, baby cakes, are actually fine. Looking at the items that they're going for right now, OHEB, as long as he gets JP on him, and if Sanji can visit him too, this whole bullying by Dominic should come to a halt. And Carl TZ, he's still farming non-stop.
Yeah.
And I asked him last week, Carl, throughout your career, you've had so many different heroes to highlight. Your JP should be okay here.
Yeah.
What's your favorite? He still says it's still Lancelot, man.
Even despite all of the junglers he's been through, the Fredrin era.
After Akai, Fredrin, Baksha, he's still a Lancelot main.
Look at Aurora now though, giving a lot of difficulty for Carl TZ to farm, constantly invading, getting at least 1 camp, getting that golem. Sanford having difficulty in lane against the Lapu Lapu. So right now, Team Liquid Philippines needs to start showing some aggression towards the side.
It's almost weird saying like, yeah, Aurora is that team to beat here for TLPH. And looking at this for Liquid, especially, look at the bans they're going through.
Kok kecil banget guys suaranya guys.
Aurora, if they're going to be giving that a big question, I mean, the big talk behind the scenes is Marcel is busted as a hero. So is Aurora really going to allow TLPH to bust with Marcel? They will.
So this is just an auto pick, right? It has to be. Oh,
Wah, Leomord anjir.
Okay.
I played a couple of games with Leomord against Marcel, never again.
Yeah, this is the other side of the coin. So in terms of the priority, in a non-Marcel world, it is Leomord first. If he is open, you pick him up. That's why earlier I said in the panel, thank you Alter Ego for showing us the way.
So yeah, for the people that missed that, why is that? Why is that the case?
He's just so easy to scale with. It's like having a tankier, scarier Hayabusa with you. Hayabusa wants either that level 2, level 4 gang. Yeah. Leomord, once he gets Barbiel up, you do not want to fight him in Turtle 1. Because if you give him a kill or 2, and that will snowball like crazy.
He's got a little baby Appraiser's Wrath in that momentum.
Yeah.
It's so good. Even late game, you just charge it up. Yeah. Retribution, you're good. Grok and Zushin. Some things never change. With this Grok pick by Aurora, I think they're just straight up saying this is a non-Marcel game. Let's shake hands, Coach Snap.
Yeah. Of course, Marcel, now you put him in the roam, and as terrifying as he is conceptually, one of the counters always for in the in-game, what's called the support-style roamers, the ESTES, the Angelus of the world, it's tanks like Grok. Yeah. It's mid laners like Juicin who will bully you in the center of the map, so those are great picks by Aurora. For TLPH, they have to match that aggression in the center of the map. They need to be able to trade it out with their mid lane pick as well. So if they want rotational speed, just go ahead and pick up Farsa, or you go for Eve. They're going to be focusing on the box instead. They're looking at the main objective team fights.
So is this what we were talking about when it was the keys to victory, about the Liquid 5 box? This is the play style they're going for.
Yeah. And the heart of most boxes is the mid laner.
Yeah.
They are the core until the cores are ready. And the cores are ready, within 7 minutes. Carl TZ can go ham with this. Sanji on his Eve is a threat, is a force of nature.
And I like that because across from, that's Yue as well with the Jushin, right? You could swip those heroes around and it'd be the same story. And for all our mid laners out there, myself included as a retired mid laner, I was hoping that we'd see some shake up in the mid lane with all those, you saw all the buffs for the patches, but no. It's still pretty much the same heroes in the mid lane.
It's a farce, Joseph. All right? Patch notes are what? Of biblical proportions. But truth be told, it's but a headline. They literally just soft relaunched all of the mid laners.
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
Yeah, the only, I mean, yeah, even Khalid going up in priority is not a big change from what we saw in the M7 World Championship.
Yep.
He did show up a lot more during that phase. Now with Aurora picking up Claude, they're gonna be going in the play of, okay, are we gonna be the ones banning out carry? Because that's the matchup to go to, Claude carry. And don't be surprised if we're still gonna be leaning towards the potential options of fighters in the gold lane. That is still possible, especially with what Liquid has showed up with the Leomord in the jungle. However, that's a very risky play up against a lineup that has a Claude. Because if Team Liquid Philippines doesn't win fast and that Aurora Claude gets to scale up, no way Liquid's going to be coming back from that.
Domenkite has been playing Claude for a majority of his career. I can throw back to us early 2023.
Yeah, I know what
Makati
days
City,
you're talking about. Yep.
Shooting Gallery Studios, Paldoming. That's where he farmed out of his
Doming
mind.
Nations.
Up by 5,000, 6,000 gold on a Claude in a season wherein people swore Minana Evos would go nowhere.
Yeah, and I think that alone is why, you know, you see how dominant Doming has been in a lot of his matchups, and he kind of just falls back on this pick. The Claude is something that works so well in the current meta too, and like you mentioned, Redmar, it's all about like that scaling potential with this. Now, consideration that this is a flying cloud map too, depending how that's played, we have seen that help alleviate some of the pressure where if teams find themselves falling behind, Flying Clouds does technically play a part in helping them stay into the game.
They can go again.
Go again.
Now, considering they're up against Liquid, they do ban the carry. Are Aurora going to take away the... Okay, Yuzhong actually was kind of gone during the Asian Games qualifiers. But with Claude here, the Yuzhong will mess that up in the team fight. One Petrifier Blazing Duet is gone. So is Aurora going to pick it up, or they're willing to give that? Because with us putting importance in the EXP lane pick during the panel, that's one of the main trades they're going for. They haven't picked up their EXP laners yet. They want to see what the other picks first.
Exactly. Not just because it doesn't come up early doesn't mean it's not important. It's that much more important that they want to make sure it's a winning matchup. That's what we're going here. Imagine the pressure on the shoulders of the young Fi Alvarado. This is the new head coach of the SEBO team going to Japan later this year. He's facing off against former content creator turned head coach, Master the Basics.
He's still a content creator in a way, right? I mean,
he does.
I'll watch his streams.
Comes up with a couple videos every few days here.
Yeah.
Arla seems to be the closer. Oh, even Snap knows what's up.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the pool here potentially for Aurora in the jungle. They might have run out unless they want to go for an aggressive option, but they have Claude, so they need something that can help hold down the line. Liquid has the potential here to go crazy with their lineup. Yes, there's a Grok and Juicing on the other side, but that's what you get when you have Khalid. You have so much info, so much aggression. So Aurora are going to be going for the Lapu Lapu. Let's see if Liquid are going to go static and they go for the Esme Lapu matchup in lane. Esme is still open. That is going to be the more stable approach, and then they'll just go for a carry for Daiki. Whether or not that's going to be a Granger or something else is now the next question.
You can just hear the crowd react too.
Aman aja bang ya.
Lapu's picked in for Edward, Mr. Consistent, and we already highlighted that too. Just how important the XP lane is, and has been actually for a while now. It's been one of those staples where it's just like the XP lane matchup, but then you get these two phenomenal XP laners duking it out. It's almost sometimes, I'm sure there's a bunch of people that just want to have that one camera set up an XP lane to see how Sanford and Edward move around this map here. So this is crucial pickups for Liquid. What are they going to go for? An Alice? What's the last pick? The Moskov.
All right. This is the guy that I frequently forget, because actually in like our own little tier list, Moskov, compared to other gold laners, he's a tier below them. Not that he's a bad pick, it's just that usually you'd want to go for the big damage, faster scaling. Moskov is that guy that needs the space. The good thing is, Liquid actually built that lineup for him. They have so many space creators in the first four that they went for that Daiki can just chill, farm, and then join in the fight when he needs to with his pyramid. Well, with Spear of Destruction, excuse me.
If it does go sideways for Count Easy, at the 11th hour, Daiki can come in and say, boss, I got it.
Yeah. That's going to be a good one.
What's a celebrity going to play, though?
That's what I'm wondering, because the Fredrin's gone, the Boxer's gone. Does he opt for utility, or is he actually going to go and match this pace from the Leomord?
I need a little more damage.
Oh.
Yeah, I need damage.
Whoa! Is that damage?
How about the purest kind?
Yeah.
I've been spamming a good fair amount of Balman. I'd say more than a dozen games since the season reset.
Yeah.
And I feel good when I play Balman.
Well, they needed damage, they needed a closer, they needed a finisher.
All of the above.
All of the above.
And this guy can go toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
Ballman can go toe-to-toe with a Leomore.
And it was during Season 9 when they started rolling out, shout out to SDZYZ, with the changes then, the meta that changed the game, the tanky fighter junglers, Ballman was one of the first few to show up in that role. And Demon Kite excelled with that, hence why he became a champion then. Theoretically, it all works out. I'm leaning a little bit more Liquid, but if Liquid are not careful and Ballman gets to rack up some kills, they could get snowballed here. The thing is, it's a very specific condition.
I don't know if I was expecting a Ballman in the first pick, but I'm here to see it, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into MPL Philippines Season 17, the first match to kick off the season, and it's none other than the epic rivalry between two teams so familiar with each other that we can't wait to see this one break out. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn here.
Okay. So one of the telltale signs to see if this game is going to be hella slow is how
Dan,
if there
Dan,
is
Dan.
going to be the second minion wave in the mid lane little skirmish that shows
Siya
up.
mencoba
Usually
manipulang,
after
no?
the first buff, one of these junglers or both of them will just show up, trade it out, and then they're going to go back to their rotation, see if they can't get the kill. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Koleksi staying around here. He wants to get that Lethal Wander. He'll get it without a problem. Sanji and JP forcing Light to go back means that we're probably not going to see anything big unless... Oh, they will continue the invade!
JP jumps on the Light. Light at a third of his health. Looking to save the range here for Demon Kite.
Oh, gue tahu. Bentar.
That's one of the good things you get with a Ballman, just the speed. You can match that lead.
Yeah, that's what I was just kind of thinking here is your potential to stay up to pace was the main question when we got through that draft. We saw that Leomore first.
Ya guys ya, gede ya.
And Ballman being one of those heroes maybe pops up more and more, but especially I think because of the fact that the Fredrin was taken out and that's, you know, one of the go-to picks of Demon Kite, a Ballman is going to be an interesting thing in this whole kind of game one, really, and how it goes up against the first Turtles here in just a bit, but it's oh, hold on.
He's so fast, look! He's already level 4!
That's his own pace, man.
Yeah. And I think that's why Team Liquid Philippines wanted to invade and just get that green cap. They wanted to delay this. And now it is around the fourth minion wave. Here comes Demon Kite. Okay, they forced out the flicker from Sanji. He won't have that for the first turtle. This could be a relatively easy one for Aurora if Sanford cannot get to level 4.
Yeah, Light trying to get that level 4 too, but Turtle being up, he's probably not going to have it, but you already know that Light with this, Demon Kite?
Whoa, Daiki, fresh, off from the MDO. Bringing out those recalls. Yue got a face full of damage coming in from JP on him. Demon Kite spinning around, throw to ruin, catches Ballman. Demon Kite in the back line, down goes Sanji, Edward finds him, DK holding on, the GOAT finds him. That's a 1-for-1 trade, one aside. In comes the Spear of Misery. And Devastation coming in! Cody, he finds another! JP traded out for Carl holding on. Yue finds him, slams him down! 40, the Apex Predator, the only one left standing.
Welcome to Season 17! It was so important for the Alice to hit level 4, and since he was, him and Carl Teasy, Sanford and Carl, decided to chase after Demon Kite. Now, Sanji unfortunately got caught out by Rora, who saw the misposition by the mid lane, decided to pounce on him. That could have gone so well for Rora, but of course, the killing spree on Carl Teasy kept him alive and got him 3.
Oh, here we go. Set it up again for this first turtle. They just want to duke it out.
They jump on a 2, and that's just way too much damage. Call! Can't even call BL. JP falls. Sanji with a tip of that. Oh, catches him. Down he falls. And now 40, the only one left. Light, Edward, and US circling like sharks. Oh, 40's holding on. He's just delaying the inevitable.
He's just going to delay it here. He does get back to the mid lane, but man, forget the objective, the turtle. The new objective is just to get the bodies.
I am seeing shades of Aurora that learned so much from fighting Alter Ego. The continuous fighting, the fearlessness of just calling, go for the hero, go for the bodies instead. Let's not play the 50-50. We can dive them. Great call so far by Aurora, and Liquid, though, still have a chance to take it back.
4 minutes in, and not a single turtle taken.
JP.
And they're still holding on to it. They're trying. Liquid here, blitzes it. And that's a score for Carl.
Okay, they'll take that turtle down finally, but still, I think Rora generally happy with what they were able to go ahead and accomplish. You see this, Edward is 5-1-1, man. He pretty much is locked and loaded there. And so Sanford's going to have to adjust his playstyle. I mean, he hasn't gone down either, and this is an Atlas that we've seen many, many times. Just go ahead and set things up with that Throne of Ruin, but Edward is going to potentially be a problem here for Liquid to deal with.
Yeah, yes.
Edward.
More than Kite right now, who Daiki, credits to him, that man is doing really good in the gold lane. He is handling Kite, but can they find a way to stop Kite from getting farmed later on? Because that's always the thing with Rora. With everything happening in the map, even if Kite at one point gets a 1k gold lead, it won't take long to suddenly see that he's 2k gold lead above the opposing gold laner.
Yeah, and I think that's why that Moskov was kind of picked up, just to go ahead and deal with that potential that, you know, Kite is going to be double laning, farming up. Oh, hold on. Good call.
Aman aja, bro.
Jumps on a 3. KarlTzy staying his blade, and they're just controlling the river here.
Yeah, defensive maneuver there from JP. He's going to be fine. But going back to it, I think that's a great point. Renmar, they've got to be able to deal with Kite. Oh!
Might be here. And forcing a defensive blazing duet. And he keeps himself alive and answers back. I'm a world champ, baby.
And that's the acknowledgement of Liquid. That's the receipt. They know that Kite cannot just be left alone to farm up. That even though Daiki is doing well handling it, you still have to find ways to deliver the pressure. So in terms of the gold lead, it is a slight advantage, very slight for Daiki.
Edward and Karl and Edward, both have popped their ults. You way to respond. I think Karl knows what's up. Second and final turtle spawning in 10.
That's tough to deal with, man. You got that large sword there to try to catch a horse. And KarlTzy, we know that he likes to do this. Even if he falls behind, like you mentioned before, he's able to go ahead and kind of catch back up in all the ways he finds across the map. And with this next objective coming up, you can see placement's already here for both teams. Both gold laners still up, but look at Edward's positioning. He's going to try to cut off the entry point here.
And now Sanford holds down. Edward just goes back, resets. Turtle slightly edged over to Liquid. In comes Light comes in, misses it, and Karl secures one more time, 100% for the cavalry. Down goes Edward. Liquid get everything that they want, pushing Light and UM back. Karl does the same, taking down the celebrity, and Light gets a shield just in time to survive.
Oh, and the spear is thrown, but
gila, dia main kita pakai balon.
Coming in, does not click it just yet. RWM the answer, UF figures out. Kite comes in, walks. The old-fashioned way.
Walah, Sanji.
Sanji punished. Down goes Light in the back line. JP with the flicker. Yue wants to take him down. Yue with a smash. Karl comes KarlTzy. Kite with a fadeaway blazing duet. Down goes Yue. Karl finds another. In comes Evos. Looking for the lethal counter. Misses it with the dash. And into purple. KarlTzy.
Tetap dapat lah ya.
Welcome to the epic rivalry here in Game 1.
Someone tell KarlTzy that that's not
Gila, barbar banget.
That's a Leomord, sir. How are you dashing in and out of there as if you are... that you have
es krim Dan.
with you. My goodness, Karl.
That's true, a night is a night.
A night is a night. Oh yeah.
Ampun bang, ngeri banget ini bang.
He is also okay, all right.
I think so.
He's a royal knight. He's a prince.
Yeah, no, okay. With everything that happened, look again, we go back to the gold lane. The 4 versus 1 box with Team Liquid Philippines pushing the aggression. Daiki still deathless, only 1 assist, and still is getting farmed. He pushed the lane first. Kite had to join the rest of Aurora in the center of the map. And hey, there's a Balmond fact for you. He gets picked for the first time since then. KarlTzy picked it up in season 11. It's been 6 seasons.
I wonder if that was a thing. I wonder if there was like a discussion of the draft. It's like, hey, Kite, just go with the Balmond, man. You know, KarlTzy's the last person to play it. But I think nonetheless,
ini bukan tim mundur dari satu sih.
0-3 right now. It's not looking too good KDA wise, but that doesn't really matter here for Kite specifically because he wanted to go ahead and contest with that Leomord pick in this lineup. But what's really difficult is if they miss those major initiations, which was mainly coming from Light to set up with that the Grok here, and if he's not able to land it, a lot of your plan from Rora kind of falls apart, and then. Mind you, majority of these fights, you haven't had Kite yet for this, right? And that's going to be the trajectory for when we get to this later portion of the game. We start fighting for these lords is how much of impact will that Claw now have in these fights? Because Daiki, you can say the same.
Hero cuma bisa muter guys ya.
You have to worry about too much.
So next big loss for Aurora means inner turrets. That's the second turret in the lane. are going to be going down if they lose this Lord, and the lead will get stretched out to 5, maybe even 6,000 gold, and Liquid will just be able to coast to try and finish it by Lord 2, Lord 3 if Rora still finds a way to hold on. So this is a must-win for Rora, or if they are going to lose it, they cannot lose more than 3 heroes in the fight.
If they were to lose it, they have to trade like 3 or 4 heroes.
Yes, exactly.
And that's the ideal. That's the only way Rora can survive. Yue gets his Sky Piercer, so this is a good start. Yeah. This is going to start to hurt and get some knocks up. JP gets knocked up. 40 man-to-man defense against Edward. Lord slightly over to Aurora.
Iron mana? Iron belum boleh main, Bang. Buset.
Coming in, Daiki trying to find Demon Guy, no retribution for Aurora.
And that's what I was talking about. There's a double for UA. Daiki on the run. Tome Kite?
Daiki, I don't know if you want this, the recall in between the duo. They send back the 2 remaining members of Liquid. For Carl, says we can do this.
Oh, Carl's going.
In comes another Phantom Seed, but Light, UA, and Dominkite refuse to stand down.
Yeah, they're just going to try to hold it here, but the problem is Carl TZ, let's see if he'll be able to regen enough health by the time Demon Kite gets back. See, but the answer to that is going to be yes. So things slow down yet again. Aurora knew that they needed to push the issue. They did. They found the miscalculation by Liquid, punished that, got some kills, and now it's an even game. It's a 2K lead, but this is actually an even game.
There they go. They find themselves once again for the objective, setting things up. Both teams getting into position. Carl T's will go ahead and hold this. Dominkite now picking up his Corrosion Scythe, so it is going to be a reset. They look to want to take out at least the tier 1 turret in the mid for Aurora to have a bit of space to work with, but they do fight. They've got control of the Lord now, half health on this. There they go.
Down to an 8, the answer.
Buset, Jura Emperor lawan Jura M7. RTG.
The sharpest retribution in the game takes the Lord. Down goes Edward. This goes sideways for the Northern Lights.
And all of that thrown just for
terlalu OP ya, Bang ya.
JP to go down.
It's a good trade. Edward Lightfall. Team Liquid Philippines gets the Lord. You got to give a credit to Liquid. In this game alone, they've already answered the doubts. I know it's just the start of the season. Aurora, they had a great idea with this bomb, and it just seems like the practice isn't quite there yet in terms of actually being able to show what this lineup can do. Is it because Liquid denied them the opportunities? It looks like that's actually the case. In the
Aman aja, bro, ya.
I didn't even notice Carl got the Lord until you called it out. He was just riding through there underneath his own teams are a real-world manipulation. He was safe, retry, then he just rode away with Barbiel.
Here's the thing, game's not over yet. We don't know if Aurora or Liquid wins, but the latter seems more evident.
Onic itu kapan match kedua, Bang? Malam lah, pas takbiran.
Again, we mentioned this pre-game. Their system just works so well. This is the Liquid Stampede. This is the trademark. Aurora gave them too many cracks to come through.
Yeah, now at this point, they're going to have to hold on the best they can. I mean, you look at this 4,000 behind, and I think when you kind of have to look at where can Aurora turn this in their favor, a lot of these fights, like I said, are on the shoulders of Light to get that setup like we saw from earlier, that setup. And if it goes down, I feel like they're almost trying to pick up the pieces here to win the team.
Yeah, roughly 3,500 gold lead for the Leomord of Carl TZ. That's not something that you want to see. Their lineup falling behind and you have a bomb on jungle. They go in, but they miscalculate.
Uh-oh. Raging Sandstorm misses the mark. In comes a big tech charge coming in from Light, and he's very low. Might bite it down. He goes. Carl TZ gets the kill in the back line. JP gets punished by Edward. And now Edward caught between 3 members. Might take down Demon Kite. JC. Says no,
MPL mana dulu tuh, Bang? MPL mana dulu, Bang? Nunggu MPL-nya mulai dulu gak sih, Bang? Minimal week 1 dah. Biar kita lihat gameplaynya dulu, Bang. Wah, anjir, gila. Oh, man. Dah gak bisa anjing.
And there you go. On the defense, I don't think they're going to be able to do much else. It is going to be a reset though.
MPL ID.
Yo, I don't think Light wants to actually force
Waduh.
anything here. They're just going to
Feeling gue yang pertama udah pasti MPL ID sih bang.
This is in control now
Feeling.
for TLPH.
Yang kedua tiga nanti dulu dah. Lihat gameplaynya dulu. Kenapa gue bilang yang pertama TL ID? Karena semua rosternya dari MDL semuanya. Ada juga yang free agent itu malah.
It's gonna be a rough time to try and crawl back through that. Before that sequence, Carl already
Kalau kita ID dan Navi dewa, iya.
That's a huge damage.
Boleh lah itu. Tapi Navinya bakalan diganti sih bang kelihatannya. Udah bawa Yinat masa gak lolos playoff anjing?
He doesn't care anymore. He's able to. And again, going back to Daiki, he's getting protected really well by Liquid, and he himself is playing individually great.
Dominik commits to play into it early. Pushes back.
Wajir.
And now Sanford finds Dominik and punishes him. The Apex Predator finds his prey. Down goes Carl. Down goes Daiki. TK finds two. RWM the answer trying to quell Rora's forward assault. Now Sanford looking to take him down. Live sucking these 3 and 4 members. JP.
Wah gila sih guys. Gila Sanford. Sanford gila. Sanford anjing. Kena geprek Balmon anjing.
Sanford to set things up with the positioning on the Alice. But the fighting potential from Aurora wins the team fight.
It was a bait. That is one of the plays that you can do as a Claude. Initiate first. Burn your plays
Geek,
into it.
waduh,
Make
Geek
the
enggak
other
lah.
team think
Geek
that they
lolos
can
ya
initiate
harusnya.
and win, but the rest of the team is holding strong and ready to clap back. It was scary when Sanford went in, but Aurora handled the counter well. Light with a tech charge, but I think that was more predictive than anything.
Oh no! The SOD! Dominik secures it underneath all that! Daiki finds Yue, and Daiki
Dominik yang dapet guys.
Humankind dashes out. Aurora just want to be happy with the Lord that they finally got. Like, flicker back. Dominik
bilang ngapain
at him. And they cannot finish what they started. Yue is the only price they pay.
So
Wih,
much was used there,
5
but
lawan
they had
4
to.
guys
The
ya.
go-ahead
Tapi ada Lord sih, bentar lagi muncul itu.
Defend and clear
3,
this out, but
2,
that was
1.
so
Yeay,
close for
welcome.
There's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of fighting, but you see the method and the thinking behind everything that has happened so far, the back and forth. Again, the M7 World Championship showed us the importance of not being afraid to trade. Going for the heroes, going for the kills. Yes, the objectives are there, but at the same time, getting hero kills allows you to get objectives. And by the way, great little freeze on the Lord up top. But just a quick little delay for Light, which allows Aurora to dictate the tempo a little bit better with this push.
Udah fokusin PH dulu gak sih Bang KAIRI?
At this point,
Ini bang, gameplay mahal nih bang. Tarik ulur, beda 6.000, tinggal 1.000 anjir, gila. Lama-kelamaan di comebackin guys. Domeng.
They should be able to clear out the Lord pretty well as it does go down now here on the top side. But Rora will clear out the tier 2 in the mid, potentially this bottom, and that might be all they get. Off that Lord.
Jangan lupa like-nya abangku ya.
For a majority of this game has lost the map. It's just evident of their draft. It's not a very wave management-centric lineup. So after that big fight win, this is the best that they could do. A big Lord take could mean equalizing the map. And at this point, the only real advantage Liquid has is that penetration mid.
Yeah.
So Rora are ramping up to actually gaining control of this game.
And this is something that we acknowledged also during the draft. Liquid, they were able to take the condition that we mainly stated for them, control it, but they couldn't find the big win to try and end it. Yes, they got the tower down in mid, but then after that, Rora got the clap back, and Dominik got a little bit more farm, got a little bit more time, and now they're at this point where they don't even need to use Dominik as the main source of damage. As we mentioned earlier, this play was started because Dominik came in as the first initiation. He baited out abilities from Liquid. They roped Liquid into taking that fight, roped Sanford into finding
Lo lihat lah bang, Karti itu kalau gak digeprek, siapa? Sanford kalau gak digeprek gak mati-mati tuh guys.
Are at this point where this is the comfort of their lineup.
Nah ini loh guys, kalau ada god laner lagi nge-clear, di cover anjir, jangan dibiarin.
Do not be the Claude that Dominik was and be the initiator. He did this with his team's blessing, and it was a, I assume, planned play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and they probably, I've actually seen we've seen Domikai do that so many times that I almost feel like they might not even call it. It's just Domikai's like, I'm going to go do this. He comes back. Team knows how to respond. You saw that too when that fight broke out, that 2 chastised pauldrons were picked up for Demon Kite and I believe Edward. So that kind of helps deal with even some of the scaling that we see with the Moskov usually at this portion of the game.
Great zone.
Where now that can help him. Here it is. This Lord is going to be a crucial one.
JP getting bursted
Waduh.
Forced to use a flicker and a raging sandstorm defensively.
Bang flicker lagi dia.
What's he going to do with this light? Susses him out. JP comes back. Quick sand guard keeps him.
Oh,
In
Yue.
comes Yue with a forward Crimson Beacon. Sanford trying to stop.
Wah, gak kasih Wintercon.
And here comes Barbiel called in by Carl.
Sanjay, alah, mana immortalnya?
Oh my God.
Sanjay Kartiji kok.
And now Demon Kite holding on.
Loh.
JP and Sanford on him. Carl Dizzy still alive.
Aduh, Carl, Wintercon.
Versus Edward. Edward versus Daiki. Carl Dizzy gets out. SOD by Daiki. Yue takes out Carl.
Wah, gila Daiki.
Yue gets taken out by JP. Massive trades.
Welcome to the Mpl Philippines, Daiki. What a move!
Aduh dong, men. Demon kita.
And he gets some spellback. 40 chases.
Demon kita.
Going down to the base!
Oh no.
It's just light.
It's just light defending against
Ya,
Daiki.
mati juga, guys.
Down goes
Good
DK.
freeze.
Light can't do this.
Tegal lampu doang, guys.
Can't.
Mati dong.
He's open for a miracle. Pulls
Mati
away
sih.
the minions, pulls away 2 members.
Hehehe.
Back in 7. Could he do it? Can he?
Bro, ngapain bro?
Seconds on Domikai. They're trying to
Nice.
out Lightbot. So much time. He pulled it.
My God.
Got through.
The base.
Domeng.
He goes in with a blazing duet. No minions. No minions.
One way.
Still alive.
One way.
And I think that's it.
Wah, hampir aja, guys.
Stampedes through. Taken game 1.
G.
It's just game 1. We've missed
Keren,
you.
keren, keren, bro.
Welcome back to Mpl Philippines, the home of champions.
Mahal guys, mahal guys.
I'm gonna say it now. He deserves
Antalak
an
mo,
MVP
disis mo,
nod.
gedang goreng mo eh.
KDA, but
Lanes because they're not winning anywhere else. This could be a turnaround for them though if they can get it, but so far it looks like Aurora might be able to get this without that much of a problem.
Turtle at half health gets soft reset. Sanford gets spotted out by Light. Mountain Shocker set up. Aurora, they're crossing the threshold.
Aman aja ya guys ya.
JP
Bentar guys.
has the AOG, but is he gonna go for
Kenapa
it? Light
nih?
seems to have found a target first, though. They're trying to pin down Sanford. Edward goes in as well with the Bravest Fighter. AOG in the back by JP. Sanford still trying to jump onto Edward, but he's just doing so much damage. There's the Thorn Growth to try to immune himself, but JP will not get to escape. But the blazing duet coming in from OM still won't be able to dish out enough damage, though. Just the right amount to let Aurora walk away.
Not just yet. Oheb doesn't have enough farm to make that blazing duet hurt. Aurora might go for this.
No!
The steal by the GOAT!
He takes it away! Even despite what happened in the previous team fight. And Aurora were somehow ready to answer back, but he was just too quick.
Damn, Carl. Damn. What a steal. But right now, Team Liquid Philippines needs to start respecting that Lapu-Lapu and start having answers for it. So JP decided to dive into the back line to put pressure onto Demon Kite to force the attention away from the Lapu-Lapu so that Team Liquid Philippines will be able to take him down or increase the chances of taking him down. But they couldn't. He was way too tanky. So now Team Liquid Philippines go for up top.
Oh, how tanky is Light this time, though. Thanks to the glorious pathway, he seems to be tanky enough. That was multiple resources, or the yin-yang overturn even committed from TLPH, but he still survives.
So Liquid, despite that slobber knocker of a team fight underneath the Turtle and that close call up top, find a way to shrink the gold lead. Prior, this was about 1,000 and change. Now it's just 500. Oh, look at this. Demon Kite able to buy time in the bottom part of the map.
Yep.
Sanford and Sanji, Sanduo looking to clean house, but it's too late. I think that's a push turret down bot.
Yeah, they just tried to look for the kill because they knew that tower's going to be a lost cause anyway. So with how Aurora has been fighting, seems like they take the suggestion that we put up earlier, wherein Light would get vision, but the main aggressor and frontliner is actually this Lapu-Lapu, who is holding. He built for the War Axe. He has the belt with him. Did get the tough boots though, so that's one of the reasons why he's able to fight a little bit better and a little bit smoother because of that extra little bit of crowd control reduction that he has.
Call it a carry Lapu-Lapu. Damage XP laners have been on the up and up in recent weeks of this metagame. how can Aurora ride this into a winning position? How can they avoid the late game entirely so that they can secure a win in game 1? Turtle spawning in just a couple of seconds. Upper part of the map. Light here, looking to buy some space for the Northern Lights. And Rona sets up amazing push here up top. Gonna get quelled by Liquid.
I just want to say I really appreciate how Demoncat has been playing this game. He's been non-stop rotating. He's always present for macro and micro.
Yeah, the objectives are definitely gonna be the factor here for Aurora, but then it seems like the one who gets bursted down first is Edward. They respond immediately to what needs to be done, and Carl secures the amazing duet coming in from OHEB, potentially taking down Light. JPAOG doesn't land, and somehow they still get to walk away. Just uses the taunt onto you instead, and the follow-up from Sanji is gonna be enough.
The moment the formation breaks, Edward, again, it was supposed to be Light first, let Edward follow up later. It got broken, and the next thing you know, Edward is the one who gets taken out first, and Team Liquid Philippines win a team fight with the Lapu Lapu going down quick. In the middle, there was a big trade between JP and Dominicite, but JP able to survive it.
The chef truly is JP's son. Oh my God, he just stood there waiting. The communication between this mid duo is unbreakable. Liquid now up by almost 1,000. Carl DZ dashing on through 3, through 4. Carl, what are you doing?
He tried to take on everyone, but will he get to escape this though? There's nothing left to dash on, but he's still alive.
And he's still back to split pushing that minion wave up top.
He sent the 4 of them back. That is a maestro in action. Carl Teasy, for the better part of a decade, has mastered this hero. He's fallen in love with Lancelot, and still to this day in his career, plays it like it's the first day he's ever touched this hero in the jungle. 700 gold now, almost 1,000. Liquid are up. What happened to that lead by Aurora?
Well, we saw as long as their formation gets broken down real quick, if it's Edward the one who's going down first, alongside Light going down quickly, it's not good.
Okay, there's a conceal from JP. The taunt doesn't land, so Todak might survive this, and he will. There's the glorious pathway as well. AOG coming in from JP. Sanford might be in a very dangerous spot, and he gets punished instead. The sidestep from Edward. He gets the stun to him, and now they take him down as well.
That's way too many resources spent by Liquid to try and pick up Dominicite, and he gets away with it. The punish by Aurora, 2 down.
Oh my goodness, Carl Teasy still wants to go for it, but he might just get taken down as well. Dominicite.
Far.
Oh my gosh.
Overheat.
And Aurora make it straight through to the Lord. What a response.
Edward, man. That sidestep Landshaker stun into OHEB to predict where he would be to secure the kill onto that Claude. And the miscommunication by Sanford to go in when Team Liquid were already on the way out. He wanted to get that kill on Dominicite, but at that point, Light with the perfect save, committing the ultimate and the revitalize to make sure that Dominicite got away.
Aman aja, bro.
Aurora put Liquid in a defensive position now. Liquid have to clean the house. There's a Lord marching up top, waves down, but mid. The only real place where Liquid could say that's at equilibrium. We don't even have to commit much to that. But that's what Aurora is taking advantage of. They're synchronizing these waves. Massive push by the Northern Lights. They're taking down this tier 2 up top. Liquid have to really get farm on OHEB. He's not quite as powerful just yet. Is he? At least on his... Wow, not yet his 3rd item.
Yeah, doesn't have the full Trinity just yet.
Aman aja, bro.
DHS Golden Staff didn't go for the corrosion sides just yet. Decided to go for DHS first so that he has a little bit more sustain. And with all of the HP scaling on the side of Aurora, it was the right decision. JP already has the blade armor, so that might come in the clutch, especially up against what Demoncat can bring to the table in terms of damage.
All right. If OHEB, there you go, locks in the Swift Trinity, then maybe that's enough of a power spike for Liquid to try and find something else. Because again, this is just sub 2,000 ahead.
Even more so, to add to that, Sanford just needs to communicate better with the team if he's going to go or not. And if the team decides to back, he needs to back as well. He cannot tell the team, hey, we fight because I want to fight.
Yeah, Carl Teasy already used his Retribution. Might just actually get the kill on Edward first again, though. But could they accomplish that? Because it seems like Sanford is struggling to tank the damage. Juga just going in for the free hits, but the Blazing Duet, it already has the damage we're looking for now. JP also trying to go for the zone, and Sanford doing a Dominic finds Sanford. Sanji and Oheb will just try to look for another kill, but Yue flickers in and will pick up a double!
Kiel falls! Carl Teasy was too low. He decided to go for his purple first and miss out on a majority of that fight. Liquid bit off more than they could chew.
You were popping off in this game, and this is what you get when you have a lineup that has multiple options for carries versus a lineup that is waiting for one carry to be online. Even though they could get kills on the Lapu-Lapu, on the Harith, you still have the YSS and the Kimmy to deal with. So this is the difficult spot that TLPH is at now. Sanford, yes, he's jumping on people's heads, but he's not doing a lot of damage. He's sustaining and holding on to the team fights. The presence of Light now with the Revitalize, who has the anti-Karas, reducing the extra damage that Sanford can dish out as the Phoveus, has become a massive pain in the Apex Predator side.
Yeah, the damage from Aurora is just too spread out.
Yeah, you have too many things to deal with if you're Team Liquid that even though this drags on, Aurora's fine with it.
Best said in the song by the recently engaged Taylor Swift featuring Boys Like Girls, 2 is better than 1. They're waiting for Oheb. He can only do so much. You have Demon Kite and Domin Kite. The Kite brothers are calling the shots. Given Domin Kite died, you still have Yue to answer back, picking up that concentrated energy. I'm surprised that this is still a dance. I'm surprised that Aurora aren't steamrolling through Liquid, who should have been shook by that engagement down bottom.
It's really tough for Oheb too, because every time he goes in and uses the Blazing Duet, there's someone waiting for him. Edwards is waiting on a land shaker. He's worried that he's going to get stunned immediately the moment Light gets close enough to that Claude when he decides to enter. And when that Claude gets stunned, that's it. You're done. And your Wind of Nature can barely do anything here because you're mainly up against magic damage dealers in the Oheb, the Harith. Whoa!
Oh, they get to bring Sanford down to half HP though. Edward already goes in, might just actually go for the kill. Thornroy's just too immune, but the Yin Yang overturn committed won't deal enough damage. AOG just to get out to safety, but disengage for TLPH because Sanford still goes in. He decides to go into fight because the Blazing Duet is going to provide some follow-up, but Domin Kite answers right back. Carl Teasy gets to find Edward, but that's going to be about it. It's a triple kill for Dominic, and JP's down as well. Sanji only left alone, but Dominic Kite won't let him go. It's a maniac.
The chef got cooked. They overloaded the Kagura with options, and they wiped them out. Aurora in the base.
That's it. This is Aurora for game 1.
Redmar, you might be right. A week of hard work in the boot camp might have been enough to get Aurora back on track.
Aurora back on track,
Lineup rating through the roof for Aurora compared to Liquid, who struggled to pick this Fredrin late into the draft.
It was just one of those instances where it felt like there was no other choice for Carl Teasy. So many conditions have to be met for Liquid Philippines to be able to make this lineup successful, and Aurora after that win on the momentum. This is gonna be scary.
Into the land of Dawn we go, the possibly final game in this best of 3, because Aurora have our defending champions up against the ropes. Match point for the Northern Lights. The Cavalry struggle to get the stampede going.
Let's look how the early mid trades will happen. So the Kimmy decided to help out the Fredrin in the jungle, while JP starts off the orange buff to help leash Carl Teasy so that he can go for a clearer, faster clear. Sanji just got this place but again, you're a Kimmy at this point. You can afford to be this aggro in terms of the early trading. So they're expediting the farming process for Carl Teasy by helping him out, double leash in his buffs.
Yeah. And the way that Edward's managing the EXP lane on the glue, it's looking really good for Aurora so far as well. Because even in the Howl, it was mentioned that one of the most important things TLPH needs to accomplish is the winning mid duo.
Yeah.
But so far, with the Valentina Grok, the wave clear is just so fast as well.
Aurora can just make plays elsewhere faster. Luckily, Liquid has Daddy JP on the Baksha, so he has rotational speed. He can answer the fights, but again, it's a very reactive approach to a game wherein your opponent wants to go fast.
So far, since Good rotation by JP to decide to help out Sanford, to help him get the XP from the Crab. Considering that you don't really need to stick the Karate so much when he's going into the opposite side of the jungle. Now you can stick together. As the first turtle should be spawning soon enough. And yeah, they're going for aggressive positioning here. And this is the right call by Liquid if they want to increase their chances of winning this game.
They refuse to be reactive. Liquid are barreling through the turtle, approaching half health. How does Aurora respond?
Okay, that's level 4 for Sanford. He immediately goes in, but Yue has a bravest fighter of his own.
Edward.
Traction pulse also committed, and that's going to be a turtle for Team Liquid Philippines. But a flicker from Edward to respond. He gets to grab someone. That's going to be JP, someone tanky enough to sustain the damage. And so TLPH might be able to walk away unscathed. But Edward, will he survive this though? He's trying to run away, gets taunted, and that's first blood for TLPH.
JP still looking for more. Pops the Puissance rolling around, compromising the jungle of Aurora. And now Liquid are looking to commit Craft Theft Orange.
Yeah, all the little things that Liquid decided to do eventually turned into a big investment. As Edward was struggling to hit level 4 for that turtle, he ended up just going for the late entry to try and get a trade through kills post-objective. The decisions that Liquid did, the double leash for Carl, the rotate of JP to make sure Sanford can hit level 4 first, now building a lead over Edward. Eventually led to this lead right now, 1.2k to 1.3k for Liquid.
Rennie, that was all cavalry. They got the turtle, they got first blood, they stole away DK's orange, and Carl TZ is up almost 2 full levels.
Yeah, it's quite weird to see that there's this much support and assistance for a Fredrin, but they just really want to speed things up, I feel, and it's all worth it.
And that's something I overlooked when thinking about this lineup. The fact that they could actually do that, they expedite the process here for this Fredrin, and it has worked wonders. Let's see if Aurora will be able to find a way to turn things around, though, because so far O has been undisturbed and he is hurting. My goodness.
That's Light, who barely got to walk away with a decent amount of HP left. Oh wait, but does he know Doming Kite's there? So, okay, they're not gonna exchange flows or anything, but this is gonna be another potential objective for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, Kel1 was aware that DK, or Doming Kite, was hiding up there. They just wanted the waves, and they knew that they were gonna fast rotate towards the turtle. Oh, Liquid are blitzing this.
Edward's all alone, but he's gonna still start a fight. Light goes for the tectonic charge, but Carl TZ got enough time to secure the turtle once again. Bravest fighter coming in from Sanford. He gets to stun Light, and the rest of the members are just trying to catch up, but they will be able to return under the turret and keep themselves alive.
Tech charge may have come out too soon.
They don't have to worry about the Hilda anymore, but I feel like that could actually be something else.
Like instead of the Hilda.
Yeah, instead of the Hilda. I'm fine with them still committing bans on the Fred.
Aman aja, bro.
Fredrin could be good for them as a first pick of the Leomord.
Game kedua ya, guys ya.
Or a Sora also would be okay. So with them picking out Eve ban, despite them finding Sanji a good amount, Sanji might just end up picking a lineup that wants to focus on taking control of the midfield.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
There are games like Liquid wins game number 1.
Raya Gunifer, Hilda, Yves di ban ya.
Drafted a very aggressive lineup, and then they take control early, fast game, let's go to game number 3. That happened a lot in last season.
It did. I'm wondering if also we still see the same trend here with Marcel. Again, the general consensus was that he was going to be banned out, like perma-banned out. Like Wolf said, he's like, this is probably the only time you're going to see him. When we showed the graphic earlier on, and yeah, like right now, he's still going to be open. Sora goes banned out. There you go. Fredrin, I think that was a Fredrin. Yeah, Fredrin is banned out.
Leomord open, Marcel open.
Marcel? Is he French? I don't think.
Marcel, no, he's English.
He's English? Oh,
yeah. Is his camera French?
No.
No, okay.
Clamar is whatever his descendants is.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Aurora decides to do.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a tough choice here for Aurora. If they're going to go, as you mentioned, the Baksha or the Leomord. One's the more aggressive. Actually, they're both aggressive options, but with different
The
flavors.
zoo's open too. Look at
Yeah.
this. The man who plays the zoo the most is still here.
And I also do have to correct myself. I posed Sora as a first pick. That's actually not much of an option anymore because of the presence of a Valentina EXP lane option.
It's a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing now. So don't be surprised if Valentina shows up in the EXP lane later on in the season. So Aurora, as we mentioned, they are going to be focusing towards priority in the mid. They want the bully. And this is actually one of my favorite picks in mid against a lineup that wants to be aggressive. Zetian is an anti-bully in the mid lane.
Door stop.
Little next knockback. And actually, that's a great term for it. It's a door stopper
It's a
for
door
aggression.
stopper.
Yeah.
This is the only hero that makes me almost tilt if I would tilt it.
Yeah.
Because there's just something about her range, right? Her range, her poke, her ultimate.
Aman aja bro ya.
A bit more with Marcel, maybe because new.
Okay, well, yeah. So I'm saying it from the idea that most of my games, Marcel's not even.
Wah
part of
anjir,
it.
Zetian bro.
But you're right. She's like a sexier Valir.
Yeah. Yes.
I might disagree with that. I think Valir should not.
Walah roda gila ya guys ya.
Aurora do decide to go for the Baxia. Team Liquid Philippines, with them picking the Zetian and the Kali together. Aurora, I would not like to see them go for something damage aggressive. I want to see slow front to back team fights. Deliberate.
Again, very still Dominkite centric here.
Exactly, still very Dominkite centric. Because if they went for the aggression, there's a huge risk when you're going up against a Zetian and a Kali in the center of the map.
Just stop.
Yeah, you're stopped, and you waste so much abilities trying to take them down together.
Yeah, I think also the fact that you got Baksha now in the hands of Demon Kite here, that kind of helps solidify the game plan a little bit more. I mean, even so, Edward on the Lapu Lapu the previous game, he had a hell of a start, man, at one point.
Aman aja bro.
Yeah, 5-1 or something like that, but then you saw how much difficulty Edward even had towards the later portion of the game, and now here's a Glue getting picked up for Sanford.
There is no room for Aurora to pick a hero that just shuts down the Glue. So 40 gets a free go here. This is his go again ticket. He could just start jumping on targets.
We saw his performance back in the M7 World Championship too with this hero.
And through the years.
And through the years, yeah. But now, more notably, I feel like people just kind of default to thinking of Patrick Star.
It's him or Flap when you mention Glue, right? First pick, it's him or Flap.
Ooh. You know, thinking about this Glue now, though, I feel like I'm
Tadi siapa guys?
kind of
Kayak gak asing ya guys ya.
Because, look, if they put the Baxter in the jungle, the Glue's going to be a problem. If they shift it, they put light on a Baxter roam and they put something more damage focused on the jungle. Let's say there's no other magic damage option and Aurora decides to go for something like a Suyo, something a little bit more mobile.
You're
with
solving
good
the wrong problem.
You're solving the wrong problem. You get dived on again, and then if you try to dive, you still might get punished. So I'm not saying Glue instantly won the draft here for Team Liquid Philippines, but you do have to acknowledge this made Rora's second phase so much harder to draft.
Yeah. I think that's why, you know, you kind of have the slower second phase of these bans coming out too. You can see the carry being taken out here too, because again, that's also the question. Not only the potential to go ahead and swerve the Baksha if that comes through, but gold lane again.
Aman
What
aja,
is going to
bro.
pop in the gold lane?
Dah, anjir nge-lag bang. Sekelas MPL nge-lag aja
You
serius.
already have that.
Lah kocak.
Kind of have the slower second phase of these bans coming out too. You can see the carry being
Kocak lah anjing.
kind of have the slower second the Baksha if that comes through, but
Dah bang
gold
ya,
lane
aman
again,
ya.
what is going to pop in the gold lane here? You already have that carry being taken out. Are we going to see potentially?
They make a different decision on Red 4. Aurora's still on the back foot.
I'm thinking of other marksmen as well. If Obsidian shows up, the problem is if Glue and Kali decide to pack.
Ngeri bro ya.
What happens? You're gonna struggle with that.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Leomore being banned out here.
What does Kyle play?
I mean, with all of that, then you can go.
Oh, there's the Claude.
They steal it away.
Oh my.
So they're saying, hey,
What if they just swap?
Dominkite, swap or, again, the Harith, which is kind of a dangerous pick.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was Dominkite that had the winningest Harith last season, right?
Yeah.
Him, or like even if they were kind of losing for a majority of Season 16,
Yeah.
Shizu.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shizu.
Right.
In action later
Yeah.
on this weekend, Can't wait to see the new AP Brent, but back to the action here.
I think Rora will just have to settle for Baksha jungle, that it might not be the easiest time. They can still make it work. I'm not completely shutting down the possibility. They might try to see if they can...
Kok nge-lag lagi sih, guys? Wah, ngentit Mpl. Bentar. Ya elah. Sumpah ini sekelas Mpl nge-lag, cok, anjing. Sempak kuda lah, Bang. Ya, komen-komenannya itu, guys. Biasanya, guys.
My brain is telling me I'm leaning towards Liquid here. The presence of the glue alone does a lot.
Mpl.
Alone does a lot of things.
Masal juga main ini anjing.
Oh, there's a lot of great things that make Aurora's lineup look bad.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we have to respect the fact that Aurora playing comfort.
It's a better tight game for Aurora.
Yeah.
But Liquid just has to figure out how to dismantle that.
And also extend the series to game
Sama aja, cok.
3 in this epic rivalry.
So
Dari sana apa gimana ya, guys ya?
they win a very crazy game number 1. Game number 2, their opposing team just goes for a fast no-ball win. That is still very active. Which is why I'm leaning a little bit more towards Aurora here. Despite Liquid setting the tempo.
Wih, halo. Terus nih, Bang, lag Bang. Gue pantai.
They just
Where they can here.
see now there's an ending.
Oh, ternyata dari sananya, guys.
Carl easy to go for a flank somewhere at level 4. Dominic is stretched out, but he will back out in just a bit, knowing that there's a chance Carl TZ might be in his side of the jungle. He will not hit level 4 just yet.
Dari sananya ya, Bang, ya, nge-lagnya, Bang.
Somewhere in the center of the map after he gets the purple buff. See if they can bring Yuba down low so that they don't have that much of a problem getting turtle number 1.
Yeah, turtle situation in game 1 was
It was pretty crazy.
interesting. I was going to use the word interesting. But this time, maybe we go for something more traditional, something more orthodox. That could have been the issue with Aurora, is because the game was so weird to begin with.
Yeah.
Oh, mid lane, Light taking quite a bit of pokes, but he even holds on to the flicker, so he knows he's going to be fine. He'll go reset. Turtle's going to be up here in a couple seconds. Both junglers have that level 4 available. A little bit of a lead for Carl TZ as he took the camp up top earlier on in Rora's jungle.
Almost a full bar.
Yeah, and this gives him a bit of space to work with, but you still got to respect the Baksha in this first turtle. So he's going to go for a kill?
Carl TZ does not pull the trigger on the shadow kill. Wall put up.
Oh, good
There's
block.
Force of the Phoenix on the shadow kill. Wall put up.
Oh, good
There's
block.
the Force of the Phoenix put up by Sanji, so they know where everyone is, but that's just going to be it.
A couple ultimates suspended here. Heal up for JP. Fight for this turtle. It's half health.
Now 8. Who's going to get it? Retribution still online for both, and it's Demon Kite. Utility jungler reigns supreme. The grab, and the mount by Sanford. Not much of a follow-up here, as Demon Kite put down to a massive tech charge. Coming in, Edward takes down Carl, first blood.
Yep, that's what we were talking about. In terms of the potential of Aurora to get big wins early on, they get the turtle. Carl TZ stood his ground, but eventually got taken out. Light able to get that massive tech charge in with the wall. This is going to be tough going here for Liquid now, as Aurora can continue this aggression. They're handling the trade in the center really well. A majority of the game so far has been Aurora getting mid-priority, and that forces Team Liquid Philippines to get creative.
Right now, too, fighting in this side of the jungle.
DK committing! Grab Theft Orange, but no, Carl secures! They take down JP though. And now Demon Kite hiding in the brush. Daiki unable to get the kill, and Daiki falls. Demon Kite claims him. And Demon Kite gets taken down by the turret. A little too close there.
Okay, a little pressure here on this side of the purple buff of Carl TZ. Doesn't have retribution, but they are going to go in and force Edward out of here. So buff secured. Oh, they're going to bring him back. Okay, good use of the flicker there.
Gak jadi ya, Bang, ya.
Get brought back to Carl TZ. Meanwhile, up top, I have to say, man, Light has been on point ever since he hit level 4, and he's been able to make plays on this Grok here, which technically he eventually was able to do in the last game, but this is much better start for him.
Joseph, this is why he held on to the flicker after the sequence in mid. He said, I'm going to need this post-turtle. I'm going to hold on.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing here the comfort for Aurora. Across the board, they got picks that they have excelled with, won world championships with, wrecked streaks with, and so good. That was a Skypiercer pickup by Yue.
Very different timing.
A 4-minute Skypiercer compared to what? The 14, 15-minute Skypiercer earlier?
You know what that means. The game's going better.
Yeah, that's them saying, oh, we know we got this. We're going to game 3.
Sanji!
Aman aja, bro.
The fury out of him, but Dominkite will claim him. Again, as predicted, this will be a Dominkite-centric game. Rivers put him where he needed to be.
Yeah, and so far, Aurora looking like they could end this before 15 minutes as well. Daiki getting protected by the other members of Liquid.
Carl forced to use a shadow kill, and he gets taken down here. Dominkite finds him. JP a little too far to protect the GOAT, and now Demonkite jumps onto the Khalid, and he flickers on out of there.
This is what I'm talking about with this lineup, man. Expanding Rivers for this lineup from Aurora is like having a flying cloud everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, we set it up, we got the predictive as a table, and now Liquid are just trying to grasp at straws at this point.
Patrick, he can't hold out, cannot stop 4 members of Aurora from taking away that orange.
Okay. Turret goes down. 3,000 gold lead right now for Aurora. Under the 6-minute mark, setting themselves up for a very good position to take the next objective here. Already 2 turtles in their side, so they're going for the 3 for 3. And if we look at for TLPH on how they can go ahead and adjust themselves, they find themselves in almost a similar position that Aurora was in the previous game, right? You're waiting for Daiki to go ahead and come online on this Claude, and you're dealing with them forcing these fights.
Oh my lord, another flicker tech charge! Kogi, he can't even react. He's snuffed out.
I'm telling you, man.
It's perfect. It's Aurora playing a very comfortable and familiar lineup that nothing is going wrong for them. And Liquid it's just them feeling the wrath of giving this kind of lineup to Aurora. They should not have given this kind of lineup at any point.
And that's why I would argue the fact that, you know, talking about Claude scaling up, it would have been better if, yes, you have a Hayabusa, but you are naturally shut down at this point, 0 and 3.
Yeah.
You're going to have to play massive catch-up, which then also paints the picture of how difficult it is to actually contest for these objectives and why you're on such the back foot. They're going to lose another turret down bot. You can see how Edward's not even really worried about Daiki or anything unless Carl TZ forces a play here.
Shadow kill on Edward alone. Pop in the bravest fighter just for a little more shields. JP, the backup. UN light response just by time for DK to get that turtle and steal away the purple maybe even. And this is a 3-man coalition from Aurora pushing forth up top. 5K help.
Well, they know the orange is up. Here comes Demonkite. They're going to force him off the buff.
And now DK jumps on, compromising JP. No orange buff for Liquid.
Oh man, Carl. I think he's going to be able to get away, but they're just going to force this tier 2 down.
Uh-oh, another tech charge, knocking up 3. Carl is down. JP is out of the picture as well.
Damn.
But Daiki finds light. A little bit of retribution for Liquid.
Oh no, Sanford. Okay, he flickers. I'm going to reiterate it again. Carl TZ has been shut down in game 2.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. When you're a Hayabusa going up against this kind of lineup, you have to find this miraculous level 2 to 4 pick-off somehow in the center. But with Aurora knowing what they're playing with, they have the Baksha and then the juice in. They know that they can take risks and not get to the point where it'll be easy for Carl TZ to sweep up, get a kill, and then build through that. And all the times where Liquid tried to find an opening for Carl through a flank, it's just been answered immediately by Aurora to the point where even if they find it now, they're not going to get a kill. And if ever, it's a bad trade.
This is Edward and Light drawing a line between Liquid and the door out. Another tech charge. Kogi Evo Juga get the stack on him. And now underneath the Zaman Force, Sanford has his hands on
everything.
It's over.
It's so tough, man.
Even under a turret.
Even under a turret, that's what I'm saying. Carl TZ has nowhere to go. I mean, think about it. That was just about everything you could do. Flaunt shadows, he even popped the shadow kill. But you're forced in this position, and now they're looking to take down the Holy Shield, Holy Defense now on this bottom turret of TLPH's base.
Shadow kill once more. Edward, a sliver of health. A little sense of desperation there.
He wanted it. If he could have gotten at least something on the board.
Yeah.
then that is a small step, a super small step in a long journey for TLPH right now.
journey.
Infinite
GT series
quickly secured now for Rora to go ahead and get ready to march towards the base of TLPH.
They need to somehow drag this game out long enough that maybe after 5 more times of that, then they'll finally get a big win.
Yeah.
But with how it's looking right now, again, Aurora knew their conditions all throughout this game. They ticked it. They stopped Team Liquid Philippines from getting their conditions in the early, leading to this point. It's going to be a miracle if Liquid somehow extends this long enough to get that 5th big play to get that turnaround.
I think Light is 2 for 2 on big ticket tech charges.
I think even more.
Oh no, Carl Teasy, a sneaky play, an orange buff steal is not going to go unpunished. He gets got by another tech charge. Well, I'll be damned. A desperation move quelled by UN Light.
Oh man, just when you thought, okay, you at least got something, like a little bit of XP, a little bit of gold and a buff, it gets stopped in its tracks.
Boy, that's Bow Wow.
That's not allowed.
That's not for you. That is Demon Kite's buff.
This is a completely different game than what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny how we were able to even call it as a protected point, where it might happen in game number 2 when Liquid just get stomped after a really close and tight game number 1. Again, it happens so much to them that at this point, they gotta see why.
On the turret. Big push here by Aurora. Liquid holding on. Turret gonna get taken down here. US scores. The Zaman Force putting Sanford in danger. He's doing his best to keep Dominicite away from all of the powerfuls. Edward finds him. Daiki with the blazing duet gets the cleared away. JP is down. Famous fighter by Edward. Away. Another Zaman Force holding onto the cart. I think Aurora have to slow it down. 10K up. They need another wave.
Oh, they can't end it here, but they do have a wave coming in on top.
40! Fury of the Phoenix.
Big
stopping
Fury.
Aurora. Down goes Live. Can Daiki capitalize? 4 against 2. Liquid's last stand. Down goes Demon Kite. Aurora have to slow it down.
Aman bang.
Liquid still breathing.
Still a massive gold lead here, though, for Aurora. If Daiki gets this, this is going to be big if he gets it.
And now the Doctor is
Daiki.
Holy moly.
Okay, Edward finally goes down, but man, what a quick switch that was. Now JP on the hunt. This could be a very small window for TLPH to grab what they need to. But nonetheless, Aurora was in control there. They just couldn't quite end the game because of the way the waves were coming in up top on that top side of the base.
Yeah, okay. So earlier I said 5. Let's say that was 2.
Yeah.
That counts as 2.
That's 2. All right, so
3
more. 3 more. Clock sticking here. But that was a huge heat check by Dominic. I was like, all right, welcome to the FPL. Let me show you who I am. Bang! With his signature Harris just blasting Daiki. Daiki was around like half health.
I was going to say, he got blasted.
Yeah,
man.
it was a dash, it was a basic attack, and then he's gone.
That was the force, by the way. Actually, no, he didn't even drop. Well, technically, he didn't drop the Zaman Force.
He did it.
Yeah.
He just
Single
dashed.
vision, I think. That was all he did, man.
Single vision straight to the face.
Right now, Lord's up, still completely
Aman aja, Bang, ya.
though. With this kind of lead, you're not really going to be in a position to do much except fight in your base if you're TLPH with this one. So, with that being said, they've still got the 2 base turrets up. They've allowed themselves to go ahead and get a little bit of extra farm, but main thing I'm wondering is if they're still capable of dealing with all that Rora can throw at them. And that's not just Light. Light's been on point. I mean, look at him. 14 assists for this game. He's been everywhere. Okay, as I say it, he misses that tech charge.
a little jump scare in March.
Yeah. Keep them on their toes, basically.
Yeah, I think he was also trying to measure whether or not he was going to commit the flicker, because that would have landed on the tower, if I'm not mistaken.
And they're all too far off to follow through.
Yeah. So, you know what, Light? Thank you for not committing that flicker. That would have been bad for your team and good for
Sabar dulu abangku ya.
That's how far ahead they are. He can afford to do that.
I was going to say, look out, he's got the tech charge again. So, like, there's no hurt to throw it out there because this Lord is coming up slowly up top. So they delay these waves to go ahead and deal with this push in for that mid turret. Half health on this. TLPH on the defense.
Here we go. Lord inside the base. Wave escorted in mid. In comes JP. Fury the Phoenix. Looking for an engage. Dominic falls. Carl Easy finds him. Wow. This has gone sideways for Aurora. Their main damage source no longer on the board. Daiki with a blazing duet. Pushing back the rest of Aurora. Edward goes down. The chef cooked him.
What happened to Dominkai? How did he get caught like that?
Fury of the Phoenix. Now, one simple I think a very unfortunate time because at that point, Doming actually committed a dash. So it's like, uh-oh, I'm dashless. Uh-oh, I'm stuck.
And he's got a flicker, right?
That man's got no purify.
Yeah, I think it was just way too fast for it to happen. That,
Aman aja bro ya.
got taken out immediately. That's 3, folks.
He got rocked.
He got rocked out, and wow, Liquid. Good read on the situation. Fortunate for them as well that the Fury of the Phoenix from Sanji landed at the perfect time.
And this is the thing you said earlier, Redmar, they needed to buy a lot of time. So far, I'd say they bought about half of that time they needed.
Yeah.
But again, also that got them another 3,000 gold in their pockets for TLPH. They were down about 7,000 earlier on, and you're taking a look at the items where things are falling into place now. Carl Teasy, mind you, shut down pretty much the entire of the game up until this point. Now he's a bit of a threat. He also picked up the Sea Halberd to go ahead and help deal with some of that sustainability that comes with Roar. You can see now Winter Crown picked up for Dominkite too. Yeah. He's like, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Not again.
At this point, that's a support Hayabusa. Your job, bring them down low. Daiki, finish them off.
Aman aja bro ya.
Carl Teasy's job is really just to finish off Dominkite.
Yeah.
Or
Sea Halberd is for the shields that the Harriet gets when he dashes.
Yeah, and of course, all of the region as well. Spell Vamp on the side of Aurora. Sea Halberd will help with decreasing that. And I think at this point with Yue with 0, does he have around 40 or 50 stacks on the Sky Piercer?
He should have, I think,
3 or 4.
4. Because
so he got his Sky Piercer after
he had 1 kill, I think.
After killer 2. Okay.
They had a really good opening.
Yeah.
Which is
Aman aja
again,
bro.
the great opening that they had. TLPH has responded pretty well, holding on because. Again, this was a game that almost ended. It's just they had a great defense to be able to stay in this game, buy themselves this much time, and kind of catch up here on the disparity between the amount of damage they could dish out, but also take. And look, for the first time, they're actually getting in position for this Lord. Are they going to go for it, though?
They want to dance Lord here at an 1/8 of its health. And in comes the tech charge. No one home! JP very low!
Phoenix,
Fury of the Phoenix!
Ngeri juga,
In
bro,
comes
ya.
the rest of Liquid. Sanji very late to it. Daiki gets taken out by Edward out of the fight, and now in comes Blazing the Wet Pro. The flag here, and Dominkite pops him. And now it's Carl Teasy's turn to fall. 2 out of Liquid, and now JP gonna follow through. Triple kite for Dominkite, and now a maniac served up a Sanji foe. Sanji says, nah, not me.
Yeah, I'm not giving you number 5. I'm not giving you the Savage.
It's just Sanji versus all of Roar here. What can he do?
I think it's over. There's a wave in mid after this turret falls, and now they're on the base. Demon Kite gets taken down. Sanji just delaying the inevitable. We're going to game 3.
As expected.
I think it's over. There's a wave in mid after this turret falls, and now they're on the base. Demon Kite gets taken down. Sanji just delaying the inevitable. We're going to game 3.
As expected. Somehow it's a pattern. Liquid wins game number 1 in a
GG guys.
How would I say this? Showtime-like fashion.
Yes, sir.
Great back and forth. And then somehow they get
And
stopped.
good call there by OHEB to join in the fight. They can now make progress in the map. Carl-Teasy's still forward.
Oh, they put a wall, but look at the damage from
Why?
Sanji and the range from OHEB, who again decided to join the fight. Luckily now they're able to get a kill.
They crack that Grog in half, and I think Aurora see the opportunity. They allow Dominkite to farm up, but doesn't even get to break the turret. Carl Teasy crossing through tier 2.
Oh, there's a bravest fighter, IMU from UWeb, but Carl Teasy's just too tanky. At least Aurora for now get to trade a turret up top, but so far in the fights, it's been TLPH and them winning.
Yep, the tankiness, the fact that the Aurora lineup needs time. Demon Kite is now 2 levels behind in Carl Teasy, who has been farming comfortably. He's been aggro. He's exchanged roam roles with JP. So Carl Teasy's playing the Swiss Army Fredrin at this point, where you're forced to do multiple things. Get farm, get objectives, frontline, get vision and all that. But again, since they helped out this Fredrin so well, he now has a 1,000 gold lead over the Season Shin.
Yeah.
Carl Teasy can afford to do it.
He's 2 levels ahead too, again. against Demon Kite on the Fredrin. So they're really able to play around this utility jungler if they wanted to. And there's a potential target that they are able to find. What's the placement for the Earthen Rampart? But it just brings him closer to Demon Kite, but he still survives. Tectonic Charge also denying them of the chase. And Edward trying to disrupt the backlines. JP doing the same. But Aurora, once again, they're just also able to walk to safety.
Liquid have put Aurora up against the ropes. Yes, Aurora did not suffer any casualties in that rotation, but they kicked them out of contention. Final Turtle has Liquid written all over it.
Let's see how well the Aurora lineup will fare at this point of the game, because Team Liquid can continue the aggression. The question is, does Dominkite have enough farm, who is also 2 levels behind? He doesn't get the orange buff. Carltese, he gets another steal. Liquid have been rotating and playing this game perfectly.
Oh, they're going for Dominkite, and he can't survive that. Carltese blocking the path, but Razor's route. Edward gets to dodge it, but Light does not. Another turret for the cavalry, and the kill going into the hands of Oheb.
They have angered Baby Cakes as Liquid have gone full stampede all over Aurora's side of the map. Another stolen buff by Carltese. Call him Superman. He is the man of steel.
Team Liquid, we said it at the end of the draft. Does Aurora look great on paper? Yes. But if Liquid can pull it off, give them all the respect, the perfect rotations, the perfect decisions to lead to this. The last time Light used Grok in MPLPH was actually May 3, 2024, MPLPH Season 13 here at Greenside.
Almost a year and a half ago. We're going full circle. The promise of the newly reworked Grok is there. You see how useful it is in practice, but Liquid seems to have faced this kind of threat in scrims. Like, they don't care about these walls Light's putting up.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, Light couldn't even build the Radiant armor just yet. That's why Sanji's poking him down real quickly. He needed to go for the Dreadnought armor first. And the fact that he cannot get farm means that he cannot get enough items and gold quickly enough to build that Radiant armor so that he can start fronting better.
Oh, Liquid engages, JP jumps onto them, and there's Edward looking for a mount.
They do their best to dodge everything being thrown at them, but Edward, there's a flicker, but he doesn't get to dodge the Death Sonata. Once they knew that there was no Tectonic Charge from Light, TLPH, there was nothing holding them back.
KL1 found another one. Multiple stacks, at least 3 on his Skypiercer now. 8.5 minutes in. They're approaching the 8K gold lead. And so far, this Lord, it's got Liquid. It's got a Liquid jersey on it. Like, I don't think Aurora is in any shape to contest.
The way Trio played this perfectly. Sanji spots out Dominkite.
Aman saja bro ya.
Away, but JP, Sanji, and Carltese have definitely set the tone for this game number 2. The rotations that they made, the aggression that Sanji's been showing at the right time, the little things that JP does that fly under the radar of most people, we acknowledge them now. And it's led to all of this. No kills yet for Aurora. And Demon Kite might get killed by Sanford.
It's a one-on-one, but there's the Traceless.
Smooth.
He's able to escape the threat of a kill from 40, but there's a Lord. There are multiple waves that are marching towards their base.
That was a close call. Both of those athletes debuted in the same season, Season 8 of MPL Philippines, and they've both gone their own ways, achieved worldwide success, but in that moment, I could have sworn Sanford was going to get DK.
Oh man, concentrated energy for this Kimmy, and it's going to hurt even more. Team Liquid, they just need to not slip. They can keep this up and end the game before 15 minutes.
Tier 2 in mid falls. Liquid here, synchronizing the waves immaculately. Holy Shield still standing in mid. There it goes. And it's just these turrets holding themselves up.
There are no holy shields for this bottom lane turret. Traction pulls already landed. There's the counter IMU traction pulls as well. But DLPH gets to dodge it. Now Sanford goes in with the Bravest Fighter. Briefly gets stunned, but it's enough time for them to take the turret and the kill onto Edward. Oheb now unstoppable on this Ranger. The Lord is still up and they get the mid lane turret too.
Top lane might be next.
Carltese working on it, and Dominkite doing his best to defend. They slowly gain access to the base. The damage from the Raptors are no joke, but they're waiting for the waves to sync up. This could be it for a that's done from Sanford, and now this is definitely gonna be a game number 3. Team Liquid Philippines charge their way forward and hand over a game 3.
There's only so much you can do when you're underneath your own base and your opponent still hits just as hard. That's what you get when you have a 12k gold lead on you. Damage than utility that an Eve brings.
Yeah, and that was one of the usual things that we saw in MSC, wherein if there's a YSS on one side and you don't have a mid laner yet, most teams just ended up picking the Novaria at the center of the map. It increases your chances of either taking a buff away with a really good Meteor, or it's really just there to help equalize with the vision provided by the YSS, using your, what we call the magic carpet. Natural echo.
Here we go, game number 3. We went all the way, ladies and gentlemen. We all felt that it would coming, and here we are, the conclusion in the best of 3 between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora. It all comes down to this.
The late game, Novaria does really sound like a threat that can go up against this lineup, even from afar. But if TLPH decides to go all in, then that's going to be an equally massive problem for Aurora, and they seem to be really starting it this way. Even the concussive blast landed onto Light, so he's now half HP. Demon Kite joining the fight early on will just force the wings by wings. It's been a very aggressive start for JP and Sanji.
It's gonna be okay. Lethal Wonder secured there by Aurora. Okay, it's the Festival of Blood Spell Vamp Lunox.
That's a lot of festivals.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of blood.
It's a lot of that across the board. Good trade there.
Such an aggressive start for even the EXP lane of TLPH.
Yeah.
The early game presence is really being felt here.
Yeah, I think both of these teams know that they have a lineup that can snowball out of control as early as post-Turtle 1. Yeah. Depending on how well they get to fight that out. That I would be surprised if any one of them actually decides to not go for a full commit into the first Turtle. Like if they try to even it out. At this point, go all in. Both just go big fight. Oh, up top!
Wait!
Oh! What a rotate by Demon Kite, and that will set the tempo in favor of Aurora. Let's see how Liquid will be able to answer through the first Turtle.
Even worse, Kill 1 committed the flicker, and he found himself underneath tier 1, yet still DK takes him down. This puts up Aurora about 500 gold going into the first Turtle.
With such a small movement, but now it's so big for Aurora. There's the flicker coming in from Edward, but the response as well from Sanford to not get caught in the Landshaker. They might actually get a shot at securing this turtle, but it's Edward who gets the last hit. TLPH still trying to fight. Final slash coming in from Sanford, but JP is the first to fall, and now Sanford's next. It's a double kill for Light as he lays down the glorious pathway.
Massive CC opportunities for Liquid to run through Aurora, but they couldn't. They just don't have the damage just yet.
Yeah, Sanford decided to commit into the back line, but Team Liquid were not in a healthy spot there to fight. Edward's gonna get a lot of progress in the tower down bottom. Lots of gold for him. And it is now early game secured for Aurora.
Aman saja,
we talked about it. Turtle 1. They can go absolute crazy snowball here, and they can continue this. If Liquid doesn't win the second turtle or doesn't find a good trade, this is Aurora gonna ride away with it very quickly.
It seems like the first blood drawn, that solo kill on Oheb, rocked not just the Filipino sniper, but the rest of Liquid. It seems to have thrown off the communications and the early game trajectory of the cavalry and put Aurora up 2,000 gold. This is a lead unforeseen. This is a lead that is the biggest it's ever been all series long, this early on.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what happened earlier, but JP gets to use the title strike away, but still doesn't get to dodge the damage from Kite. Even Kite has his early kills, and this is not looking too good for the cavalry. Sanji flies away with the wings by wings too. They're literally forcing them out of their turrets. Oheb with the immune. But okay, that was so close. The Star Shatter nearly landed, but Carthy was there to block it.
This is going out of hand now. Aurora, the recipe of success of get the high loss on Light with a Revitalize, get Dominkite on a Harith, and get Edward on the Lapu Lapu works very well for them. And then you just change out the pieces around Demonkite and Yue to help supplement that as well. They're very comfortable playing into this. Oheb forced to use his ultimate again.
No Light ultimate for Oheb.
Brilliance out.
For this upcoming turtle. So Aurora, they definitely will be the ones in control.
Turtle now getting blitzed by Aurora. It's not like
Demon
there's much
kita,
Liquid
Demon
can do.
kita.
Demonkite secures all this while. Liquid are just getting by, taking scraps of what the map can give them. KarlTzy pushing down bottom. Meteor shots thrown over to Liquid. And they've spent so much time and effort to protect Oheb.
This is a much reactive response from TLPH. They sent out so many bodies up top, and there's not much that they could even do because the most important brushes are being held down by Aurora, and much to their surprise, Sanford already gets poked down really, really low. This is not looking too good. A very dangerous spot for Oheb. Needs to be wary of wherever he decides to walk through.
This is not the Apex Predator's natural habitat.
Aman
He
aja, bro,
literally walked into a new ecosystem and said, yeah, you're not on top of the food chain right now.
So let's see where Liquid will be able to find the turnaround. It's not going to be through Sanford fronting. JP can only take so much damage. He's melting very quickly. I'm struggling to farm. All the pressure on him.
Okay, Brilliance out. And they will just try to force this tower, but Sanji flies to provide some respo. Does still get to defend the turret, but they're doing so much just to do that. Not even Oheb can manage this on his own, even as the Lunok. Tsunami Slab committed though with the better airstrike. There might just be enough damage, and the final slash 2 coming in from Sanford to catch Yue. 2 members taken out.
Oh, JP, Sanji, and Carl. Losses of Liquid and KarlTzy. KarlTzy has actually been keeping the level in the farm with Demonkite very close. Before that sequence, KarlTzy was just, what, 300, 400 gold shy? Not too crazy. And the damage from Sanji, the fact that he already had a glowing wand built up, I like that Liquid, the moment they saw, okay, Sanji has his first item, let's try to commit a play, let's try to turn things around.
Yeah,
and they found it.
Perfect. Because I think Edward also tried to help Light, but they just all got caught in the better airstrike, and now they block Light in his path. Nearly wanted to go for the engage, but they decide to set things up again with a final slash. It's a killing spree for KarlTzy. My goodness, they're still in the game.
Maps range displacement for Light. I don't think he even saw that angle coming. Sanford feeds over the big high loss into a few salvos of the Federal Airstrike. Demonkite, the Kite brothers are still
in the draft here, game 3, as you mentioned. There it is, the box is going to be banned out. You already saw that.
Let's go, brother. Game ketiga ya.
Aurora being banned out towards TLPH. The Freya, of course.
So you think it's Baksha, Freya,
Baksha, Freya,
or do
Grok.
they go Grok first?
Now with the Valentina open.
I mean, Valentina hasn't even been banned out. You know, or picked up yet.
Oh,
We know how
that's true.
strong it can be.
Yeah.
The Sora has been banned out a lot, right? I mean, for the past 2 games. Wait, past 2 games? Yeah, past 2 games.
The clouds are ever shifting.
There.
Now even in the first.
Steadfast.
Still no Sora for this one.
So now Joseph expecting all the more Valentina should not show up.
Valentina should not show up, yeah.
First pick, Liquid. Leomord, still a very good choice. Can't go wrong. You don't have to go up against a Baksha. You don't have to go up against a Fred. They want the mid lane prio, and they don't want to allow you to do that again. They can go for surprise Juice.
Aman aja, bro.
Watch them
either
go
Juicing or Leomord for me.
I was going to say, watch him go Leomord.
I have an inkling that they'll just let the Grok through again.
And just try to deal with it.
Yep, the way they did in game 1.
And yeah, and if ever they go pick Juicing first, at least they don't have to worry about Juicing and Grok together.
Yeah.
And I think that was also one of the biggest problems, that they had to go up against that specific pairing.
It's got to be one of the most deadly pairings.
It was oppressive.
Yeah, and then that early Sky Piercer build up.
Aman aja, bro.
Because of the way the nature of the game went.
In 4 minutes.
Yeah, UA was going building stacks pretty quickly there. So this last ban, let's see what it's going to be from Aurora. It's going to be the Eve.
Equilibrium.
Eve is banned out. Now, do we see the Leomord locked in here, or just the Jushin picked up? They'll take that. They get the utility control. They're willing to go ahead and trade here.
So at least they dismantle the duo.
Yeah.
They can give Aurora you know, the world at this point.
There was this weird tendency that I've been seeing.
Ini penentuan ya guys ya.
Gatot come in first two. That's like a throwaway pick to just like, we need someone in the center of the map to hold on. Great with trading, great control.
You don't want to commit to the Grok duo anymore.
Yeah. But I am still leaning towards just pick up the Grok instead, and then just see if you can try to replicate something like that with a different pick instead.
Okay. Well, let's see what this is going to be. They're taking their time here.
Valor and Royals
Going to go ahead. They do grab. All right. Makes sense.
Oh, wow.
Makes sense. You get to yourself the Leomore. Now you got the Grok. It's worked for you.
That's
Zeuxin, Leomore, Grok, waduh. Dah guys.
Hold on to the Grok.
Kalau lampu udah dikasih Grok, lah.
So I wonder, yeah, what do we see what do we see Carl Tizzy pick up this time?
Oh.
Because they also did the 2 bans on the utility junglers, right?
And it will soon be
So they'll take the Lapu Lapu.
They steal it away.
I remember the old theory before was, okay, we go through the Suyo. I thought he was going to consider a Lucas, but then the Valentina still open. It would have been bad.
Yeah, no, in that case, the Valentina is just on you.
Yeah.
It's not even a laning situation thing anymore.
It's literally IMU. Thank you for giving me the... Oh my, I'm blanking out on the ultimate of the Lucas. Unleash the Beast.
Unleash Beast, yeah. Unleash Beast.
So they get the mobility. They know that they're going to be physical damage focused. If Aurora shows up with another magic damage dealer here, though, then it's going to be really tough for the Suyo. Usually one of the conditions for the Suyo is you know you're going only up against one magic damage source.
That's why even blue 2-3 is too soon for a Suyo sometimes.
Yeah.
What do you take here then? Like your mid lane? Do you go Barca? Do you go? Oh, they'll pick up an Arlot, which was banned out in game one. Game 1 or game 2?
Game one. Yeah.
It was that last ban.
It was blue 5.
Aman aja bro ya.
Also very oppressive here. Arlot, Grok, Leomore together.
A lot of crowd control.
Dashes. Even though there's that old interaction, actually in recent memory, Arlot actually does well more against the Phoveus. Before it was instantly Phoveus beat Arlot lane, boo-hoo. Now it's Arlot doesn't care about Phoveus really. So they might, I mean that is if ever we're gonna see a crazy flex with the Lapu Lapu already there, they don't need to worry about that. I'm really just trying to figure out the mid lane here.
Yeah, gold lane too. Gold lane because it's going to be narrowed down a little bit here for Dominkite as well as Daiki. You got Harith being banned out. You already had that Freya. We could just potentially see a Claude, like probably maybe Dominkite grabbing the Claude on that red 4.
Yeah. Thought her a Granger, but I think the Granger might have a hard time if ever Carl Tizzy does get access to constant dive. So I'm just think of it in the team fight perspective. Aurora, you know what they want to do. There's a lot of dive, which means that opens up for a mid and gold lane that are a little bit more artillery. Barca, Granger, like the really true backliners.
When I give the word.
Oh, there's a Khalid ban. Narrowing down some of those options.
Red 4 and 5 has to be magic damage.
Yeah.
If Aurora really want to punish that early Suyo.
Okay.
That's why they think of the the Kimmy would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Because they could have gone for the Kimmy and Granger tandem. Would have been clear-cut, great lineup for Aurora. So with TLPH blocking that, I'm still leaning towards artillery.
Yeah, Kimmy Granger's a classic.
Yeah. Unless... What if they bring up a
got
Lunox?
dismantled.
Yeah.
Lunox where?
Bro.
Yeah,
for Aurora.
So yeah, if Liquid ever decides to try and dive Brilliance, and then now you're risking yourself of just getting melted by the Shadow Assault.
I guess.
Which we have seen as a response to the dive center lineup. But yeah, as we expected, they lean towards the Farsa. And most like I am still leaning towards a Granger, or maybe even it's Dominkite's turn to play the Moskov, depending on the matchup in the gold.
Yeah, so just the Claude going in the hands of Daiki.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like even so, though, he's still going to have to be very careful of the positioning because of just how much it can be thrown at him from Rora. I'm talking about the Leomore light again on this, one of his best heroes, the Grok, and now you throw an Arlot into the mix too. Yeah. It's going to be really crucial for Daiki's positioning.
And if I'm Liquid, steal the Moskov paired with a Gatot. You get Gata Jushin in mid, you get the Gata Moskov against the Farsa. Oh, they go carry.
Buset.
Okay.
The only thing that makes the carry a little dangerous is the fact that it's mid-range into the Farsa's burst.
Yeah. You're gonna hope you can get that malefic gun.
Yeah, get in there before you
Tinggal
take it out.
satu lagi ya, Des ya.
Which is tough because if you got caught, I feel like into that feathered airstrike or even into any of the crowd control that can be thrown at you between the Arlot and the Grok is going to be very tough to deal with if you're the carry.
Yeah. Time came that the Gatot Kacha came through.
Oh,
here we go again.
Needs to be said that re-engage your sword point for Liquid. Leslie gets
Leslie?
Yep.
a debut for what I'd say.
When was the last time Leslie was picked?
Not just 2026, but even
2025.
a majority of 2025.
It was, I hope I'm remembering correctly, but there was a draft where it showed up in Asian games. I'm going to revisit that,
So
give me a moment.
this weekend, but that's outside of
MPL.
the traditional MLBB Esports calendar.
Yeah.
Aurora Hunters.
Aurora Hunters ya.
Yeah.
And look how perfect it is. It's Aurora Gaming PH who takes it out.
Yeah.
Ooh. What was it up against? What was the Leslie up against?
Actually, Aurora Hunters played it against Team Liquid
Agak ngeri sih,
Philippines.
guys.
It lost.
Masalahnya nih
But it was up
Leslie
against
lawannya carry.
A Lapu
ngeri, bro.
Lapu, Gatot, a Claude, Farsa, and a Frederick.
Okay, so it was up against the Claude matchup.
2 out of 5 the same heroes.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it. Leslie was not on my bingo card for game 3, day 1 here. But I love to see the changes happening in the gold lane. So Leslie comes into play in game 3. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Final game for this epic rivalry between TLPH and Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, we all know how much of a menace Leslie is going up against her in our
Ya yang main
games.
marah merek AC.
Even though you know how or what you want to do to avoid making the most out of
yang main marah merek AC gimana kayak?
To really strong enhanced true damage basic attack.
Daiki
It just hurts. And if it's a really good Leslie
Kayak baru
player, there's
ngaku.
so much that you can do. That's why you get
Iron Cuki gak boleh main bang, masih ada ini. Apa sih? Masalah administrasi jir, udah kayak rumah sakit tuh. Ada masalah administrasi terus gak diobatin anjir. Aduh.
So everybody probably watching this at some point has played against a Leslie. And you know how difficult that lane is in the gold lane to be able to, and again, like Renmar mentioned, that's why you got the roams there. So I'm really
Ya merek AC yo apa lagu?
And transition on this
Daiki tapi irit tuh bang. Malah promosi
the lane
aja.
itself is not in your favor, but then even the team fights, like the disadvantage that you have with the range, of course.
Irit sih jare koncoku soalnya gak di AC ya.
And that's the difficult part here. So Domekite on the other hand is literally just going to continue to scale up and then just be taking people down, you know, a quarter of their health, half of their health. Unless this, he flickers out.
Woi live.
That is a charged Queller to the face of Domekite. All right. Safe to say, Carl TZ knows what he's up against. Again, it helps that the SEUMUR qualifiers saw a Liquid matchup against the Leslie just a few days ago.
Yeah. So maybe I wonder if that's Liquid now feeding Daiki information. No, do this. Okay, no, we gotta do this. We already went up against it and won.
Okay, with this, they're going to transition now up to the objective. Turtles up. Positioning right now for Aurora to go ahead and take advantage of. This is also the fact that they have a feathered airstrike on their side. Light not level 4 yet, but still that wall is going to be tough to deal with, that rampart. They're going to fight for this half on the turtle though.
Feathered airstrike coming in from US, able to put up enough of a defense to take down JP. Carl TZ gets in there, takes the Lord. Demon Kite gets quelled here.
Ini Daiki ambek water cili awet sisan boleh nang TLPH ini boros bang. Boros siapa nih? Mainnya go carry ya. Boros mana nih?
Their gold laners that left the Suyo and the Leomorta Pharma.
Gila itu main jarak guys.
Either way. But again, Carl TZ will continue to be aggressive because he only has to worry
main
about
jarak bang ya.
The rest of the high damage of Aurora comes from physical, something that, of course, Suyo still has defense against.
Yeah, Suyo still, again, the mobility of this hero is really what shines for a lot of the team compositions that play with it. And like I was saying before that turtle broke out, one of the main things that was missing there was having that tech charge available on the Grok. So they lose out to the turtle. They're not too far behind at all, right? They're still in a pretty good even position on both sides, but I would say even so, for Daiki at least, he's in a little bit more fighting position to deal with Dominkite. He's just, again, got to play this lane correctly and farm up the way he needs to. Now, on that note, with Light being level 4 now, you can expect him to go ahead and try to set things up potentially. JP more so is on this kind of like, I'm going to babysit the lane if I have to. If I've got to go ahead and jump in,
Punggung Eldon berat itu.
then that's great. I'm more of a peeler right now.
Berat deh, berat.
Lineup has to scale up.
Yeah. So it's tough for Dominkite to be aggressive knowing that JP could show up at any time. And at the same time, Daki is now in an even better position to be aggressive. Yes, ultimately the bigger
Info THR bangku.
If Dominkite's not careful, he's not going to be able to maximize the passive. Meaning that after chunking down the carry low, the carry pops up ultimate, has the flicker to dash forward, and Dominkite can just get burned down.
Sumpah lah, Mpl agak gelem upgrade kameranya anjir. Mesti kameranya jadi gue kuwe.
How much ahead he is right now too. So
two levels.
Turtle kedua bang.
Big advantage right now against Dominkite to deal with. Again, space crucial here. Daiki spotted out by Dominkite on that extra brush here with this dangerous grass map. So still taking their time with it though, just because they know they have to watch out for the initiation.
Crimson Beacon by Sanji, the answer. Had a steed from Dominkite down.
Kenal itu Bapak Idin. Kalau takbiran apa gak? Apa kok gas? Kalau malam takbiran. Aku paling sampai Onic bang. Mungkin paling sih. Nah gak sampai Onic yo, iki paling bariki mangan lah. Minal Aidin wal Faizin juga ya bang ya. Mohon maaf lahir batin. Saya sorry kalau selama ini saya terlalu menggendong ya. Ya salah.
Great handling of the fights, KarlTzy. You see the gears turning in his head of timing the entry, and it was also a good thing that Liquid was the one.
Persiapan mudik gue bang. Iki wae nek cara bodone sudah saiki gak live aku. Damn.
Big pickup there. That's what they needed. I think still, if you look at this, you're gonna have to kind of deal with Dominkite sitting on 2 kills now with the Leslie. It'll be interesting to see what build Navi goes here too, especially for this, going against this kind of composition that TLPH has. But yeah, right now they've got good early control, almost 2,000 up. Kind of just taking their time with the way they approach some of these fights, and just KarlTzy.
Kalau anakku menggendong dirimu baca lah.
Here's the focus.
Nana gendong Kimi Hime kiprit banget. Gue Kimi peng video soak kafe ganjan.
But he's able to just kind of get out with the camo.
Udah lah bang, fokusin Nana fake sana. Gawe yo global Surabaya. Orang main Kimi Hime anjir, ndak mantap kau. Kimi Hime real life ya.
For a lot of people, that might not seem like a lot, but that's a good, healthy chunk. Daki now focusing on the turret.
Oh, they're doing their best, their darndest to stop the push, because again, Dominkite needs the space. He needs this turret to stay.
Yeah. And good thing Light showed up at that time, because they knew that Yue already used a feathered airstrike.
Yeah.
Limang dinong kas kancamu Rafi bang.
And take down potentially Yue and Dominkite, or just force out the flickers and get the tower. But with Light showing up, there was a risk that they could have countered.
Edward with a vengeance, another one. The answer, Crimson Beacon by Sanji, and down goes Daiki. Dominkite pops him, headshot.
And he used the flicker too, so imagine how much pressure he dealt with.
Mahal bang ya.
Protecting that tier 1 turret.
FVP kalah terus doi
getting
Kimi.
a 3rd kill now for Dominkite. Fighting for this turtle. Look at the damage on Sanford. Just a couple pokes. They're gonna go in with a charge.
MVP beliau bilang.
Dominkite here, helping serve up a
Aduh bang.
KarlTzy 3 for 3.
Gila goat guys.
JP gets the spell that bomb of that, but Edward finishes him off. Aurora, despite the turtle getting taken away from them, win the trade.
Oh, he's
the Leslie. Dominkite, almost point blank.
Oh, Edward
taking down Karl.
Was that a miss?
Not gonna happen. Edward a little too deep. There was nowhere for him to go unless the flicker's up though.
I think they were trying to look for the trade. Edward probably accepted that he was gonna get taken out. That's why he tried to go for the predictive final slash. But KarlTzy got the sidestep it just in time, man. That was actually a great call by Edward to final slash there, not where KarlTzy was going.
Crimson Beacon up, putting Dominkite right underneath Sanford's blade. The shutdown.
Oh, that's exactly what they needed. Finally getting that shutdown on Dominkite will make something happen here too, and I still have to point out the fact that Dominkite is so far behind in terms of KarlTzy. Even in that levels, it's it's really not the best position to be in, but he can rely on the team to kind of help them stay into this game.
Carl TZ is in Shippuden, while Demon Kite's still again in.
I don't know the ranks, I'm sorry.
Same. But
Genin
I know
is like
what he's
episode 1, bro.
Yeah.
Shinobi? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ninja.
I'll go for that.
We know who the Naruto fan is here.
Not
You know?
me.
Hey, the thing is you kind of forget because you haven't seen Suyo too much in the previous seasons, just how fast he can farm up. And when you have this kind of lead, look at this, and even his itemization, the way he's building in, it's that finesse on the Suyo that works so well. The ability to farm up and then kind of maneuver in and out of these team fights and find the right amount of damage on the right target.
The earliest I've seen Suyo actually be in demand was in the SEA Games in Thailand. And now he's a real threat, it seems like.
Ooh. Well, Sanford would try to commit the flicker, but oh, okay. So Carl TZ was way too far there at that time. Would have been too risky. So now with a 4 level gap still, he's at 14 now. Carl TZ still at 10. The crazy thing is they're fine. US deathless, his damage hurts. Dominkite, it hurts, and he debuts to Leslie once again after using her back in Mpl Philippines season 13 playoffs with Minana Evos. I completely forgot about that. Oh, that was the one where they picked the Leslie after the Yujong was picked.
Big oof.
Oh yeah, that was I remember that moment. Fight for the lore though, less than half, quarter of the health here.
Quick dodge and a blitz. Carl TZ secures the turtle. Phantom Steed coming in, looking to punish whoever's on Dominkite in the back line, but it's too much, too little. Sanji takes down Edward, and even underneath their purple, in comes JP. Dominkite takes out Sanford, and Daiki finds revenge on Dominkite. Sanji gets a double. The chef finds 2.
And that's unfortunate. He didn't have the flicker anymore, and he gets caught by the AOG. So Aurora on the defense with 2 members, Demon Kite and Light, to defend this bit of a push here to get these holy defensive down before that Lord makes its way down bot.
There's a rough thing about Aurora's Leslie pick. It worked out against them because that left Carl TZ free to farm. Because of JP going down to the gold lane, that also called Light down to the gold lane, meaning that because of the speed between the two, Carl TZ will just end up clearing the jungle way faster than Demon Kite.
Unintentional dead lane for Aurora.
Yeah, there was no disruption from Aurora's side to try and stop Carl TZ from getting farmed. And there was nothing stopping Carl TZ from getting those turtles. He had to work for it, yes, but all 3 went there. And I think Aurora was banking on them winning the turtle fights.
Feather Dare Strike! They're trying to stop this penetration attempt from Liquid down bottom. JP very low, revitalized, keeps him alive. In comes Edward. Final slash displaces him, but JP is still up. Dominkite ends him, but a little too forward. Dominkite falls Soda's life, and Dominkite. Edward traded out for US down, and it's a wipeout. Stampede Liquid have wiped out the M7 World Champions.
And like that, they're going to go into end of the series here with Game 3 under their belt. What a welcome for Daiki and TLPH.
Welcome to the home of champions.
Gila ya guys ya.
World champions crumble to the reigning champions of the Philippines.
On top
what
of
an
the gold
opener.
Leaderboard brought to us by BPI. The Kite Brothers have been eating good, but up until what point? Because Liquid are slowly closing up the gap here. They put it down to under 3K.
Again, Liquid also has multiple damage cores. They have the Farsa, good spot there by Yue. The Farsa, the YSS, and they have the Lunox.
Oh, there's the Astral Echo 2.
Tapi aku yang kulon nih.
Tsunami Edward
paling
looks
ngetan
Famous Spider, a beautiful layering.
Berawan lah paling.
And what a shot coming in from Yue. Sanford will just try his best to sustain, but it won't be enough. The star shatters from Yue. They're doing too much.
You can only bully your big brother for so long until he decides to clap back. This is Aurora flexing their 3K gold lead. This is when Aurora says, enough is enough. You've been doing this for the past couple of minutes. We will finally fight back, and boy did they fight back. Liquid could not put a finger on it.
Oheb decided to go forward and fight. Edward just smacked him in the face with the Land Shaker, getting a stun on him, locking down the Lunox, and bursted down by Yue. So still we're not seeing Oheb in a comfortable spot for fighting. The instant stun onto that Seer. Yep, stunned right away by Edward. Perfect timing there.
Yeah. It feels as if it's so hard to position yourself as a Lunox.
Oh yeah.
Against this lineup of Aurora with multiple dashes coming in from Demon Kite and Doming Kite, and then Edward just being prepared to stun with a Landshaker.
If Aurora were standing still and allowing Liquid to get ground, then yes, the Lunox will do good. But not like this. Tsunami Slash!
And stun and the final slash. Whoa. This could be an opening, but Dominkite still dancing through. Will be trying to take down Oheb next, but there's the flicker. Also gets to dodge the Thorn Rose, and Sanford still goes in. Carl TZ catching up, trying to dish out damage, but a Traceless to save him because the damage was too much, and Sanford goes down. A 2-for-2 trade.
The burst from the Lancelot stopped all of Team Liquid's hopes for a turnaround fight, leaving Sanford in the dust, and Aurora will be able to get the first Lord of the game free for them. Let's see how else they can build their lead from here.
Oh, Carl TZ read the situation. He knew that he could not contest the Lord, but instead of going straight for the orange, Demon Kite here, get thrown with the Mount Shocker!
Oh, but Edward was there to block his path. He could have went in for the kill, but all because of Edward. Demon Kite survives.
Oh, Edward on this Lapu Lapu, tale as old as time, has won championships for club and country. Now let's see how Team Liquid will be able. They're trying to play around JP and Sanji. Sanji a little bit too deep. Try to find a flank angle. They're going to have to play through the defense. They do have, they are playing around the Yisun Shin and a Farsa. So defenses here for, or sieges for Aurora are not going to be as straightforward. They're really going to have to play around the actual echo of the Novaria to make sieging for them a little bit easier.
Not to mention Liquid has great high ground potential. They have a Farsa. They have a Lunox. They have Yisun Shin. So they even know how deep Aurora is into forcing these sieges. And they have a tier 2 in mid. So Liquid should be fine despite the
demon kita
and approaching.
Yeah, they'd want to minimize this though. At least not had any holy shields over to Aurora, although there's just only a minute left before they let go of this fully. A lot of damage coming in from Doming Kite. JP starting to feel it too. They lose the holy shields up top. And there's a conceal. Could they actually try to go for something? JP finds the target. He actually gets to land the Tsunami Slam on Demon Kite, but he gets to Phantom Execution his way out. And JP gets punished instead. Sanford only needs one hit. The Star Shatter doesn't land, but Doming Kite goes in. There's just too much damage coming in from Aurora.
But they don't have a wave. They have to stop their forward momentum. Instead moves over to top lane push.
Okay, Puncture and Thorn Rose already committed by Demon Kite, but Doming Kite this time uses the Zaman Force as well. They'll respect TLPH for now, and they'll get away with a single base turret.
Too much burst. This Lunox can't even get the ball rolling in terms of the farm. Still only up to a Holy Crystal. Had to get the Silent Robe as well, just so that he could reduce a little bit of the magic damage getting tossed at him. There's only so much the YSS and the Farsa can do in terms of their damage output. They couldn't even get what was a fantastic catch by JP, suddenly swerving and finding Demon Kite in the center of the map.
Gold is so scarce for Team Liquid.
Liquid.
Made even worse by the fact that Aurora don't have to really do as much as lift a finger to even flush them out of their own jungle.
Yeah.
And that single stun from Light, together with the damage from Doming Kite and that single Star Shatter from Yue, was already enough to burst down JP.
That was just a gut check, dude.
Sanford missed the final slash onto Light. If they were able to displace that high loss, it would have been a different story, but at this point, we're seeing why the Novaria is coming in big time for them. It also gives vision for Aurora in terms of where JP is.
Alright.
Gets it again, and that's going to be another free Lord here for Aurora.
Clean blitz. Liquid know that they shouldn't contest. This is self-awareness coming in from the Cavalry. They know that they have a lane to take care of. They know that free farm will be coming in shortly. Again, not that it's their choice that these minions are coming in through their bases, but 8K. Aurora are literally steamrolling through Liquid through firepower alone.
Yeah. Divine Glyph already for this Lunox, so that might be the turnaround angle. If Oheb can even find an angle, because every time he gets close, he gets bursted down. One Thorn Rose, one dash and a basic attack from Domingad, and that Lunox is already forced to Brilliance out.
Yeah, the better air strikes already used here by Sanji as well. And they focus all their resources on taking down the Lord for now. The damage from the Star Shatter is no joke. but Aurora seem to be waiting for the waves. They don't want to engage this yet, but this might be an opening. The conceal is denied from that angle of the Astral Echo.
That was
Domeng.
a work of art. The angle at which it came in, light coming through, glorious pathway!
All the damage dealers are down very, very low, and
Wah,
Edward
ini kalau
gets the
Aurora
last
menang season ini,
Dominkite
Aurora
follows
kalah ya
through with
guys.
the damage. Edward
Season
already punished.
kemarin
The
Aurora
Falcon
menang
Shocker
ya.
is already unleashed as well, and it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. But Aurora, they still might want to attempt this. They have another wave of coming in mid. Will they actually go for it? Another Astral Echo lands onto everyone. Sanford doing his best, but he will get bursted down too. Gets to escape and barely dodge the Star Shatter.
Wah,
And
tipis, bro.
Oheb goes in as well with an attempt to scare off Aurora, but they're chasing after 40!
Run, 40, run! Oh, he finally gets stopped in his tracks, but he bought so much time!
Yeah, he gets taken out. Oh wait, KTZ finds Demon Kite. Are they gonna complain to this? You can't. It's way too risky, Carl. Sanford's efforts, it actually dragged the minion waves away from going to the base. Wait, a pick!
Oh, they burst Dominkite! They get another kill! An important kill for TLPH!
That is a long-term trade. Sanford for Dominkite, 7 days a week. Any day of the month is a good trade in my books.
6,200 lead for Aurora. No more turrets for Liquid. But maybe, just maybe, they have it in the bank to completely turn the game around. There is still so much damage to deal with, though, if you're Liquid. They are holding on by the skin of their teeth. JP is playing out of his mind.
Now they decide to burst down Light. Astral Echo also lands onto 3.
Yo,
but it's going to be the
way.
disengage for now for Demon. No, for Light. They don't want to risk it for now. I'm surprised TLPH are extending this far from the base.
Yeah, and I'm surprised KTZ has not died. He's 6-0-1.
KTZ is playing this Yi Sun Shin very close to the chest. It's utility Yi Sun Shin for now.
Yeah.
Up until he says it's go time, and I think go time is close by. He just picked up his bladed spare.
Ooh.
And is looking to contest. He's
Aman
having his
aja, bro.
love rush. Lord getting blitzed by Aurora. Mount Shocker to start it up.
Now they know where everyone's hiding. Dominkite trying to burst out JP though, and the Bravest Spider coming in from Edward doesn't get stunned by the Mountain Shocker, and that's a quick Lord for Aurora.
Too much zone out. Still too much damage. Liquid might just be delaying the inevitable. They need heroics from their stars, heroics from the GOAT, because Aurora have just been playing this so fundamentally. Even Demon Kite has not died yet. 3-0-7. It's a high damage utility Lancelot in the sense of I just send out my Thorn Rose, I do my job, I'm okay. Yue has been a menace. Can this be the sudden turnaround?
Oh, JP, he gets to find Yue, and they burst him down through Oheb. They try to walk away and walk back towards their base, but Dominkite has different plans. They have to defend for now. The Zaman force is intact, but they'll wait for the Lord.
Feather strike by Sanji. They burst down one. No, Dominkite gets away.
They get to dodge the final slash too, and I feel like with that they buy enough time. They get to defend this game once more.
Masih aman loh.
Wow, Liquid. Again, JP is playing out of his mind right now. The sudden call of the conceal by the team to get that pick onto Yue. The fact that he was able to pull away just a little bit of attention, recall back in time, and then back in base, Dominkite gets spotted out, gets bursted down, which meant that Aurora couldn't continue the siege. Liquid has one more shot at this, one more try, and if Aurora can't end it here, this game is gonna keep on going. Look at that perfect flicker.
Yeah.
Second skill, Tsunami Slam. Yue flickered away, but he was already caught by the animation.
And even Liquid's exit plan was well coordinated. You saw Light drop the glorious pathway. He tried to stop Liquid from getting away with it, but the cavalry knew. Apparently, a stampede goes both ways, inside and out. They've closed the gap. They cut the gold lead in half, just about 3,000, 4,000 in. And what's important is the cores have settled themselves. Even Oheb, who has been having one hell of a game, the bad way, finally has a full arsenal.
They'll have a lot more damage to rely on. if ever they do find themselves in another team fight, that 8K gold lead we were talking about, which was in the hands of Aurora, is now down to only 3K, and it doesn't even matter at this point because, as you mentioned, OHEB already has all his items complete. So they just need to work on that one decision, that one pickoff that will really matter for this game.
Look at Carl.
Oh my goodness.
He is setting the tempo. And Sanji with the feathered.
Okay. They want to make their presence felt this time.
Yeah, they know that these ults will be off of cooldown when the Lord comes, and that's what's important. Liquid is sending a message to Aurora. We're ready to box. You want to fight? We fight now. And if Aurora responds in the wrong way, Liquid will punish. Here we go. Lord spawns lower quarter. Top lane, the long lane was taken care of. Last rotation by Liquid. They're sending Yue over there. I think Aurora knows that Yue is a huge part of their win here. If they're able to protect Yue and they're able to get Yue to land the echo of all echoes, then maybe Liquid will finally fold.
Yeah.
Aurora needs to leverage their macro control, which they are doing through the minion wave up top.
19 aja ya guys ya.
Slow push through the minion wave in mid. They're allowing the bottom minion wave to push. They have the advantage. They can afford to lose towers and a bit of minions, and now they're going to blitz this.
Right, Lord now.
JP has info, but Light sees Sanford. He gets to use his vengeance out. Lord already nearing half HP. Star Shatter doesn't land. They find OHEB up top though.
Lord gets a reset. This is straight up turning into a dance.
Oh, the damage is slowly coming in. Light is getting bursted down. Immortality already popped. JP trying to escape, but uses the tsunami stone to Edward, and he gets bursted down. This time
masuk.
nearly gets to finish off the kill, but there's a flicker in Zack for Edward as well. Uses the Light ultimate. There's
Domain ketinggalan. Waduh.
And it's gonna be a kill. But the base!
They played it perfectly, Liquid. They knew the minion waves would respawn.
Now Sanford's able to defend for now. Better air strike, but Demon Kite gets to touch everything. Sanford needs to work on the base, and now it's only 3 members of TLPH fighting up against Aurora. It's not over yet.
Aurora have to make a decision here. Do we go for the Lord? Do we go for the base? Do we try to keep attacking Liquid's waves? And both teams just let off of the Dons. Sanford still working on that wave.
Mountain Shocker already committed. Star Shutter doesn't land. Light slowly approaching the members of TLPH alongside Demon Kite. A Twilight Armor pickup for Edward as well. But Sanford's still not part of this.
Neither is Demon Kite. JP also out of commission for maybe 10 more seconds. Oh no, Aurora have quite the hold on this Lord.
What a placement of the Veteran Airstrike. Demon Kite is very low. He cannot contest this. He has to recall. Or will they actually risk it? There's the Immortality pickup. He gets to regain some of his HP through the Revitalize. And the TLPH backs off again.
Astral Echo single-handedly send away baby cakes, and Aurora able to hold their ground. Oh, it's just a matter of the waves and the map being against Liquid. That is what's keeping Aurora in this dance.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to manage, but Aurora, they are not letting go. They know they have the advantage through the minion waves, and it's making Liquid struggle every moment and every sequence in this Lord dance.
Yeah. Demon Kite picked up Rapid Boots.
Okay. He knows that he has to keep moving in and out, weaving between this Lord, between the waves, between a team fight. Liquid now have a lead, 1,000 gold. Not that it means much, and the Lord has evolved. This is a evolved Lord, 22 and a half minutes and counting.
Right positioning right now for Liquid. I think it's an all-in for Aurora now. They have to. They know Sanji's playing back. They don't see where the Lunas and the Arlot are though.
Oh, conceal. Already used.
Liquid can fight.
The Mountain Shocker's there as well. They burst out.
Too early.
He doesn't have the immortality, and now he gets punished. The Tsunami slap onto you and from JP. There's a knockup from the Lord. Sanford follows up with the beautiful final slash. And now TLPH are in control of the Lord. But Demon Kite, he punctures his way through. He tries to contest, but this Lord is going into the hands of the cavalry.
The goat gets it. No, OHEB pushing Demon Kite out. DK has to retreat. It all went sideways for Aurora. Liquid score their first Lord.
Never underestimate the heart of a multi-time international champion. Just when we thought Aurora had it, Liquid found the opening, because in a split moment, Aurora had no minion waves to push anymore. Team Liquid could afford to go and fight, and they did. Light was too early, Yue got picked, and Sanji held his feathered airstrike in front of Demon Kite to stop him from getting close to the Lord.
Liquid never lost track of the big picture, and now they're calling the shots. JP with the conceal placed himself in this bush. Yue flushes him out, but he was out there a second too late. Liquid are looking to make some ground here. Compared to Aurora, Aurora might not be able to take care of waves the way Liquid did.
Yeah, they have Yue, but it's just Yue who can really provide that wave clear from afar. They're syncing up the waves. They want to make the most out of this. They want to balance out the map, and this 8-0-3 performance that we're seeing from KarlTzy is no joke.
On the other side, Demon Kite is 3-0-7. Both junglers have not died for their two teams. They are both the final condition for their respective squads. And now Liquid have finally made it to the base of Aurora. How will Aurora defend? They do have a great high ground defense.
This is evolved, dealing extra damage. Massive echoes, spots 5. But it's gonna time out. In comes JP!
It's Edward. They actually tried to go after and they burst him down immediately. But the response from Aurora, the response from Demon Kite, they work their way through. Demon Kite tries to survive.
With the
His immortality gets popped, however, but he has the winter crown. The Lord is already down, but so is Demon Kite.
The first death and the Lancelot. Is that it? Liquid still have a lot of work to do because Demon Kite is damaging so much.
Another Echo's keeping the Liquid squad in check. Now goes Sanji!
Sanford! He's trying to fight. He has Oheb alongside him, but Edward's blocking every single one. KarlTzy trying to walk away, but this is not looking too good for the cavalry.
Run, Carl, run! Oheb already falls off camera. Traded out for Edward. Demon Kite makes the trade beneficial for the Northern Lights. 2-3.
And Sanford survived the 2v1 against Edward and Yue. He actually got to take Edward down too. What a game Friday night. MLPB brought to you by Mpl PH.
And we have another Lord. That's up for Aurora potentially and the taking.
26 minutes. This is a Lord that has stopped scaling. And I think Aurora smelled blood in the water. They're not going to wait for Sanji to come back. This is 15 good seconds that Liquid only has 2 to defend. Sanford and Carl.
A 3v2 Astral Echo lands final slash already used to just clear the minions. Demon Kite trying to dance around Sanford and KarlTzy, but they somehow still manage to work on the minions. But it's the base they're after, and Aurora takes the win.
Oke guys, thank you ya. Jangan lupa zakat fitrah, maghrib semuanya, bye-bye.